Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Picks. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter was Merlin reborn and claimed Gryffindor's sword at his fifth? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Picks. Now let's story begin.
The summer sun beat down on number 4, Privet Drive, with a viciousness that felt personal. It glared off the pristine windshields of parked cars and baked the pavement until it shimmered with mirages. In the neatly manicured front garden, a small boy knelt in the dirt. He wasn't playing. His hands, blistered and raw, worked methodically, pulling stubborn weeds from the base of Petunia's prize-winning petunias. Harry Potter was 5 years old. He was small for his age, a fact made more pronounced by the oversized, faded clothes he wore, a gray t-shirt that hung on his thin frame like a sack and jeans that were more patch than denim. His jet black hair was a mess, as always, sticking up in the back, but it was his eyes that held the strangest contradiction. Behind a pair of cracked and taped spectacles, they were a startling, vivid green. They held a look that was far too old, a depth of quiet observation and weary acceptance that no child should possess. They were eyes that had learned, very early, to watch for the sudden movements of a man's fist or the sharp, disapproving cluck of a woman's tongue. A shadow fell over him. "Still at it, are you?" Vernon Dursley's voice boomed, shaking the tranquil air. He loomed over Harry, a mountain of flesh and bluster, his face the color of a ripe tomato. "No skiving off. I want those beds immaculate before your aunt gets back from her hair appointment. And if I find one single weed out of place, boy, there'll be no tea for you." Again, Harry didn't look up. He had learned that looking up was a provocation. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he murmured, his voice small and dry. He dug his fingers deeper into the soil, ignoring the sharp sting of a broken fingernail. Vernon grunted, a sound of satisfied dominance, and lumbered back towards the cool shade of his living room, the television instantly blaring a report about drills in Heston Grange. The sound was a distant, alien noise from another world. Harry's world was the soil. It was honest. It didn't shout or hit. It just was. He worked for another hour, the sun crawling higher, the sweat plastering his dark hair to his forehead. He was pulling at a particularly stubborn dandelion, its taproot deep and unyielding, when his scraped knuckle brushed against something hard and smooth. It wasn't a stone. He knew the feel of stones. This was different. Curious, he scrabbled at the dirt, his small fingers working with a sudden, urgent energy he couldn't explain. The object was long, angular, and as he cleared the soil away, a glint of something that was not mere earth caught the sun. It was metal. Gold. He pulled, and a hilt, crusted with dirt but unmistakably ornate, emerged into the light. Rubies, dark with grime, winked from the pommel. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He should call for Uncle Vernon. That was the rule. Anything strange, anything unusual, he was to report immediately. But his voice wouldn't work. His hand, of its own accord, closed around the cool, gritty metal of the hilt. The moment his skin made contact, the world tilted. The heat of the sun vanished. The drone of a lawnmower from next door ceased. The smell of Petunia's roses was replaced by something ancient, cold, and vast. He was no longer in the garden. He was in a cavern of shimmering crystal, the air humming with a power so immense it felt like a physical pressure on his skin. Before him, embedded in a crystalline anvil, was a sword. But not the small, dirt-caked thing in his garden. This was its true form. A blade of pure, shimmering silver, broad and double-edged, with the name, Godric Gryffindor, picked out in inlaid gold along the fuller. The rubies in the hilt blazed like tiny suns. A voice, not heard but felt, resonated in the very marrow of his bones. It was ancient, wise, and laced with a profound, aching weariness. "So long. I have waited. The blood of the coward, the thirst for the transient, held you fast in the chains of the mundane. But the earth knows its own. The stone remembers the fire." Harry tried to speak, to ask who was there, what was happening, but he had no mouth in this place. He was just a point of awareness, staring at the magnificent sword. "You do not remember me. But you remember the cold of the northern wastes. You remember the whisper of the Wyrm in its den. You remember the weight of the crown, and the loneliness of the ages. You remember the magic." At the word, magic, a torrent of fragmented images flooded his mind. A circle of standing stones under a blood-red moon. The fiery breath of a great beast, caught and woven into a cage of air. A woman with eyes like stars, her hand in his. The crushing weight of stone and earth, a darkness that lasted for millennia. It was terrifying and exhilarating, and it felt more like home than number 4, Privet Drive, ever had. The sword is not merely a weapon. It is a testament. It is a piece of the soul of the wizard who first enchanted it, imbued with the virtues of the house it was meant to serve: courage, chivalry, daring. It will only present itself to a true Gryffindor, one who embodies these traits, or to its true master. The one who forged its spirit in the fires of a bygone age. Take it. It is yours. It has always been yours. The vision shattered like glass. Harry was back on his knees in the flower bed, the sun still blazing, the sounds of suburbia washing over him. But his hand was no longer on a simple, dirty hilt. He was holding a sword. The sword. It was no longer the small, tarnished object he'd first touched. It was a full-sized arming sword, its blade humming with a faint, internal light, the rubies gleaming with their own inner fire. It should have been impossibly heavy for a 5-year-old, yet it felt like an extension of his own arm, perfectly balanced, perfectly natural. His mind was reeling. The voice, the images, the impossible weightlessness of the blade, it was too much. A sob caught in his throat, a sound of pure, overwhelmed confusion. But the tears didn't fall. They were stemmed by a rising tide of something else. A warmth was spreading from the sword's hilt, flowing up his arm and into his chest. It wasn't just heat, it was a feeling of rightness, of power, of coming home after a very long, very cold journey. He looked up at the house, at the pristine net curtains twitching as Aunt Petunia, her hair now an aggressive shade of steel gray, peered out. He saw her face freeze, the color draining from it. Her mouth opened in a scream, but no sound came out. Then, the front door was thrown open and Vernon, his face purple with rage, came barreling down the path. "Boy, what is the meaning of this? What have you done? What is that thing?" He was terrified. Harry could see it. For the first time in his life, Harry saw pure, unadulterated fear in his uncle's tiny, piggy eyes. Vernon, who feared nothing but a knock on the door from a tall, bearded man, was terrified of him. Of Harry. Vernon made a grab for the sword, a desperate, clumsy lunge. Instinct took over. Harry didn't think, he just acted. He moved, a simple sidestep that was far too fluid, far too graceful for a child. Vernon stumbled, his momentum carrying him headfirst into the garden gnome, which shattered with a pathetic crack. The Dursleys stood frozen. Petunia was on the doorstep, her face a mask of horror, clutching the doorframe for support. Dudley, drawn by the commotion, stood behind her, his mouth hanging open, a chocolate bar forgotten in his sticky hand, melting down his chin. They were staring not at the fallen Vernon, but at Harry. Or rather, at the air around Harry. The air around him was shimmering. It wasn't a heat haze, the light itself seemed to be bending, swirling in lazy, majestic patterns. It coalesced, forming faint, translucent shapes. A stag, proud and antlered, paced around him. A dragon, no bigger than a cat, coiled in the air by his shoulder, its wings a faint shimmer. And behind them all, a vast, shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, leaning on a staff, its gaze fixed on the terrified family. Harry saw their reflections in the polished steel of the blade. He saw the ghostly guardians, the phantoms of a past life he couldn't remember, and he felt a profound, aching sadness for the terrified people he was related to. He wasn't angry. He wasn't vengeful. He simply was. He looked from the sword in his hand to the cowering figures before him. The voice in the cavern had called him a coward once. Not him, he thought, but the man he used to be. The man who had been trapped. He didn't understand it, not yet, but he understood one thing with absolute, crystalline clarity. He was not the boy they had tried to make him. He never had been. He took a step towards the house. Petunia screamed, a high, piercing wail that cut through the suburban peace. Vernon scrambled backwards on the lawn, his suit ruined, his dignity shattered. The phantom stag pawed the ground, its form flickering. "Stay back!" Vernon shrieked, his voice cracking. "Freak! Get away from us!" Harry stopped. The word, freak, hit him, but it was different this time. It didn't sting with the same shame. It felt like a mispronunciation. A word for something they couldn't understand. He looked at the sword, then back at them. The ghostly dragon coiled tighter, its translucent eyes fixed on Dudley, who began to whimper. "I'm not a freak," Harry said, his voice clear and calm in the sudden silence. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement of fact. The very air seemed to listen. I don't know what I am. But I'm not that. The shimmering air began to fade, the phantom guardians dissolving like morning mist. The stag was the last to go, giving Harry one last, proud look before it vanished. The pressure in the air lessened. The sword remained, solid and real in his grip. He looked at his aunt and uncle. They were still terrified, but the immediate, supernatural threat seemed to have passed. They were looking at him as if he were a bomb that might still go off. He saw something else in Petunia's eyes, beneath the terror. A flicker of something old. A memory. Fear, yes, but also a strange, reluctant awe, as if she were seeing a ghost she had long tried to forget. He had a million questions. Who was the man in the vision? What was this sword? Why did the air dance for him? But the most important question, the one that burned the brightest, was the simplest. What happened now? He couldn't stay here. That much was obvious. This house, this street, this life, it was a cage, and the lock had just been blown off. But he was 5 years old. He had no money, no food, and nowhere to go. The fear that thought should have brought was strangely absent, replaced by a deep, primal patience. The voice had spoken of waiting for ages. He could wait a little longer. His uncle was getting to his feet, his eyes darting between Harry and the safety of his front door. He was trying to muster his bluster, but it kept deflating. Put that thing down, boy, he stammered. Put it down and get in your cupboard. We'll forget this ever happened. But they wouldn't forget. Harry knew that. The look in their eyes was one he would never forget either. It wasn't just fear of a freak anymore. It was fear of the unknown. Fear of him. He didn't put the sword down. He couldn't. It felt wrong to even think of letting it go. He simply stood there, in the shadow of the house that had never been a home, holding a legend in his small hands. He looked past the Dursleys, past the house, at the sky. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the clouds in shades of orange and purple. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. And in that moment, a new feeling bloomed in his chest, pushing aside the confusion and the old, familiar sorrow. It was a feeling so alien to Harry Potter that he almost didn't recognize it. It was hope. The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller. Harry sat in the darkness, his knees drawn up to his chin, the cold metal of the sword pressed against his side. The Dursleys had retreated hours ago, slamming doors and whispering in frantic, panicked voices behind them. They hadn't tried to take the sword again. They hadn't even come near him. Through the thin door, he could hear them in the living room. Their voices rose and fell like waves in a storm, sometimes sharp with fear, sometimes low and conspiratorial. We should call someone. The police. The special people. Don't be stupid, Petunia. Who would we call? The freaks. You want more of them here. He can't stay. Vernon. He can't stay here. Not with that thing. And where would he go, Out on the street. Think what the neighbors would say. Think of my reputation at work. Harry closed his eyes and let their voices fade into a meaningless buzz. The sword hummed gently against his skin, a low vibration that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat. He didn't understand it. He didn't understand any of it. But in the darkness of his cupboard, with the echoes of that ancient voice still resonating in his bones, he felt something he had never felt in this house. He felt safe. He ran his fingers along the blade in the dark. It was impossibly sharp, he knew, but it didn't cut him. It was as if it recognized him. As if it would never hurt him. His fingers traced the golden letters on the fuller. Godric Gryffindor. The name meant nothing to him, yet it stirred something deep in his chest, a flicker of recognition that was older than his 5 years. Sleep came eventually, but it was not a peaceful sleep. He dreamed of fires that burned without fuel, of mountains that spoke in voices of stone, of a great hall filled with laughter and the clinking of goblets. He dreamed of a man with a long, silver beard and eyes that twinkled like stars, and the man was speaking to him, but the words were just out of reach, carried away on a wind that smelled of pine and magic. When he woke, the sliver of light beneath the door told him it was morning. The house was silent, but it was not the comfortable silence of sleep. It was the held-breath silence of people waiting, listening. He pushed the door open slowly and stepped into the hallway. The sword was still in his hand. He hadn't consciously decided to bring it. It was simply there, as natural as his own arm. The kitchen door was closed. He could smell bacon cooking, and his stomach growled painfully. He hadn't eaten since yesterday's breakfast. But he didn't move towards the kitchen. Instead, he found himself walking to the front door. He turned the handle. It was locked. And the key was gone. Of course. Did you think we'd just let you wander off with that thing? Harry turned. Dudley stood at the top of the stairs, his fat face pale, his small eyes fixed on the sword. He was wearing his usual smug expression, but it was frayed at the edges, undermined by the tremor in his voice. "Where's the key, Dudley?" Dudley flinched at the sound of Harry's voice. It was the same voice, small and quiet, but something in it had changed. A weight. An authority that hadn't been there before. "Mum's got it. And she's not giving it back. You're staying in here until they figure out what to do with you." He tried to puff up his chest, to summon the bully's confidence that had always worked before. "And when they do, you're going to be sorry. You and your stupid sword." The sword pulsed in Harry's hand. A warmth spread up his arm, and suddenly he could see things. Not with his eyes, but with something else. He could see the fear radiating from Dudley like heat from a stove. He could see the bruises of insecurity beneath the surface, the desperate need to be big and loud because inside, Dudley was small and terrified of being ordinary. He could see the way Dudley's parents had warped him, filling him with food and praise until there was no room for anything else. And he could see something else. A faint shimmer in the air around Dudley's head. A thread of something golden, connecting him to the kitchen, where his mother was. It pulsed with a dull, possessive love. Harry blinked, and the visions faded. But the knowing remained. He understood, suddenly, that the sword was showing him things. Truths. Connections. "Go eat your breakfast, Dudley," Harry said quietly. "I'm not going to hurt you." Dudley stared at him for a long moment, then turned and waddled back into his bedroom, slamming the door. Harry heard the click of the lock. He stood alone in the hallway, the smell of bacon torturing him, the sword heavy and light in his hand. He looked at the front door, then at the kitchen door. He could break the lock on the front door. He knew it with a certainty that surprised him. The sword could cut through anything. But then what? Where would he go? No. He had to wait. The voice in the cavern had spoken of waiting ages. Patience was clearly a virtue he possessed, even if he didn't remember acquiring it. He went back to his cupboard and sat down. The spider in the corner, which had always terrified him, sat motionless in its web. Harry looked at it, and for a moment, he could feel its tiny consciousness. Hunger. Caution. The simple drive to build and wait. He nodded to the spider, a small acknowledgement, and closed his eyes. Days passed. They became a blur of isolation and strange, unfolding awareness. The Dursleys didn't speak to him. They left a bowl of cold porridge outside his door twice a day, like they were feeding a dangerous animal they didn't want to approach. Harry ate without complaint. The porridge was better than nothing. But the sword never left his hand. He slept with it. He ate with it. He talked to it in the darkness, telling it about his day, about the spiders he was learning to understand, about the patterns of sunlight that crept under the door. And sometimes, he thought it talked back. Not in words, but in feelings. Warmth for approval. A slight vibration for attention. A deep, resonant hum when he asked questions it couldn't answer with feelings. On the fourth day, something changed. He was sitting in his usual position, the sword across his lap, when a knock came at the front door. It wasn't the postman's quick rap or a neighbor's friendly tap. It was a firm, commanding knock. 3 times. Slow. Deliberate. The house went silent. Harry heard Petunia's sharp intake of breath from the kitchen. He heard Vernon's chair scrape back. Footsteps approached the door, hesitant. The lock turned. The door creaked open. Vernon Dursley. The voice was deep, calm, and utterly unafraid. "I believe you have something that belongs to the wider world." Harry couldn't see the speaker, but he felt the sword surge in his grip. It blazed with sudden warmth, and the visions came flooding back, stronger than before. He saw a tall figure on the doorstep, dressed in long, dark robes. A beard, silver and long, fell to his waist. Half-moon spectacles, perched on a crooked nose. And behind the spectacles, eyes of piercing blue that seemed to look through the door, through the walls, and directly into Harry's cupboard. Albus Dumbledore. The name surfaced from the depths of Harry's mind, carried on the same tide that had brought the sword. He didn't know how he knew it, but he knew it with absolute certainty. This was the man from his dreams. The one with the twinkling eyes and the words just out of reach. "I don't know what you're talking about," Vernon blustered. This is a private residence. You can't just. I can do many things, Mr. Dursley. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but it carried an edge of steel. Shall we stop pretending? The trace on this house has been registering underage magic of a magnitude not seen in centuries. The goblet of fire, which has been dormant for generations, flamed blue for a full minute 3 days ago. And portraits all over the country are whispering of a sword that has left its display case at Hogwarts for the first time in 1,000 years. He paused. I am not here to cause trouble. I am here to collect the boy. Harry stood up. His legs carried him to the cupboard door without conscious thought. He pushed it open and walked down the hallway. He saw his aunt and uncle frozen at the front door, their bodies blocking his view of the visitor. But he didn't need to see. He could feel the power radiating from beyond them, vast and calm, like an ocean at rest. Let him through, please, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the tension like the sword through air. Vernon and Petunia turned, their faces identical masks of fear and confusion. They saw him standing there, small and thin, the magnificent sword gleaming in his grip, and they parted without a word. Harry stepped onto the front step. The sun was bright, and he blinked, his eyes adjusting. And then he saw him. Albus Dumbledore was exactly as the vision had shown him. Tall, imposing, with an aura of ancient power that made the air itself seem to bow. But his eyes, when they fell on Harry, were not the all-seeing orbs of a legend. They were warm, surprised. And for just a moment, Harry thought he saw a flicker of something else. Recognition. Harry Potter, Dumbledore breathed. Or should I say, he trailed off, his eyes fixed on the sword. May I? He extended a long-fingered hand towards the blade. Harry hesitated. The sword pulsed with warning. But something in Dumbledore's eyes, that flicker of recognition, made him trust. He held the sword out, hilt first. Dumbledore's fingers hovered over the pommel, not quite touching. The rubies flared, and a smile spread across the old man's face. It was not a happy smile. It was a smile of confirmation. Of awe. Extraordinary, he murmured. It accepts you completely. It has chosen you, Harry. As it chose Godric Gryffindor himself, 1,000 years ago. He withdrew his hand and looked directly into Harry's eyes. Do you know what this means? Harry shook his head slowly. It means the sword recognizes your worth. Your courage. Your heart. Dumbledore paused. It also means you are connected to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in a way no student has been for centuries. The sword is not merely a relic, Harry. It is a piece of the castle's soul. And it has declared you its bearer. Hogwarts. The word sparked another cascade of images. A great hall with a floating ceiling. Moving staircases. A forest filled with creatures of myth. And at the center of it all, a sense of home so powerful it made his chest ache. I saw things, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. When I first touched it. A cavern. A voice. A man with a staff. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The warmth remained, but something else joined it. Gravity. A weight. What else did you see, Harry? Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the memories that danced just out of reach. Cold. A long, long cold. Darkness. Stone. And before that. He frowned, concentrating. Fire. A dragon, but not like the little one I saw in the garden. A real one. Huge. And I wasn't afraid of it. I was speaking to it. Dumbledore was very still. When he spoke, his voice was careful. Measured. Harry, have you ever heard the name Merlin? The world stopped. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Merlin. Every child knew that name, even Muggle children. The greatest wizard who ever lived. The wizard of legend, of myth, of King Arthur and the Round Table. He was real, Harry whispered. It wasn't a question. Very real, Dumbledore confirmed. And very powerful. He was a Slytherin, you know. One of the most famous Slytherins in history. But he valued all the houses, all the virtues. Courage, loyalty, wisdom, ambition. He looked at the sword. This blade was forged long after Merlin's time. But the magic that animates it, the spirit that chooses its bearer, that magic is older than Hogwarts itself. And it has chosen you. Harry looked down at the sword. The rubies glowed softly, as if in acknowledgement. There are legends, Dumbledore continued, old, forgotten legends, that speak of Merlin's return. Not as a ghost, not as a memory, but as himself. Reborn. To face a darkness that threatens the very fabric of magic. His blue eyes held Harry's. I did not put much stock in those legends. Until 3 days ago. Harry's mind was spinning. Merlin. Reborn. Him. It was impossible. It was ridiculous. He was just Harry, the boy in the cupboard, the freak his aunt and uncle had always said he was. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't true. He had never been just Harry. The sword had shown him that. What do I do? He asked. The question was simple, but it carried the weight of his entire existence. Dumbledore smiled, and this time it reached his eyes fully. For now, you come with me. Hogwarts is not in session, but it is never truly empty. We have much to discuss, much to discover. And there are people there who will be very eager to meet you. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it, then at the sword, then back at the house behind him. The Dursleys were huddled in the doorway, watching with expressions he couldn't quite read. Fear, yes. Relief that he was leaving. But in Petunia's eyes, there was something else. A glint of moisture. A memory, perhaps, of a sister she had lost, a world she had rejected. Harry didn't hate them. He didn't have the energy for hate, and the sword's influence seemed to soften the sharp edges of his pain. He simply understood. They were small people in a small world, and he had never belonged in it. He took Dumbledore's hand. The old man's grip was warm and firm. Hold tight to the sword, Harry, Dumbledore advised. It will anchor you. The journey can be disorienting for first-timers. Harry nodded, gripping the hilt with both hands. Dumbledore raised his other hand, and Harry felt the air compress around them, felt a pressure building behind his eyes, a tugging sensation in his navel as if an invisible hook was pulling him forward. And then, with a crack like a whip, they were gone. The Dursleys stood on their pristine doorstep, staring at the empty space where the boy and the old man had been. The suburban silence returned, broken only by the distant sound of a lawnmower. Petunia Dursley put a hand to her mouth, and for reasons she would never admit to anyone, not even herself, a single tear traced a path down her cheek. Vernon put a heavy arm around her shoulder. Good riddance, he muttered. But his voice lacked conviction. Inside, in the cupboard under the stairs, the spider sat in its web. It waited, as spiders do, for something to happen. But nothing ever did. The cupboard was just a cupboard now. The magic had gone. The journey was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It was like being squeezed through a tube made of lightning and cold air, his body stretching and compressing in ways that should have been agonizing but were merely disorienting. The sword blazed in his hands, a beacon of warmth in the chaos, and he clung to it desperately. And then, with a jarring suddenness, it was over. He was standing on solid ground, his knees buckling slightly, his stomach lurching. Dumbledore's hand steadied him. Easy, my boy. The first time is always the most memorable. Harry blinked, his vision clearing. They were standing at the top of a vast flight of stone steps, leading down to a pair of enormous oak doors. Behind him, a great lake stretched to the horizon, its surface black and still. Above him, a sky bursting with stars wheeled in patterns he had never seen before. And before him, rising into the night like a sleeping giant, was a castle. Hogwarts. It was bigger than his imagination had conceived. Towers and turrets and battlements rose against the stars, their windows glowing with warm, golden light. The whole structure seemed to hum with a life of its own, a slow, ancient heartbeat that resonated in Harry's very soul. The sword in his hand sang. A high, clear note that vibrated up his arm and into his chest. And in response, the castle answered. A pulse of light ran along its walls, from the highest tower to the lowest dungeon, a ripple of acknowledgement that was gone in an instant but left no doubt. It knew him, or it knew what he carried. Dumbledore watched the exchange with quiet fascination. I have been headmaster of this school for many years, he said softly. I have seen it welcome students, challenge them, comfort them, and occasionally terrify them. But I have never seen it greet anyone. Until now. Harry couldn't speak. His throat was tight with an emotion he couldn't name. It was awe, yes. But it was more than that. It was recognition. It was homecoming. It was the feeling of a door opening that he hadn't even known was closed. Come, Dumbledore said, starting down the steps. There is much to do, and the night is young. But first, I think you need a proper meal. And perhaps, after that, we can begin to unravel the mystery of who you truly are. Harry followed, his small feet finding the ancient stones with a surety that surprised him. The sword hung at his side, no longer a weapon but a companion. And as he walked towards the great oak doors, they swung open of their own accord, revealing a torchlit hall beyond. He stepped inside, and the doors closed behind him with a boom that echoed through the ages. In the darkness outside, a pair of yellow eyes watched from the edge of the forbidden forest. The owner of those eyes had waited a long time, longer than most creatures could imagine. But now, finally, there was something worth waiting for. The great head lowered, a growl of ancient satisfaction rumbling in its chest, and then it melted back into the shadows, patient as the stones themselves. The entrance hall was vast, larger than the entire ground floor of number 4. Torches flickered in iron sconces, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. A grand staircase rose before him, splitting and curving in directions that seemed physically impossible. Portraits lined the walls, their occupants frozen in mid-motion, all of them staring at the small boy with the sword. Harry stopped walking. The portraits were watching him. Not with the casual curiosity they might show any visitor, but with something intense. Focused. A knight in silver armor pointed at the sword and whispered to his neighbor. A severe-looking woman in a wimple pressed her hands to her chest as if in prayer. A fat monk beamed at him with tears in his eyes. They know, Harry breathed. Indeed they do, Dumbledore confirmed, pausing to let Harry absorb the moment. The portraits of Hogwarts are not mere paintings. They are the echoes of those who lived here, who loved here, who gave their lives to this place. They remember the sword. They remember its previous bearers. He glanced at Harry with a knowing look. And some of them remember much older things. An old man in a pointed hat leaned forward in his frame, his painted eyes narrowing. Albus, he said, his voice crackling like old parchment. Is that, can it be? The sword has chosen a new bearer, Phineas, Dumbledore said calmly. As for the rest, we are still learning. Phineas Nigellus Black, Harry knew the name without knowing how, stared at him with an expression of profound shock. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his aristocratic features. Well, the old tales were true after all. The founders will have something to say about this. Harry wanted to ask what that meant, but Dumbledore was already moving, leading him through a side door and down a corridor lined with suits of armor. The suits turned their helms as he passed, their empty visors following him. One raised a gauntlet in what might have been a salute. Harry gripped the sword tighter, overwhelmed by the attention. They climbed staircases that moved, shifting under his feet with a grinding of stone that should have been terrifying but felt strangely natural. Harry found himself stepping with the rhythm of the movements, anticipating the shifts before they happened, as if some buried instinct knew the castle's patterns. You're taking to it well, Dumbledore observed. Most first-time visitors find the moving stairs quite disorienting. I can feel it, Harry admitted. The castle. It's like it's breathing. And I can feel the heartbeat. Dumbledore stopped walking. For a long moment, he simply looked at Harry, his blue eyes unreadable behind his spectacles. That, he said quietly, is not something most witches or wizards ever feel. Even those who spend their entire lives within these walls. The castle chooses who it reveals itself to. And it seems, Harry, that it has chosen you. They continued in silence, passing through corridors and up more stairs until they reached a stone gargoyle. Dumbledore murmured a password, Peppermint Toad, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiraling staircase behind it. The headmaster's office, Dumbledore explained. I thought we might speak there. It's more comfortable than the Great Hall, and considerably more private. The office was round and filled with more wonders than Harry could process. Delicate silver instruments whirred on spindly legs, puffing smoke and emitting soft pings. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of them pretending to sleep but clearly peeking through slitted eyelids. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand beside the desk, its scarlet and gold feathers shimmering in the firelight. It fixed Harry with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, and Harry felt the sword pulse in acknowledgement. Fox, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the bird. He has been my companion for many years. He does not usually take an interest in visitors. The phoenix had hopped down from its stand and was walking towards Harry, its head tilted. Extraordinary. Fox stopped at Harry's feet and bowed his head. The sword flared with light, and the phoenix trilled a note so pure and sad that Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Then Fox hopped onto a perch near the fire and began preening his feathers, apparently satisfied. Sit, please. Dumbledore indicated a comfortable armchair before the fire. Harry sat, the sword resting across his lap. The warmth of the flame seeped into his bones, and for the first time since the garden, he felt himself relax, just a fraction. Dumbledore settled into the chair opposite, conjured 2 cups of tea with a wave of his wand, and regarded Harry over the rim of his own cup. "You have questions," he said. "Ask them." Harry had 1,000 questions. They tumbled through his mind like clothes in a dryer, refusing to settle. But one rose above the others, the most pressing, the most personal. Who was I? Dumbledore set down his tea. "That," he said, "is a more complicated question than you might think. The easy answer is that you were, according to every legend and every sign we have, Merlin. The greatest wizard who ever lived." He paused. "But the concept of, who we were, is a philosophical one. You are not Merlin, Harry. You are Harry Potter, who happens to carry Merlin's soul, his magic, his memories buried deep within you. You are a continuation, not a copy." Harry frowned, trying to understand. "So I'm both. You are unique. A rebirth of this kind has not occurred in recorded magical history. Oh, there are myths. Tales of heroes returning, of souls migrating to new bodies. But verified fact." Dumbledore shook his head. "You are unprecedented." The phoenix trilled softly from its perch. "Merlin died," Harry said slowly. "A long time ago. How did he, end up as me?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of old secrets. "The circumstances of Merlin's death are not recorded in any history book. He simply vanished. Some say he was trapped, imprisoned by magic so powerful that even he could not break it. Others say he chose to sleep, to await a time of greatest need. The most common legend is that he was sealed in a cave or a tree, waiting to return when Albion needed him most." He looked at Harry intently. "But you spoke of darkness. Of stone. Of a long, long cold. That does not sound like a peaceful sleep." Harry remembered the vision. The crushing weight. The endless dark. The sense of being aware, of being conscious, but unable to move or speak or even breathe. A shiver ran through him that had nothing to do with the cold. "I was trapped," he whispered. "I couldn't move, couldn't see, couldn't even scream. I just waited. For how long, do you think?" Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the feeling of that endless darkness. "I don't know. A long time. So long that time stopped meaning anything. I started to forget who I was. What I was. I was just waiting. For something. For someone. For the sword," Dumbledore suggested. "For the moment when the blood of the coward would release you." Harry's eyes snapped open. The voice said that, in the vision, the blood of the coward, the thirst for the transient, held you fast in the chains of the mundane. "What does that mean?" Dumbledore leaned back, his expression troubled. "I have theories, but they are only theories. Your aunt, Petunia, is what we call a muggle. Non-magical. But she is also something else. She is the sister of a witch, and she rejected magic with a vehemence that is almost magical in itself. Some old magic believes that the blood of those who reject magic, who fear it, who would do anything to be normal, that blood can act as a prison. A cage for things that should not be contained." He looked at Harry with something like pity. The Dursleys, in their fear and their hatred of anything unusual, may have been the perfect anchors to keep Merlin's soul bound. To keep you trapped in a life that was never meant to be yours. Harry thought of the cupboard, the endless chores, the constant reminders that he was worthless, a freak, a burden. The years of believing it, of accepting it as his due. And he thought of the sword, waiting in the earth, waiting for him to be ready, to be worthy. "Why now?" he asked. "Why did the sword appear when I was 5? Why not when I was born? Why not later?" "Because you were ready," Dumbledore said simply. "Not in power, not in knowledge, but in spirit. The sword does not choose the strong. It does not choose the clever. It chooses the brave. And you, Harry Potter, have been brave every single day of your life. Braver than most adults will ever be. You endured. You remained kind. You did not let their darkness extinguish your light." He smiled gently. "The sword was waiting for that. For the moment when your courage outweighed your suffering." Harry looked down at the blade. The rubies glowed softly, and he could have sworn he felt a pulse of affirmation from the metal. "There's more, isn't there?" he said quietly. "You're not telling me everything." Dumbledore's smile faded. "You are perceptive. That will serve you well." He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the starry sky. There is a prophecy, Harry. A very old prophecy, older than Hogwarts itself. It speaks of a time when darkness will gather, when the world of magic will face its greatest test. And it speaks of one who will rise to meet that darkness. One who carries the soul of the ancient world, the power of the first wizards, the wisdom of the ages. He turned back to face Harry. For centuries, we thought the prophecy was metaphorical. A legend to inspire hope. But now, he gestured at the sword, at the boy holding it. Now I am not so sure. A darkness, Harry repeated. What kind of darkness? The worst kind. The kind that rises from within. There is a wizard, Harry. A wizard who has done unspeakable things in his quest for power. He is not yet at full strength, but he is growing. And when he returns, for he will return, he will bring a war such as this world has not seen since the days of the founders. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. His name is Tom Riddle. But the world knows him by another name. They call him Lord Voldemort. The name meant nothing to Harry. But the sword reacted. It blazed with sudden, furious light, and a rage that was not his own flooded through him. It was ancient, this rage. Personal. As if the sword itself had a score to settle with that name. You know him, Harry said, startled by the sword's reaction. No, Dumbledore said slowly, watching the blade. But the sword does. Or rather, it knows what he represents. Voldemort's magic is dark, twisted, unnatural. He seeks to cheat death, to dominate life itself. He is everything the old magic was created to oppose. He paused. And he has a particular interest in you, Harry. Or rather, in the child born at the end of July who would have the power to defeat him. Another prophecy. Harry's head was spinning. He was 5 years old. He should be worried about learning to read, about making friends, about the monsters under his bed. Not about dark lords and ancient prophecies and the weight of a 1,000-year-old soul. I can't, he whispered. I'm just a kid. I don't know how to do magic. I don't know anything. Dumbledore crossed back to him and knelt, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. You are correct. You are a child. And you will not face this darkness tomorrow, or next year, or perhaps for many years. You have time to grow, to learn, to become who you are meant to be. That is why I brought you here. Hogwarts will teach you. It will prepare you. And when the time comes, you will not face it alone. Harry wanted to believe him. The warmth of the fire, the kindness in the old man's eyes. The steady presence of the sword in his lap, all of it conspired to make him feel safe. But the memory of the darkness, of that endless, crushing imprisonment, lingered at the edges of his mind. If he had been trapped once, could it happen again? Could this Voldemort, whoever he was, find a way to put him back in the dark? As if reading his thoughts, Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You are not the same as you were, Harry. You are awake now, aware, and you carry a piece of the most powerful magic this world has ever known. No one will trap you again. Not while I draw breath. A knock at the door interrupted them. Dumbledore straightened, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. Enter. The door opened, and a woman stepped in. She was tall and severe, with black hair pulled into a tight bun and robes of emerald green. Her spectacles sat on a pointed nose, and her lips were pressed into a thin line that suggested she did not suffer fools. But when her eyes fell on Harry, something in her expression softened, just for an instant. Headmaster, she said, her voice crisp. I felt the castle's wards shift. And the sword. She trailed off, staring at the blade in Harry's hands. Merlin's beard. It's true. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said warmly. Allow me to introduce Harry Potter. Harry, this is Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. Gryffindor. The name on the sword. Harry looked at the woman with new interest. McGonagall approached slowly, her eyes fixed on the blade. May I? She asked, her voice softer than Harry had expected. He held out the sword. She didn't touch it, but she leaned close, examining the rubies, the golden inscription, the faint shimmer of magic that clung to the metal. Godric's sword, she breathed. I never thought I would see it outside the display case. It's been there for centuries, waiting. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were bright. It chose you, boy. Do you understand what that means? That I'm a Gryffindor, Harry guessed. McGonagall actually smiled. It transformed her face, making her look years younger. That, certainly. But more than that, the sword only presents itself to a Gryffindor in dire need. It has done so only a handful of times in the school's history. But to simply appear, to choose a bearer outside of any trial or danger. She shook her head in wonder. That is unprecedented. It chose him for a reason, Dumbledore said quietly. A reason that may become clear in time. For now, Harry needs rest. He's had a long day, and an even longer week. McGonagall nodded briskly, the professional mask sliding back into place. Of course. I've prepared a room in Gryffindor Tower. It seemed appropriate. Excellent. Harry, if you'll follow Professor McGonagall, she'll show you to your quarters. We can talk more in the morning. Harry stood, the sword still in his hand. He hesitated at the door, looking back at Dumbledore. Thank you, he said. It felt inadequate, but it was all he had. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You are most welcome, Harry. Sleep well. The castle will watch over you. The walk to Gryffindor Tower was long and winding, through corridors that shifted and stairs that moved. McGonagall walked briskly, but she kept glancing back at Harry, as if to ensure he was still there, still real. The portraits they passed whispered and pointed, but Harry was too tired to care. The fat lady, McGonagall said, stopping before a painting of a woman in a pink silk dress. She guards the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. The password changes regularly. For tonight, it's courage. The fat lady smiled warmly at Harry. Bless him, look at the sword. Minerva, is it really? Later, McGonagall said firmly. The boy needs sleep. The portrait swung open, revealing a circular common room filled with armchairs and tables, a roaring fire in the grate, and windows that looked out over the dark grounds. It was warm and welcoming, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't even known was tight. Your room is up those stairs, McGonagall said, pointing to a spiral staircase. Second door on the left. There are pajamas laid out, and a bath if you want one. Breakfast will be served in the Great Hall at 8, but if you're tired, you can sleep as long as you like. Harry nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment, then did something unexpected. She knelt and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You are safe here, Harry. This castle has protected children for 1,000 years. It will protect you. And if you need anything, anything at all, my office is just a short walk away. The portraits can guide you. Her kindness, so unexpected after the coldness of the Dursleys, broke something in him. Tears welled in his eyes, and he blinked rapidly to stop them falling. McGonagall pretended not to notice, rising smoothly and heading for the portrait hole. Good night, Harry. Good night, Professor. She was gone, and Harry was alone in the common room. He stood for a long moment, absorbing the warmth, the silence, the absence of threat. Then, slowly, he climbed the spiral stairs and found his room. It was small but perfect. A 4-poster bed hung with scarlet and gold curtains. A window that looked out at the mountains. A fire crackling in a tiny grate. And on the bedside table, a plate of sandwiches and a glass of pumpkin juice. Harry set the sword on the bed beside him, ate the sandwiches without tasting them, and drank the juice in quick gulps. Then he lay back against the pillows, the sword's hilt pressed against his hand, and stared at the canopy above. He thought of the Dursleys, probably sitting in their pristine living room, trying to pretend the last few days hadn't happened. He thought of Dumbledore, with his twinkling eyes and his heavy secrets. He thought of Voldemort, a name that made the sword blaze with ancient rage. And he thought of Merlin, trapped in darkness for 1,000 years, waiting to be born again as a boy in a cupboard. It was too much, too big, too strange. But as his eyes grew heavy and sleep began to claim him, Harry felt something he had never felt in the cupboard. He felt the walls around him, solid and protective. He felt the magic of the castle, humming gently in the stones. He felt the sword, warm and steady against his side. And for the first time in his 5 years of life, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear. He dreamed of fire. Not the destroying fire of the vision, but a hearth fire, warm and welcoming. He sat before it in a great hall, surrounded by people whose faces he couldn't quite see. They were laughing, talking, living. And in the center of them all, a man with a kind face and tired eyes looked at him and smiled. Welcome home, old friend, the man said. We've been waiting. Harry wanted to ask who the man was, where they were, why everyone seemed to know him. But before he could speak, the dream shifted. The fire vanished. The hall dissolved. And he was standing in a dark place, a cold place, and a voice was whispering from the shadows. The boy who lived, come to die at last. Harry woke with a gasp, the sword blazing in his hand, the room bright with its light. But there was nothing there. No shadow. No voice. Just the crackling fire and the distant hoot of an owl. He sat in the darkness, heart pounding, and waited for the fear to pass. It took a long time. Outside his window, beyond the castle walls, the creature with the yellow eyes watched the light fade from the tower room. It had felt the disturbance in the magic, the ripple of something ancient stirring. Soon, it knew. Soon, the waiting would end. It turned and vanished into the forest, leaving only the memory of its gaze behind. Morning light streamed through the narrow window, painting golden stripes across the scarlet bed hangings. Harry woke slowly, his body heavy with the kind of sleep that comes after exhaustion. For a blissful moment, he didn't remember where he was. Then the sword's cool metal pressed against his side, and everything came flooding back. The castle. Dumbledore. Merlin. He sat up quickly, his heart hammering. The sword was still there, thank goodness, resting beside him like a faithful dog. The room was quiet, the fire reduced to glowing embers, and through the window he could see a pale blue sky and the distant peaks of mountains. He was really here. It hadn't been a dream. A soft knock at the door made him jump. Before he could respond, the door opened and a plump, motherly woman swept in, carrying a tray. She had kind brown eyes and gray hair tucked under a neat hat, and she smiled at Harry with such warmth that he felt his cheeks flush. "Awake are ye, dearie?" "Good, good. Professor McGonagall said ye might sleep late, but I thought ye'd be hungry." She set the tray on the small table by the window, revealing eggs, sausages, toast, and a steaming cup of something that smelled like chocolate. "I'm Minnie, one of the house elves. Anything ye need, anything at all, ye just ask. The castle's fair buzzing about ye, it is." Harry stared at the food. It was more than he'd been allowed in a week at the Dursleys. "Thank you," he managed. Minnie beamed. "Eat up, dearie. The headmaster says to take time, but when you're ready, Professor McGonagall will be in the common room to take ye to breakfast." She bustled out, closing the door softly behind her. Harry ate slowly, savoring every bite. The eggs were fluffy, the sausages perfectly crisp, the toast slathered in real butter. He washed it down with the hot chocolate, which was the most wonderful thing he had ever tasted. When he finished, he sat back, feeling full and warm and slightly dazed. The sword hummed softly, as if pleased. He washed his face in the small bathroom attached to his room, marveling at the hot water that flowed from the taps without any visible pipes. He found fresh clothes laid out, simple trousers and a jumper, both in Gryffindor colors, and changed quickly. Then, taking a deep breath, he picked up the sword and headed downstairs. The common room was empty except for Professor McGonagall, who sat in an armchair by the fire, grading papers with quick, efficient strokes of her quill. She looked up as he descended, and her expression softened. "Good morning, Harry. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, thank you." He hesitated by the bottom of the stairs. The house elf brought breakfast. It was lovely. Minnie has a soft spot for young ones. McGonagall set aside her papers and stood. "Shall we? The Great Hall is quite a walk, and I expect you're eager to see more of the castle." She led him through the portrait hole. The fat lady wished him a cheerful good morning, and into the corridors beyond. In daylight, Hogwarts was even more magnificent. Sunlight streamed through towering windows, illuminating suits of armor and tapestries that moved in the breeze. The paintings were fully awake now, their occupants going about their business, though many stopped to stare as Harry passed. "That's him," a woman in a blue dress whispered to her neighbor. "The one with the sword." Merlin's heir, the neighbor breathed back. After all these years, Harry's grip tightened on the hilt. He could feel their eyes on him, their curiosity and awe and, in a few, something that looked almost like fear. McGonagall walked briskly, ignoring the whispers, and Harry hurried to keep up. The Great Hall was everything the vision had promised. It was enormous, with a ceiling that mirrored the sky outside, a perfect, cloudless blue, and 4 long tables running its length. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, casting warm light over the enchanted ceiling. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat the staff table, empty now except for Dumbledore, who rose as they entered. "Ah, Harry. Come, sit with me. I've taken the liberty of having a small breakfast laid out, though Minnie informs me you've already eaten." Harry sat beside Dumbledore, the sword propped against his chair. The old man didn't comment on it, though his eyes flickered to the blade with something like satisfaction. I thought we might take a walk this morning, Dumbledore said, buttering a piece of toast. There are places in this castle that might resonate with you. Places where the old magic runs deep. The Founders' quarters, McGonagall murmured, taking a seat across from them. You think he's ready? I think we won't know until we try. Dumbledore looked at Harry. The 4 founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, each had private chambers within the castle. Their locations are known only to the headmaster and a select few. But I suspect that for you, Harry, they may reveal themselves more readily. Harry frowned. Why? Because you carry the soul of the wizard who knew them all. Merlin was not a founder, but he lived in their time. He walked these halls when they were new. He was friends with some of them, rivals with others. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The castle remembers. And if you are truly Merlin reborn, it will show you what you need to see. After breakfast, they set out. Dumbledore led him through corridors that twisted and turned in ways Harry was sure he'd never be able to follow, past doors that appeared and vanished, through rooms that seemed to exist outside normal space. They climbed stairs that moved under their feet and descended into passages lit by flickering torches. Finally, they stopped before a blank stretch of wall. This is where Gryffindor's chambers are hidden, Dumbledore said. They have remained sealed since Godric's death, appearing only to those deemed worthy. I have brought many students here over the years, hoping the wall might open for them. It never has. He stepped aside. Now you try. Harry looked at the wall. It was just stone, old and gray, like every other wall in the castle. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. The sword pulsed warmly in his hand. He stepped forward, and the wall dissolved. Not crumbled, not swung open, dissolved, like morning mist burning away in sunlight. Beyond it lay a circular room, its walls lined with bookshelves and tapestries depicting great battles. A fire roared in a massive hearth, though no one had lit it. And in the center of the room, on a simple wooden table, lay a Gryffindor scarf, old and faded, as if waiting for its owner to return. Dumbledore drew a sharp breath. Extraordinary. Harry stepped inside. The room felt familiar. Not in the way of memory, but in the way of a place that had been waiting for him. He ran his fingers over the books on the shelves, ancient texts with titles in languages he couldn't read, and felt the sword hum with recognition. This was his, Harry whispered. Godric's. Yes. Dumbledore had followed him in, his eyes wide with wonder. These chambers have been sealed for 1,000 years. No one has entered them since the day Gryffindor died. Harry turned in a slow circle, taking it all in. On the mantel above the fire sat a portrait, but it was blank, just an empty frame. As he watched, however, colors began to bleed into the canvas, shapes forming, until a man sat looking down at him. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a mane of red gold hair and a beard that fell to his chest. His eyes were the same warm brown as the wood of the sword's hilt, and when he smiled, it was like the sun coming out. At last, Godric Gryffindor said, his voice rough with disuse. I wondered if you'd ever come. Harry stared, speechless. The portrait, the man, was looking directly at him. Not at Dumbledore, not at the sword, but at him. You carry my blade, Godric continued. And you carry the soul of my oldest friend. Though you wear a different face, Merlin, I know you. I'm not. Harry started, but Godric held up a hand. You are and you aren't. Such is the way of things. The soul endures, even when the body does not. The magic remembers, even when the mind forgets. He leaned forward, his painted eyes intense. You have questions. I have answers, though not all of them will please you. But first, let me look at you. Harry stood still under that ancient gaze. Godric studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You've suffered, he said quietly. I can see it in your eyes. The same suffering Merlin carried in his later years. The weight of knowing too much, seeing too much, carrying too much alone. He glanced at Dumbledore. You'll not make the same mistake, I hope. You'll not let him carry it alone. I will do everything in my power to ensure he has the support he needs, Dumbledore said gravely. Godric snorted. Everything in your power. A noble sentiment, but power has limits, and you know it. He turned back to Harry. Listen to me, child. The road ahead is dark. Darker than you can imagine. But you are not starting from nothing. You carry within you the accumulated wisdom of the greatest wizard who ever lived. It will surface when you need it, if you let it. Don't fight it. Don't fear it. Let it come. How? Harry asked. The word came out smaller than he intended. Trust yourself. Trust the sword. Trust the magic that flows through your veins. Godric smiled again, softer this time. And when the time comes, trust your friends. Merlin's greatest weakness was his solitude. He thought he had to carry the world alone. He was wrong. Don't make his mistakes. Learn from them. The portrait began to fade, the colors bleeding back into blank canvas. Wait, Harry cried. I don't understand, I need. But Godric was gone. The frame was empty once more. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. He will speak again, I suspect. The portraits of the founders are not like others. They appear only when they choose, and only to those they deem worthy. You have been deemed worthy, Harry. That is no small thing. Harry looked at the empty frame, his heart heavy with questions unasked. But the sword pulsed warmly, as if to say, patience. There will be time. They left the chambers, and the wall reformed behind them, solid and impenetrable once more. Harry walked in a daze, his mind spinning with everything Godric had said. Trust yourself. Let the magic come. Don't carry the world alone. Easy words. Harder to believe. Dumbledore led him to another part of the castle, a tower so high that Harry's ears popped on the climb. At the top was a door shaped like a star, and beside it stood a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. Ravenclaw Tower, Dumbledore explained. The knocker poses a riddle. Answer correctly, and you may enter. The eagle's beak opened. I have cities, but no houses. Forests, but no trees. Water, but no fish. What am I? Harry blinked. The answer came to him unbidden, rising from somewhere deep in his mind. A map. The door swung open. Inside, the common room was round and airy, with blue and bronze hangings and a ceiling painted with stars that actually moved. Students' voices echoed from somewhere above. The dormitories, Harry assumed, but the common room itself was empty. A portrait hung above the fireplace, this one of a woman with silver hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. She was watching them as they entered, and unlike Godric, she did not smile. Rowena Ravenclaw, Dumbledore murmured. One of the greatest minds our world has ever known. The portrait tilted her head, studying Harry with an intensity that made him want to look away. But he held her gaze, and after a long moment, she nodded slowly. Merlin's soul, she said, her voice cool and precise. Wrapped in the flesh of a child. How curious. She glanced at Dumbledore. You've brought him here for my counsel, I assume. If you would be so kind. Rowena was silent for a moment, considering. Then she addressed Harry directly. You wish to know what awaits you. What darkness gathers, what role you must play. I cannot give you those answers, the future is not written, not even for those who see clearly. But I can tell you this, the greatest weapon you possess is not the sword at your side, nor the power in your blood. It is your mind. Merlin was clever, but he was also foolish. He trusted where he should not have trusted. He doubted where he should have believed. Learn from his errors. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. There is a library in this castle, Rowena continued. Not the one the students use, a deeper one, hidden from all but those who need it. If you seek knowledge, seek it there. The entrance will reveal itself when you are ready. Her eyes flickered to Dumbledore. You know of which I speak. Dumbledore inclined his head. I do. Then take him there, when the time is right. For now, he needs rest and food and the simple joy of being a child. Rowena's expression softened, just slightly. You have a long road ahead, Harry Potter. Do not rush to meet it. Childhood is brief enough without shortening it further. The portrait stilled, becoming just paint and canvas once more. They descended from the tower in silence, Harry's mind churning. A hidden library. Trust where he should not have trusted. The weight of Merlin's mistakes, pressing down on him from 1,000 years away. Dumbledore led him outside, into the grounds. The sun was warm on his face, and the grass was soft under his feet. They walked past the edge of the Black Lake, its surface dark and mysterious, and towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. We will not enter today, Dumbledore said, noting Harry's apprehensive glance at the trees. But you should know that the forest holds many secrets. Some of them may be important to you, in time. Harry stared into the darkness between the trees. For a moment, he thought he saw a pair of yellow eyes, watching him from the shadows. Then they were gone, and he wasn't sure they'd ever been there. There is one more place I'd like to show you, Dumbledore said. A place that may hold particular significance. They walked to the edge of the lake, where a large, flat stone jutted out over the water. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit, and he did, the sword resting across his knees. This is where Merlin is said to have sat, in the early days of the castle, Dumbledore said softly. He would come here to think, to watch the stars, to plan. The legends say he spent many nights on this very stone, contemplating the nature of magic and the responsibilities of power. Harry looked out over the water. The lake stretched before him, dark and deep, its surface ruffled by a gentle breeze. He could see why Merlin had chosen this spot. It was peaceful, isolated, a place to think. What was he like? Harry asked quietly. Merlin. What kind of person was he? Dumbledore sat on the grass beside the stone, his long legs stretched out before him. That is a question scholars have debated for centuries. The historical Merlin is shrouded in myth and legend. Some say he was kind, generous, wise. Others claim he was cold, distant, consumed by his power. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. He paused. He was a man, Harry. A great man, but a man nonetheless. He made mistakes. He had regrets. He loved, and lost, and carried on. Harry thought about that. A man who made mistakes. Who had regrets. Who loved and lost. It made the legend feel more real, more human. Do you think he knew? Harry asked. That he would come back. I don't know. The old magic that governs rebirth is complex and poorly understood. It may have been his choice, or it may have been fate. Or perhaps the two are the same thing. Dumbledore smiled gently. You will have to discover that for yourself, I suspect. They sat in silence for a while, watching the light dance on the water. Harry felt the sword's warmth against his leg, steady and reassuring. For the first time since leaving Privet Drive, he felt something like peace. Dumbledore, he said eventually. Yes, Harry. Will I have to leave? Go back to the Dursleys, I mean. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The magical guardianship laws are complex. Your aunt is your only remaining blood relative, and blood protection is powerful magic. But given the circumstances, he trailed off, considering. I believe we can make alternative arrangements. Hogwarts is your home now, Harry. I will do everything in my power to ensure you stay here. Relief flooded through Harry, so intense it made his eyes sting. He blinked rapidly, staring out at the lake until the feeling passed. Thank you, he whispered. You are most welcome. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Harry watched it set over the mountains, feeling the castle at his back, solid and ancient and welcoming. He thought of Godric's empty portrait, waiting for him to return. He thought of Rowena's warning, and the hidden library that would reveal itself when he was ready. He thought of Merlin, sitting on this very stone, watching the same sunset 1,000 years ago. And he thought of the yellow eyes in the forest, watching him from the shadows. What lives in the forest? He asked suddenly. Dumbledore followed his gaze. Many things. Some beautiful, some dangerous, some simply ancient. The forest was old when Hogwarts was built, and it holds secrets even I do not know. Something was watching me. Last night, from my window. And today, at the edge of the trees. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Describe it. I couldn't see it clearly. Just eyes. Yellow eyes. And a feeling of waiting. Like it's been waiting for a long time. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. There are creatures in the forest that predate the castle. Creatures that were old when the founders first walked these halls. Some of them are bound by ancient agreements, treaties made in the dawn of magical civilization. He looked at Harry. If one of them is watching you, it may be significant. It may mean that the old magic recognizes you, just as the sword does. Is it dangerous? That depends entirely on its intentions. Most of the forest's inhabitants keep to themselves, unless provoked. But if one is specifically watching you. He trailed off. We will be cautious. For now, I think it best if you stay close to the castle. The wards will protect you. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that those yellow eyes meant something. Something important. They walked back to the castle as the last light faded from the sky. The torches in the corridors flickered to life as they passed, lighting their way through the ancient halls. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Dumbledore bid him good night. Sleep well, Harry. Tomorrow, we begin your education in earnest. There is much to learn, and the summer will pass quickly. Harry climbed through the portrait hole and into the empty common room. The fire had been lit, casting warm shadows on the walls. He sat in one of the armchairs, the sword across his lap, and stared into the flames. He thought about Merlin, trapped in darkness for 1,000 years. He thought about Godric, waiting in his empty portrait for an old friend who would come wearing a child's face. He thought about Rowena, warning him against repeating mistakes he didn't remember making. He thought about the yellow eyes, watching from the forest, patient as the stones. And he thought about the future. About the darkness gathering, the war that was coming, the role he was apparently destined to play. He was 5 years old. But as he sat there, the sword warm in his hands, the castle humming gently around him, Harry made a silent promise to himself. He would learn. He would grow. He would become strong enough to face whatever was coming. Not because he wanted to, not because he'd chosen this fate, but because the alternative, going back to the cupboard, back to the darkness, back to being nothing, was simply unacceptable. He would not be trapped again. The sword blazed in acknowledgement, and for just a moment, Harry felt something else. A presence, old and vast and powerful, pressing against the edges of his consciousness. It wasn't threatening. It was curious, assessing. And then it was gone, leaving only the warmth of the fire and the steady hum of the castle. Upstairs, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat before the fire, Fawkes perched on his knee. A long, thin line of silver smoke rose from a shallow bowl on his desk, forming shapes in the air that only he could see. "She's watching him," he murmured to the Phoenix. "After all these years, she's finally watching." Fawkes trilled softly, a sound that might have been agreement or warning. "The question is," Dumbledore continued, "does she watch to protect, or to destroy? And when the time comes, which side will she choose?" The smoke shifted, forming the shape of a great serpent, coiled and waiting. Dumbledore watched it for a long moment, then waved his hand, dispersing it into nothing. In the darkness of the forbidden forest, the yellow eyes opened once more. They fixed on the distant lights of the castle, on the single window of Gryffindor Tower where a small boy sat before a fire, a legendary sword in his hands. A low, rumbling voice echoed in the space between the trees, too deep for human ears to hear. "Merlin," it breathed. "At last." And the forest held its breath, waiting for what would come next. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm that Harry had never experienced before. For the first time in his life, each day brought something new instead of the same grinding routine of chores and silence. He woke each morning in his four-poster bed, the sword always within reach, and greeted the day with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Professor McGonagall became his primary teacher. She appeared in the common room each morning after breakfast and led him to various empty classrooms around the castle, where she attempted to teach him the fundamentals of magic. It was not going well. "The wand is an extension of the wizard," she explained for the dozenth time, demonstrating a simple Lumos charm. Her wand tip blazed with light, bright and steady. You focus your intention, channel it through the wand, and the spell takes form. Try again. Harry held the wand she had lent him, 11 inches, holly, with a phoenix feather core, and concentrated with all his might. Lumos, he thought. Light. He pictured the glow, willed it to happen, pushed his intention into the wood. Nothing. Not just nothing, but less than nothing. The wand felt dead in his hand, like a stick he'd picked up in the garden. No warmth, no connection, no spark of magic. Just wood. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Again. He tried again. And again. And again. By the end of the hour, his head ached from concentrating, and his hand was cramped from gripping the wand, but the tip remained stubbornly dark. "It's not working," he said, frustration creeping into his voice. "No," McGonagall agreed, her expression troubled. "It's not. And I confess I don't understand why. Your magical core is immense, I can sense it, even without diagnostic spells. The sword responds to you. The castle recognizes you. But the wand," she trailed off, frowning. Harry looked at the sword, propped against the desk beside him. On impulse, he reached for it instead, wrapping his fingers around the familiar hilt. The warmth flooded through him instantly, comforting and familiar. The wand clattered to the desk, forgotten. McGonagall's eyes widened. "Harry, what are you?" He pointed the sword at the empty fireplace and thought of fire. Not with the focused concentration he'd applied to the wand, but with the simple certainty that came from holding the blade. Fire. Warmth. Light. The hearth erupted. Flames roared to life, golden red and impossibly bright, climbing the chimney in a rush of heat that made McGonagall stumble backwards. They burned for a full 30 seconds before dying down to a cheerful, normal blaze. Harry stared at the sword in shock. He hadn't meant to do that. Not really. He'd just thought it, and the sword had answered. McGonagall was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. Merlin's beard, she breathed. You don't need a wand. You have the sword. Is that bad? Harry asked, suddenly afraid he'd done something wrong. No. McGonagall shook her head slowly. No, it's not bad. It's unprecedented. Wands have been the standard focus for magical casting for over 2,000 years. They channel and refine magical energy, making it Kong and precise. But the sword, she approached carefully, studying the blade. The sword is not a focus. It's a conduit, a direct line to your power, with nothing between you and the magic. Is that different? Very. She met his eyes. It means your magic is raw, Harry. Unfiltered. More powerful, certainly, but also more dangerous. You could hurt yourself. Or others. Harry looked at the sword, then at the fireplace. The flames had settled into a gentle crackle, perfectly ordinary. It hadn't felt dangerous. It had felt natural. Right. I'll be careful, he promised. McGonagall nodded slowly, but her expression remained troubled. I think we need to adjust your curriculum. Wand magic may be a secondary concern for now. We need to focus on control. On understanding what you can do and, more importantly, what you should not do. The lessons shifted after that. McGonagall stopped trying to teach him spells and instead focused on exercises designed to help him feel his magic, to understand its ebb and flow, to recognize the difference between a thought and an intention. It was frustrating work, full of failed attempts and unexpected successes. One day, trying to lift a feather with his mind, he accidentally turned it to gold. Another day, attempting to change the color of a cloth, he made it vanish entirely, only for it to reappear 3 days later in the middle of the Great Hall during dinner. The sword, for its part, seemed to enjoy these experiments. Pulsing with warmth or coolness depending on his success. Dumbledore visited often, watching the lessons with quiet interest. He never offered advice, never corrected, simply observed. But Harry caught him exchanging glances with McGonagall, looks that spoke of concerns they weren't ready to share. At night, Harry explored the castle. The sword guided him, he was sure of it. He would wake from dreams of corridors and doorways, and something would pull him from his bed, through the common room, and into the sleeping castle. He walked passages that shifted to let him pass, climbed stairs that appeared only when he approached, and discovered rooms that felt like they'd been waiting for him. One night, he found a bathroom on the 7th floor that wasn't on any map McGonagall had shown him. It was vast and dimly lit, with rows of sinks and mirrors that reflected not his face but scenes from long ago. In one, he saw a young man with red gold hair, Godric, he realized, laughing with friends. In another, a dark-haired woman with sharp features, Rowena, bent over a book, her quill scratching across parchment. In a third, a man with serpentine features and cold eyes stood alone, staring out a window at the forest. Salazar Slytherin. Harry knew him without being told. There was something in those painted eyes that made him shiver, a hunger that even a magical reflection couldn't hide. The sword grew warm in his hand, and the image shifted. Now Slytherin was speaking with another man, tall and bearded, with eyes that held the weight of ages. Merlin. Harry recognized him instantly, though he'd never seen his face before. They stood in this very bathroom, their expressions grave, their conversation lost to time. Merlin's hand rested on Slytherin's shoulder. Slytherin's face was twisted with emotion, anger, grief, something that might have been betrayal. And then the image faded, leaving only Harry's reflection staring back at him from the grimy mirror. What happened between you? Harry whispered to the sword. The sword hummed, but no answer came. He found the library on a Thursday night, 3 weeks into his stay. It wasn't the library Rowena had spoken of, that one, Dumbledore said, would reveal itself when Harry was ready. This was the main library, the one students used during the school year, but at night it was empty and silent, the perfect place for a boy who couldn't sleep. Harry wandered the stacks, trailing his fingers over ancient spines, breathing in the smell of parchment and dust. The sword guided him deeper, past sections on transfiguration and charms, past potions and herbology, until he reached a section labeled simply, History. He pulled a book at random. Hogwarts, a history, the cover read. He'd heard McGonagall mention it. He settled into a chair by the window, the sword across his lap, and began to read. The book was dense and detailed, full of names and dates that blurred together. But as he read, something strange happened. The words began to resonate. Not with his mind, but with something deeper. He would read a passage about the founders, and images would flash behind his eyes, not from the book, but from somewhere else. Memories that weren't his. He saw Godric teaching a class of eager young witches and wizards, his laughter booming off the stone walls. He saw Rowena in her tower, consulting with a woman whose face was always just out of focus. He saw Helga Hufflepuff in the kitchens, surrounded by house elves who adored her, distributing food to anyone who needed it. And he saw Salazar, walking alone through the corridors, his expression dark, his hand resting on the shoulder of a boy with serpentine features. The boy looked familiar, not from the visions, but from somewhere else. Harry frowned, trying to place him, but the image dissolved before he could. He read on, past the Founders' era, through the centuries of growth and change. He read about the Triwizard Tournament, about the various heads, masters and mistresses who had guided the school, about the wars and peace and wars again. And through it all, the sword hummed softly, occasionally pulsing with warmth when he encountered something significant. Dawn was breaking when he finally closed the book. His eyes were heavy, his mind full to bursting with 1,000 years of history. But beneath the exhaustion, something else stirred. A hunger for more, a need to understand. He was Merlin. These halls, these stones, these memories, they were his, in a way that transcended simple history. He had walked here, lived here, loved here. And somewhere in this castle, locked away in books and portraits and hidden chambers, were the answers he needed. He just had to find them. The days continued to pass. Summer deepened, and the castle grew warmer, though the stones always remained cool to the touch. Harry explored every corridor he could find, every hidden passage, every forgotten room. The sword guided him, and the castle welcomed him, opening doors that had been sealed for centuries, revealing secrets that had waited 1,000 years for his return. He found Godric's chambers again, and this time the portrait was waiting. "You've been busy," Godric observed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The castle talks, you know. The stones gossip worse than old women." Harry smiled back, settling into a chair before the fire. "I'm trying to understand." "Understand what?" "Everything." Harry gestured vaguely. "Who I was. Who I am. What I'm supposed to do." Godric nodded slowly. "Big questions for such small shoulders." "I'm not that small." "No," Godric agreed. "You're not. You're small in body, perhaps, but in spirit." He shook his head. "I've known dragons with smaller spirits." Harry looked at the fire, gathering his thoughts. "In the bathroom on the 7th floor, I saw a reflection of you and Merlin and Slytherin. Something happened between them. Between you all. What was it?" Godric's expression grew grave. "That is not my story to tell. Salazar was complicated. He and Merlin were friends, once. Close friends. But power changes people. Fear changes them. Salazar came to believe things that Merlin could not accept." "What things?" "Muggle-born witches and wizards. Salazar thought they were dangerous. That their lack of magical heritage made them susceptible to dark influences. He wanted to stop admitting them to Hogwarts." Godric's voice was heavy with old sorrow. Merlin disagreed. Vehemently. "So did I. So did Rowena and Helga. We argued for years, but Salazar would not be swayed. In the end, he left. Created his own legacy, hidden somewhere in the castle, waiting for his true heir to find it." "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry breathed. He'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history. "Yes. Though its secrets are greater than most imagine." Godric leaned forward. "You must be careful, Harry. Salazar's legacy is not evil, not inherently. But it is dangerous. And there are those who would use it for terrible purposes." Harry thought of the boy in the vision, the one with serpentine features who had walked with Slytherin. Who was the boy? The one Salazar was always with. Godric was silent for a long moment. "His name," he said finally, "was Herpo. Herpo the Foul, history calls him now. He was Salazar's most promising student. And his greatest mistake." The name meant nothing to Harry, but the sword blazed with sudden, furious heat. Whoever Harpo was, the sword hated him. What did he do? He created things that should not exist. Dark things. He was the first to breed a basilisk, did you know that? The first to split his soul, to cheat death through murder. Salazar saw his potential and nurtured it, never realizing what he was creating until it was too late. Godric's voice was bitter. By the time we understood what Harpo had become, he was gone. Vanished into the world to spread his darkness. And Salazar carried that guilt for the rest of his life. Harry looked at the sword. Its light had dimmed, but the heat remained, a warning pulsing through the hilt. Is he still alive? Harry asked. Harpo. No one knows. He found ways to extend his life, to cheat death. Some say he still walks the earth, waiting for the right moment to rise again. Godric met Harry's eyes. If he does, if he returns, you will know. And you will have to face him. Harry swallowed hard. Why me? Because you are Merlin. And Merlin was the only wizard Harpo ever feared. Godric's image began to fade. Sleep now, child. You have a long road ahead, and you'll need your strength. The portrait stilled, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the fire and the weight of a 1,000-year-old enemy who might still be alive. He didn't sleep well that night. August arrived, bringing with it a change in the castle's atmosphere. The portraits grew more animated, the house elves more frantic with preparations. Students would be returning soon, McGonagall explained. The castle was waking from its summer slumber. Harry felt the change too. The corridors seemed busier somehow, even though they were still empty. The magic hummed with anticipation, a low thrum that vibrated through the stones. Something was coming, something important. He stood on the astronomy tower one evening, watching the sun set over the mountains, when Dumbledore found him. Beautiful, isn't it? The headmaster said, joining him at the parapet. I've watched this view for over a century, and it never grows old. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He'd been feeling strange all day, restless and anxious, the sword pulsing with an urgency he couldn't understand. You feel it too, Dumbledore observed. The castle preparing. The magic gathering. What's happening? Tomorrow, the first students arrive. Not many, just a few who need to settle in early. But their presence will change things. The castle will shift to accommodate them. The magic will adapt. He glanced at Harry. And you will have to decide how much of yourself to reveal. Harry hadn't thought about that. He'd been so focused on learning, on exploring, on understanding his past, that he'd forgotten about the future. About the other students who would soon fill these halls. What should I do? What do you want to do? Dumbledore countered. You could remain hidden. Stay in Gryffindor Tower, take your meals privately, continue your studies away from prying eyes. Or you could join them. Sit at the Gryffindor table, attend classes, make friends. He smiled gently. Be a child, for a while. The thought was terrifying. Harry had never had friends. He'd never sat at a table with other children, never laughed at shared jokes, never known the simple pleasure of belonging. The Dursleys had made sure of that. But the sword pulsed warmly, encouragingly. And somewhere deep inside, a voice that might have been Merlin's whispered, "Don't carry the world alone." I want to try, Harry said quietly. I want to be normal. For as long as I can. Dumbledore's smile widened. Then that is what you shall do. We'll tell the other staff the truth, or part of it. You are Harry Potter, the boy who survived the Dark Lord's attack. You've been living with Muggles, and you're starting your magical education early. The sword. He paused. The sword we will keep between us, for now. There are those who would not understand. Harry looked down at the blade. It gleamed in the fading light, beautiful and dangerous and utterly part of him. He didn't want to hide it. But he understood the need for caution. Can I keep it in my room? Where no one will see? Of course. The castle will protect it. And you. They stood in silence as the last light faded, the first stars appearing overhead. Harry thought about the students who would arrive tomorrow, about the friendships he might make, the normal life he might briefly live. And he thought about Harpo the Foul, somewhere out there in the darkness, waiting. But for now, in this moment, there was only the tower and the stars and the old man at his side. It was enough. The first students arrived the next afternoon. Harry watched from a window in Gryffindor Tower as carriages pulled by strange, skeletal horses approached the castle. He could see faces pressed to the windows, young and eager, their eyes wide as they took in their first view of Hogwarts. His stomach churned with nerves. Minnie the house elf brought him lunch, clucking with concern when he barely touched it. McGonagall stopped by to assure him that he didn't have to do anything he wasn't ready for. Even Dumbledore sent a message via Fox, a simple note that said, "Be yourself." That is enough. By evening, he couldn't put it off any longer. The students would be gathering in the Great Hall for the welcoming feast, and McGonagall had told him he was welcome to join them. He stood before his mirror, the sword hidden under his bed, and tried to steady his breathing. He was wearing new robes, supplied by the castle. They were Gryffindor colors, scarlet and gold, and they fit perfectly. His hair was as messy as ever, his glasses held together with tape, but for the first time in his life, he didn't look like a charity case. He looked like a student. He left the sword behind with great reluctance. It pulsed one last time, a warm reassurance, and then he was out the door, down the spiral stairs, and through the portrait hole. The common room was empty, all the students were at the feast, but he could hear the distant murmur of voices from the great hall. He followed the sound through corridors he knew by heart now, past portraits that nodded encouragingly, until he stood before the enormous oak doors. He pushed them open. The great hall was transformed. Hundreds of students sat at the 4 long tables, their voices a constant buzz of conversation. The floating candles blazed overhead, and the enchanted ceiling showed a perfect, starry sky. At the staff table, the teachers sat in a row, watching the chaos with varying degrees of amusement and resignation. And every single person turned to look at him. Harry froze. The voices died. Hundreds of eyes fixed on the small boy in the 2 large robes, standing alone in the doorway. He wanted to run, to flee back to the safety of his room, to hide under his bed with the sword and never come out. Then a voice cut through the silence. "Harry, over here." It was a boy, about his age, with messy brown hair and a gap-toothed smile. He was waving frantically from the Gryffindor table, bouncing in his seat with excitement. Beside him, a girl with bushy brown hair and 2 large front teeth was staring at Harry with intense curiosity. Harry's feet moved before his brain could stop them. He walked through the hall, past the staring students, and slid onto the bench beside the boy. "I'm Ron," the boy said, sticking out his hand. "Ron Weasley. Everyone's been talking about you all summer." The boy who lived, sitting in Gryffindor Tower, learning magic early. Mum nearly fainted when she heard. He grinned. "Is it true you've got a sword? A real one? Can I see it?" Harry blinked, overwhelmed by the flood of words. But before he could respond, the girl leaned across Ron. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said primly. "I've read all about you. Well, not about you specifically, but about the prophecy and the Dark Lord's defeat. It's fascinating. I have so many questions." "Leave him alone, you two," an older boy said from across the table. He had the same red hair as Ron, and a prefect badge pinned to his chest. "He's just sat down. Give him a minute to breathe." Ron and Hermione subsided, but their eyes never left Harry. He looked around the hall, at the students slowly returning to their conversations, at the teachers watching him with various expressions, at the enchanted ceiling wheeling slowly overhead. And for the first time since leaving Privet Drive, Harry Potter smiled. A real smile, wide and genuine, that reached his eyes and warmed his heart. He was not alone. Later that night, after the feast had ended and the students had dispersed to their common rooms, Harry lay in his bed, the sword pressed against his side. Ron was in the bed next to his, already snoring softly. Other boys, twins, he thought, from the identical faces, occupied the other beds, but they were quiet now, lost in sleep. Harry stared at the canopy above, replaying the evening in his mind. The food, the laughter, the questions. Ron's easy friendship, Hermione's fierce intelligence, the twins' wicked grins. It was overwhelming and wonderful and terrifying all at once. The sword pulsed gently, a warm reassurance. "You did well," it seemed to say. "This is what we fought for. This is what we waited for." Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in his life, he fell asleep surrounded by the sound of other children breathing, safe and warm and not alone. In the forest, the yellow eyes watched the castle's lights flicker and dim. A low growl rumbled through the darkness, half frustration, half anticipation. "Soon," a voice whispered, too deep for human ears. "Soon you will be ready. And then we will speak of old debts and older promises." The eyes vanished, and the forest settled into its ancient, patient watch. The great hall was a riot of sound and color. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, trying to make himself as small as possible while simultaneously absorbing every detail of the spectacle before him. The first years were being sorted, their names called alphabetically as they stumbled forward to have an ancient, tattered hat placed on their heads. Abbott, Hannah, a blonde girl with pigtails, hurried to the stool. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Hufflepuff." The table on the far left erupted in cheers. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff, Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Harry watched, fascinated, as name after name was called. Some students took minutes, the hat's brim twitching as it deliberated. Others were sorted in seconds. Each time, a different table erupted, claiming another new member for their house. Granger, Hermione. Beside him, Hermione went rigid. She walked to the stool with the air of a soldier marching to battle, her bushy hair bouncing with each step. The hat was placed on her head, and she sat perfectly still, her eyes fixed on some point in the distance. The hat deliberated, and deliberated. Whispers rippled through the hall. Harry saw Hermione's lips move, as if she were arguing with the hat, and he couldn't help but smile. Of course she was. Gryffindor. The table around Harry exploded. Ron was on his feet, cheering wildly, and Harry found himself clapping along, caught up in the excitement. Hermione made her way to them, her cheeks flushed with pleasure, and slid into the seat beside Ron. "I talked it into it," she confided quietly. "It wanted Ravenclaw, but I told it I'd already decided on Gryffindor." Ron stared at her. "You talked the Sorting Hat into changing its mind." "I presented a compelling argument." Harry laughed. It was the first time he'd really laughed since arriving at Hogwarts, and it felt wonderful. Ron joined in, and soon all three of them were giggling helplessly, earning curious looks from the older students around them. Longbottom, Neville, a round-faced boy with a look of pure terror on his face, made his way to the stool. He tripped twice on the way, and Harry winced in sympathy. The hat was placed on his head, and for a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then, Gryffindor. Neville's face transformed. He beamed as he made his way to their table, and Harry found himself cheering just as loudly as everyone else. Malfoy, Draco. The name cut through the noise like a knife. Harry looked up to see a boy with pale blonde hair and a pointed face striding towards the stool as if he owned the place. He moved with the confidence of someone who had never been told no, never been denied, never been made to feel small. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. The table on the far right, decorated in green and silver, burst into applause. Draco Malfoy walked to them with a smirk on his face, glancing back at the Gryffindor table with something that looked like contempt. His eyes met Harry's for just a moment, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The sword, hidden under his bed in Gryffindor Tower, pulsed with warning. "Potter, Harry." The hall went silent. Harry's heart stopped. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't thought. He'd been so focused on watching, on learning, on being invisible, that he'd forgotten he would have to be sorted too. Ron nudged him. "Go on, mate." Hermione squeezed his arm. "You'll be fine." Harry stood on legs that didn't feel like his own and walked to the stool. The hall swam around him, faces blurring into a sea of curiosity and awe. He was the boy who lived. The child who had defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. And now he was here, walking towards his destiny. He sat on the stool. It was uncomfortable, the wood hard beneath him. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat towards his head, and for just a moment, their eyes met. She smiled. It was tiny, barely there, but it was enough. The hat dropped over his eyes, and darkness swallowed him. "Well, well, well." The voice was old and crinkly, like parchment left too long in the sun. It spoke inside his head, directly to his thoughts, and Harry jumped. "No need to be alarmed. I've done this thousands of times. But you." The voice trailed off, and Harry felt something like a pressure against his mind, gentle but insistent. "You're something else entirely." "I'm just Harry," he thought back. "Just Harry. Yes, I'm sure that's what you think." A pause. "But I can see what's inside you, boy. Layers upon layers. Memories that aren't memories. Power that sleeps and wakes and sleeps again. And something else, something old. Very old." Harry didn't respond. He didn't know what to say. "Godric's sword has chosen you. That alone would make you remarkable. But there's more, so much more." The hat hummed thoughtfully. "I could put you in Slytherin, you know. You have the cunning, the determination, the will to survive at any cost. Merlin himself was a Slytherin, after all. Harry's breath caught. The hat knew. I know many things, child. I've been here since the Founders' time. I watched them build this castle, watched them argue and love and die. I knew Merlin. I knew what he carried, what he feared, what he hoped. Another pause, longer this time. And I know what you carry now. Then you know I don't belong in Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. I'm not. I don't want. No, you don't. You want courage. You want friendship. You want to be worthy of the blade you carry. The hat's voice softened. And you are. Godric's sword does not choose lightly. It sees what others cannot. It sees the heart. The pressure against his mind intensified, and suddenly Harry was flooded with images. Not memories this time, but possibilities. Futures that could be. He saw himself standing before a great darkness, sword in hand, friends at his side. He saw himself falling, failing, the darkness swallowing everything he loved. He saw himself rising again, each time stronger than before. The road ahead is hard, the hat whispered. Harder than you can imagine. You will lose things, people, parts of yourself, but you will also gain love, loyalty, a family forged in fire. A pause. Do you accept this? Do you accept the path that awaits you? Harry thought of Ron, grinning at him across the table. Hermione, fierce and brilliant, already defending him. Dumbledore, kind and mysterious, guiding him from the shadows. The sword, warm and faithful, waiting for him in his room. I accept, he thought. Then let it be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word aloud, and the hall erupted. The Gryffindor table was a sea of cheering, red and gold flags waving, students pounding the tables with their fists. Harry pulled the hat from his head and made his way towards them, his legs still unsteady, his heart pounding. Ron grabbed him as he sat down, pulling him into a one-armed hug. Knew you'd be Gryffindor. Hermione was beaming. That was the longest sorting yet. What did it say to you? Harry shook his head, not ready to share. Later. She nodded, understanding in her eyes. The sorting continued, but Harry barely heard it. His mind was spinning with everything the hat had shown him. The darkness, the loss, the rising again. It felt like a prophecy, a glimpse of what was to come. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the sword pulsed in acknowledgement. It knew too. The feast that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Dishes piled high with food appeared on the tables, more than he'd seen in his entire life. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, sausages, pies, puddings, and things he couldn't even name. He ate until his stomach hurt, and then ate a little more. Ron talked constantly, pointing out his brothers, the twins, Fred and George, who kept making things explode at the far end of the table, Percy, the prefect with the horn-rimmed glasses, Bill and Charlie, who were older and worked in exciting jobs involving dragons and curses. Hermione interjected with facts about the school, the teachers, the history of the feast. Between them, Harry felt like he was drowning in information, but in the best possible way. When the feast finally ended and the students were dismissed to their common rooms, Harry followed Ron and Hermione through the shifting corridors, past portraits that called out greetings, up staircases that moved beneath their feet. The password, Caput Draconis, let them through the fat lady's portrait, and suddenly they were in the Gryffindor common room, warm and firelit and full of chattering students. This is it, Ron said, spreading his arms wide. Home, for the next 7 years. Hermione was already examining the books on the shelves. Fascinating. Some of these are first editions. Harry stood by the fire, watching the flames, feeling the sword's distant presence calling to him from upstairs. He wanted to go to it, to hold it, to feel its warmth and reassurance. But he also wanted to stay here, with these people who had accepted him so easily, so completely. Ron appeared at his side. You all right, mate? Harry nodded. Just taking it all in. Yeah, it's a lot. Ron grinned. Wait till tomorrow. Classes start. That's when the real fun begins. Harry smiled back, and for a moment, the weight on his shoulders felt just a little bit lighter. Later, in the boys' dormitory, Harry lay in his bed with the sword pressed against his side. Ron was already asleep, snoring softly. The twins, Fred and George, whispered to each other in the corner, their words too quiet to hear. And Neville, the boy who'd tripped on the way to the sorting, clutched his blankets like a shield against the dark. Harry stared at the canopy and thought about the hat's words. The road ahead is hard. He would lose things, people, parts of himself, but he would also gain love, loyalty, family. He thought of Ron, already a friend. Hermione, already an ally. Dumbledore, already a guide. And the sword, always the sword, warm and faithful at his side. Whatever came, he would face it. He had to. The sword pulsed once, firmly, and Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly, and with it, dreams. He stood in a great hall, but not the Hogwarts hall. This one was older, darker, lit by torches that burned with green flame. Before him, on a raised dais, sat a man with serpentine features and cold, cold eyes. Salazar Slytherin. You came back, Slytherin said, his voice a whisper that echoed through the hall. I knew you would. You could never stay away. Harry looked down at himself. He was not a child here. He was tall, robed in deep purple, a staff in his hand. Merlin. He was Merlin. Salazar. His voice, Merlin's voice, was weary. This is not a reunion I sought. No, you never sought me, after the end. You chose them. Godric and his courage, Rowena and her wisdom, Helga and her kindness. Slytherin's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. You chose everyone but me. Because you chose darkness. I chose strength. I chose to protect our world from those who would dilute it, weaken it, destroy it from within. Slytherin rose, descending from the dais. And you, my oldest friend, chose to stand against me. Harry Merlin stood his ground. I chose what was right. Right. Slytherin laughed, a cold, bitter sound. There is no right. There is only power. You knew that once. You forgot. A hand reached out, cold fingers touching Harry's face. He tried to pull back, but he couldn't move. Slytherin's eyes burned into his, and suddenly he was falling into darkness, into the cold, into the crushing weight of stone. He woke gasping, the sword blazing in his hand. The room was quiet. Ron snuffled in his sleep. Neville had kicked off his blankets. The twins had finally stopped whispering. Harry lay still, his heart pounding, and waited for the fear to pass. The sword's light dimmed slowly, returning to its normal soft glow. He clutched it to his chest and stared at the ceiling until dawn began to creep through the windows. He did not sleep again. The first day of classes was chaos. Ron couldn't find his robes. Hermione had already read all the textbooks and kept correcting their assumptions. Neville managed to lose himself 3 times between the common room and the Great Hall. And Harry, still shaken from his dream, moved through it all in a daze, the sword's absence a constant ache at his side. He'd left it under his bed. McGonagall had been firm about that. Students did not carry weapons to class. But every moment without it felt wrong, like missing a limb. He kept reaching for it, kept expecting its warmth, and finding nothing. Their first lesson was transfiguration, with McGonagall herself. She transformed her desk into a pig and back again in a display of magic that left Hermione breathless and Ron gaping. Then she handed out matches and instructed them to turn them into needles. Harry stared at his match. He thought of the sword, of the way magic flowed through it so easily. Without it, he felt blocked, cut off. He tried to focus, to channel his intention the way McGonagall had taught him, but nothing happened. Across the room, Hermione's match shimmered and stretched, becoming a perfect silver needle. McGonagall smiled approvingly. Ron's match simply sat there, stubbornly match-shaped. Neville's caught fire. Harry's didn't even do that. After class, McGonagall called him aside. Don't be discouraged, she said quietly. Your magic is different. It's tied to the sword. We'll find ways to work around it. Harry nodded, but the disappointment lingered. Potions was worse. Professor Snape was a tall, greasy-haired man with a hooked nose and eyes that seemed to see right through you. He swept into the dungeon classroom, his black robes billowing behind him, and silence fell immediately. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. His eyes swept the room, lingering on Harry. Potter, he said, the name dripping with something that might have been contempt. Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked. He had no idea. Hermione's hand shot up beside him. Snape ignored her. Don't know. Let's try again. Where would you look to find a bazaar? Harry's mind was blank. Hermione's hand waved frantically. I don't know, sir, Harry said quietly. Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it? Snape's lips curled. Another point from Gryffindor for your ignorance. Sit down, Miss Granger, before you sprain something. Hermione's hand dropped, her face red with indignation. Ron muttered something under his breath that earned him a glare from Snape and another lost point. The rest of the class was a nightmare. Snape hovered behind Harry, criticizing everything he did, taking points for the smallest mistake. By the end, Harry's hands were shaking and his eyes burned with unshed tears. He didn't understand. He'd never met this man before. Why did he hate him so much? After class, Ron put a hand on his shoulder. Don't let him get to you. Everyone says he's awful. My brother Bill had him years ago and still has nightmares. Hermione nodded vigorously. He's clearly biased. It has nothing to do with you. But Harry knew it did. Snape had looked at him with something deeper than mere dislike. It was personal. As if Harry had wronged him somehow, in some way Harry couldn't remember. He thought of the dreams, of Merlin's memories, of all the faces and places that weren't his. Had Merlin wronged Snape? It didn't make sense. Snape couldn't be that old. Unless. The thought chilled him. Unless Snape was more than he seemed. Unless there were things about this teacher, this castle, this world that Harry didn't yet understand. That night, he told Dumbledore about the dream. They sat in the headmaster's office, Fawkes perched on his stand, the silver instruments whirring softly in the background. Harry held the sword, finally reunited with it, and felt the tension of the day slowly drain away. Slytherin spoke to you, Dumbledore repeated, his expression grave. In the dream, Merlin's Slytherin. Not a portrait, the real one. Harry shivered. He touched my face. He said I'd come back. That he knew I would. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The dead do not always rest peacefully, he said finally. Especially not those with unfinished business. Salazar Slytherin left this world with many regrets, many unanswered questions. It is possible that a part of him lingers, waiting for resolution. Waiting for me. Waiting for Merlin. For the friend he lost. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. The bond between them was deep, once. Deeper than most friendships. When it broke, it broke. Something in both of them. Harry looked at the sword. It pulsed softly, as if agreeing. What do I do if he comes again? You listen. You learn. But you do not trust blindly. Dumbledore leaned forward. Salazar Slytherin was not evil, Harry. But he was wrong. Dangerously wrong. His beliefs about blood purity, about the superiority of wizarding families, those beliefs have caused immeasurable harm. They have been twisted by others into justifications for terrible acts. You must remember that. I will. Good. Dumbledore smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Now, tell me about your classes. Harry told him. About Transfiguration and the stubborn match. About Snape and the potions and the hatred in his eyes. About feeling cut off from his magic without the sword. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, he nodded slowly. Professor Snape's history with James Potter, your father, is complicated. They were enemies at school. Snape has never fully moved past that. He paused. But there is more to him than you saw today. Much more. In time, you may come to understand. Harry doubted it. But he nodded anyway, too tired to argue. Sleep here tonight, if you like, Dumbledore offered, gesturing to a comfortable couch by the fire. Fawkes will keep you company. And the sword, of course. Harry nodded gratefully. He curled up on the couch, the sword against his side, and watched the flames dance until his eyes grew heavy. Fawkes trilled softly, a lullaby from another age, and Harry slept without dreams. In the morning, he returned to Gryffindor Tower to find Ron and Hermione in a panic. They'd thought he'd been kidnapped, or worse. Ron was ready to mount a rescue mission. Hermione had already checked the library for books on unsolved disappearances. Harry laughed, really laughed, and told them everything. Well, almost everything. He left out the parts about Merlin and the sword and the dreams of Slytherin. But he told them about Snape, about Dumbledore, about the strange comfort of Fawkes's song. They listened, and when he finished, Ron punched him lightly on the arm. Next time, leave a note. You nearly gave Hermione a heart attack. I did not. Your face was the color of a Grindylows bum. It was not. Harry smiled, watching them argue. This was what the hat had promised. Friendship. Loyalty. Family. He held the sword close and let their voices wash over him, warm and familiar and absolutely wonderful. The term continued. Harry learned to navigate the castle, to find his way through shifting corridors and moving staircases. He learned which teachers to trust, Flitwick, who bounced when he walked, and which to avoid, Snape, always Snape. He learned that Ron was terrified of spiders, that Hermione could read a book a day and remember every word, that Neville was braver than he knew. And he learned that the sword was both a blessing and a curse. Without it, his magic was weak, unreliable. With it, he could do things that made McGonagall gasp and Flitwick cheer. But he couldn't carry it everywhere. He couldn't explain it to his friends. He had to hide it, to pretend he was ordinary, when everything about him screamed that he was not. October arrived, bringing with it cold winds and the promise of Halloween. The castle prepared for the feast, carving pumpkins and hanging decorations. Harry watched it all with wonder, never having experienced anything like it. And then, on a Tuesday night, the dreams changed. He stood in the forest, dark and ancient, the trees pressing close. Before him, a figure waited, cloaked and hooded, its face hidden in shadow. "Merlin," it whispered, "we need to talk." Harry Merlin raised his staff. "Show yourself." The hood fell back, and Harry stared into the face of a woman. She was beautiful, terrible, ancient beyond measure. Her eyes were the yellow of the beast in the forest, and her smile held the promise of ages. "I have waited so long," she breathed. "So long for you to return. And now you are here, and the old agreements must be renewed." "What agreements? You don't remember. Of course you don't. You're too young, too new." She stepped closer, and Harry felt the sword at his side blaze with warning. "But you will. In time, you will remember everything. And when you do, you will come to me. In the forest, where it began." She reached out, and her fingers touched his face, cold as death. "Awaken, Merlin. Remember." Harry woke screaming. The sword was in his hand, blazing with light so bright it lit the entire dormitory. Ron was sitting up in bed, his face pale. Neville was whimpering. The twins were already on their feet, wands out. "Harry." Ron scrambled out of bed. "What happened? What's wrong?" Harry couldn't speak. He could still feel her fingers on his face, cold and ancient and patient. In the forest, the yellow eyes opened and fixed on the castle. The waiting was over. The sword's light filled the dormitory, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Harry clutched it to his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the memory of those cold fingers still pressing against his skin. Ron was beside him in an instant, his hand on Harry's shoulder, his face pale with concern. "Mate, what happened? Talk to me." The twins had their wands out, scanning the room for threats. Fred, or George, muttered something about dark magic, and his brother nodded grimly. Neville had pulled his blankets up to his chin, his eyes white as dinner plates. Harry tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. His throat was tight, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth. The sword pulsed against his chest, warm and steady, anchoring him to the present. "Get McGonagall," one of the twins said quietly. "George, go." George was out the door before the words finished leaving his brother's mouth. Fred stayed, his wand still raised, his eyes never leaving Harry. "It's okay, Harry," Ron said, his voice softer than Harry had ever heard it. "You're safe. We're here. Safe." The word felt foreign. How could he be safe when a creature from the forest could reach into his dreams, touch his face, speak of agreements and remembering? How could he be safe when Salazar Slytherin himself haunted his sleep, reaching for him across 1,000 years? McGonagall arrived within minutes, her tartan dressing gown wrapped tightly around her, her hair escaping its usual tight bun in gray wisps. She took one look at Harry, at the blazing sword, at the terrified faces of the boys around him, and her expression shifted from irritation to grave concern. "Everyone out," she said quietly. "Wait in the common room. I'll send for you when it's appropriate." Ron hesitated. "Professor, I don't think he should be. Now, Mr. Weasley." Ron squeezed Harry's shoulder once more, then followed the others out. The door closed behind them with a soft click, and Harry was alone with McGonagall. She sat on the edge of his bed, her eyes fixed on the sword. "Tell me everything." He did. The words tumbled out in a rush, the woman in the forest, her yellow eyes, her cold touch, the way she'd spoken of old agreements and remembering. The dream of Slytherin from weeks before. The constant sense of being watched, of something waiting for him beyond the castle walls. McGonagall listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. The forest, she said finally, is older than Hogwarts. Older than the founders. Older, some say, than magic itself. There are things living there that were ancient when Merlin walked the earth. She paused. And some of them knew him. Harry's grip tightened on the sword. She knew me. She called me Merlin. Said I'd remember everything in time. Yes, I suspect she did. McGonagall's expression was troubled. There are legends, Harry. Old legends that speak of a guardian of the forest, a being of immense power who watches over the creatures within. Some call her the Lady of the Wood. Others know her as the Green Woman, or the Heart of the Forest. She is not evil, according to the tales. But she is not good, either, not in the way we understand it. She simply is. Why does she want me? That, I cannot answer. But I think it's time we spoke to the headmaster. They found Dumbledore in his office, already dressed, as if he'd been expecting them. Fawkes was perched on his usual stand, his head tilted, his ancient eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him shiver. I felt the disturbance, Dumbledore said quietly. The wards around the forest trembled. Something old has awakened. He gestured to the chairs before his desk. Sit, please. Tell me what you saw. Harry told the story again, and this time, when he finished, Dumbledore's face was grave. The Lady of the Forest, he murmured. I had hoped she would wait longer before making herself known. You know her? Harry asked. I know of her. We have an understanding, she and I. The forest is her domain, and I respect that. In return, she keeps the creatures within from troubling the castle. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. But she has not spoken to anyone in centuries. Not since Merlin's time, if the records are accurate. She spoke to me. Yes, because you are Merlin. To her, the distinction between Harry Potter and the wizard she knew 1,000 years ago is meaningless. Dumbledore leaned forward. She mentioned agreements. Old agreements that need renewing. Do you know what she meant? Harry shook his head. I suspect they are agreements made between Merlin and the forest itself. Pacts of protection, of mutual respect, of boundaries that must not be crossed. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. If those agreements are fading, if they need to be renewed, only Merlin can do it. Only you. Harry stared at him. You want me to go into the forest? To find her? No, not yet. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You are 5 years old, Harry. Powerful, yes. Remarkable, certainly. But still a child. You are not ready for whatever the Lady of the Forest requires. We have time. She has waited centuries, she can wait a little longer. But she said the waiting was over. She may have meant that your awakening, your presence at Hogwarts, signals the beginning of something. Not that you must act immediately. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. We will be cautious. We will learn what we can. And when you are ready, truly ready, we will face whatever awaits in the forest together. Harry wanted to argue, to demand more answers, but exhaustion was pulling at him, heavy as stone. The sword's warmth was fading, its light dimming to its usual soft glow. He was so tired. McGonagall must have seen it. She rose smoothly. He needs rest, Albus. We can discuss this more in the morning. Yes, of course. Dumbledore turned back, his eyes softening. You may sleep here tonight, Harry. The couch is comfortable, and Fawkes will keep watch. Harry nodded, too tired to speak. He curled up on the couch, the sword against his side, and watched the fire until his eyes closed. Fawkes trilled softly, a song without words, and Harry slept. He dreamed of the forest again, but this time it was different. He walked beneath ancient trees, their branches forming a canopy so dense that no light penetrated. And yet he could see, could feel his way forward as if the path was known. To him, she was waiting in a clearing, the Lady of the Forest. In the dream, she looked less terrifying, still ancient, still powerful, but her yellow eyes held something that might have been sadness. You came, she said. You called. Yes, I have called for 1,000 years, Merlin. Every night, every day, sending my thoughts into the world, hoping you would hear. She stepped closer, and this time her touch was gentle, almost tender. They trapped you, didn't they? Those who feared what you were. Bound you in darkness and forgot you. Harry Merlin nodded. For a long time. So long I forgot myself. But you're back now. Young, yes, but yourself. The soul remembers, even when the mind does not. She withdrew her hand. I need you to remember something specific, Merlin. Something you hid in the forest, long ago, before the end. Do you know what I mean? He searched his mind, but the memories wouldn't come. No, I'm sorry. You will. In time. She smiled, and it transformed her face, making her beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with appearance. I can wait a little longer. But not too long. The darkness you sense gathering, it is closer than you think. And what you hid may be the only thing that can stop it. What did I hide? But she was fading, the clearing dissolving, the trees melting into mist. Her voice came from far away, soft as falling leaves. Yourself, Merlin. You hid a piece of yourself. Find it, and remember who you truly are. Harry woke to morning light streaming through the windows and Fox's gentle trill. He was alone in the office, a blanket tucked around him, the sword warm at his side. For a long moment, he lay still, processing the dream. A piece of himself, hidden in the forest, something that would help him remember. He sat up, his mind racing. What could it be? A memory? An object? A part of his soul, like the dark wizards did with their Horcruxes? No, Merlin would never do that. Would he? The door opened, and Dumbledore entered, carrying a tray of breakfast. Ah, you're awake. Good. I thought you might be hungry. Harry took the tray gratefully, but his mind was elsewhere. I dreamed of her again. The Lady of the Forest. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Tell me. Harry recounted the dream, leaving nothing out. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. A piece of yourself, he repeated slowly. Hidden in the forest. That is, significant. What does it mean? I'm not certain, but I have theories. Dumbledore sat in his chair, steepling his fingers. Merlin was the most powerful wizard who ever lived. Power like that leaves traces. Echoes. It is possible that before his imprisonment, he concealed something of himself, a memory, a portion of his magic, perhaps even a physical object imbued with his essence, to protect it from those who would misuse it. And the lady knows where it is. She knows it exists. Whether she knows its location is another question. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. The forest is vast, and deeply magical. Even she may not know every secret it holds. Harry looked down at the sword. It pulsed softly, as if agreeing. I have to find it. In time. Not yet. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You are too young, too untrained. The forest is dangerous even for experienced witches and wizards. To send you in now would be irresponsible. But she said the darkness is closer than I think. What if I don't have time? What if you go in unprepared and never come out? Dumbledore countered gently. What would happen to the darkness then, with no one to stand against it? Harry had no answer. Trust me, Harry. I have faced dark things before. I have made mistakes, lost people I loved. But I have also learned patience. It is not the most glamorous virtue, but it is often the most important. Dumbledore smiled. We will prepare. We will learn. And when the time is right, we will act. Together. Harry wanted to argue, but he knew Dumbledore was right. He was 5. He'd been at Hogwarts for barely 2 months. He could barely do magic without the sword. What chance did he have against whatever lurked in the forest? But the dream haunted him. A piece of himself, waiting to be found. How could he ignore that? He returned to Gryffindor Tower to find Ron and Hermione waiting for him, their faces a mixture of relief and curiosity. They'd been told he was fine, but they wanted details. Harry gave them the censored version. Bad dreams, nothing to worry about. McGonagall and Dumbledore were helping. Ron accepted it easily enough, but Hermione's eyes narrowed. She knew he was holding back. She didn't push, though. Not then. Classes continued. October turned colder, and the castle prepared for Halloween. Harry threw himself into his studies, trying to distract himself from the dreams that came almost every night now. The lady visited him regularly, sometimes speaking, sometimes just watching. She never pressured him, never demanded. She simply waited. And Harry learned. With the sword, his magic grew stronger every day. McGonagall had stopped trying to teach him wand magic altogether, focusing instead on control and precision. He could light fires, move objects, even transform small things, though the results were unpredictable. Once, trying to turn a beetle into a button, he accidentally turned it into a diamond. McGonagall had stared at it for a full minute before declaring the lesson over for the day. His friends noticed, of course. Ron was fascinated, constantly asking to see the sword, to watch Harry perform magic. Hermione was more analytical, taking notes, asking questions, trying to understand how his magic worked. Harry answered what he could, deflected what he couldn't, and hoped they wouldn't push too hard. They didn't. They were his friends. They trusted him. It was a feeling Harry still wasn't used to. Halloween arrived with a flurry of decorations. Pumpkins lined the corridors, their carved faces lit from within by floating candles. Bats, real ones, Ron assured him, fluttered through the great hall during meals. The smell of autumn filled the air, leaves and wood smoke and something sweet that Harry couldn't identify. The feast that night was spectacular. Mountains of food, rivers of pumpkin juice, desserts that defied description. Harry ate until he thought he might burst, laughing at the twins' jokes, listening to Hermione explain the history of Halloween in the wizarding world, feeling warm and full and happy. It didn't last. As the feast wound down and students began drifting towards their common rooms, Dumbledore rose from the staff table. His face was grave, and the hall fell silent immediately. "I have some unfortunate news," he said quietly. "The Forbidden Forest has shifted. Its boundaries have expanded slightly, and some of the creatures within have become restless. For your safety, all students are to remain within the castle after dark until further notice. No exceptions." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Harry's blood ran cold. The forest, the lady, the darkness she'd spoken of. He looked at Dumbledore, and their eyes met across the room. The headmaster's expression was unreadable, but Harry understood. Something was happening, something connected to him. That night, he didn't wait for the dream. He sat by the fire in the common room, the sword in his lap, and waited for her to come. She did. Not in a dream this time, but in the flames themselves. Her face formed in the fire, yellow eyes burning bright, her voice a whisper that only he could hear. "Merlin, the time grows short. The darkness you sensed, it is here. In the forest, waiting." What kind of darkness? An old one. A piece of the wizard who hunted you, who trapped you, who feared what you would become. Her eyes flickered. Her Poe the Foul left something behind when he fled, all those centuries ago. A part of himself, hidden deep where even I cannot reach. It has slept until now. But your return has awakened it. Her Poe. The name from Godric's portrait. The student who had become something dark, something terrible. What does it want? You. Your power. Your soul. The flames flickered. It wants to finish what her Poe started. To trap you again, this time forever. Harry gripped the sword tighter. Where is it? Deep in the forest, in a place even I fear to tread. The Dark Hollow, it was called in ancient times. A place where the veil between worlds is thin. Her eyes held his. You are not ready, Merlin. But there may not be time to wait until you are. Then what do I do? Come to me. Tomorrow night, when the moon is highest. I will guide you as far as I can. The rest will be up to you. The flames began to fade. Bring the sword. It will protect you. And bring your friends, the ones who love you. You will need them. Her face vanished, and the fire returned to normal. Harry sat frozen, his heart pounding. The Dark Hollow. Her Poe's legacy. A piece of darkness waiting for him. He looked around the common room. Ron was playing chess with one of the twins. Hermione was reading, her brow furrowed in concentration. Neville was dozing by the fire, a book open on his lap. His friends. The ones who loved him. How could he ask them to come with him into that darkness? How could he risk their lives for something that was his burden to carry? But the lady had said he would need them. And somewhere deep inside, the part of him that was Merlin whispered, "Don't carry the world alone." He made his decision. The next day passed in a blur. Harry went through the motions of classes, ate his meals, laughed at Ron's jokes, but his mind was elsewhere. He watched his friends constantly, memorizing the way Ron's nose crinkled when he laughed, the way Hermione tucked her hair behind her ears when she was thinking, the way Neville's face lit up when he successfully completed a spell. He didn't want to lose them. He didn't want to drag them into danger. But the lady had been clear. He would need them. After dinner, he pulled them aside. Ron, Hermione, and, on impulse, Neville, who had been hovering nearby with his usual uncertain expression. "I need to tell you something," Harry said quietly. "Something important. And then I need to ask you for help." They listened in growing astonishment as he told them everything. Merlin, the sword, the dreams, the Lady of the Forest, her Poe's legacy, the Dark Hollow. When he finished, they were silent for a long moment. Then Ron spoke. "Bloody hell, Harry. You've been carrying all that since you were 5. I didn't want to. No, I get it. Ron shook his head. But mate, you don't have to do everything alone. That's what we're here for. Hermione nodded, her expression determined. If there's a piece of dark magic in that forest, it needs to be dealt with. And if you're the only one who can do it, then we'll be there to make sure you come back. Neville was pale, but his voice was steady. I'm not brave like you lot. But I want to help. If I can. Harry looked at them, his friends, his first real friends, and felt tears prick his eyes. You don't have to come. It's dangerous. Really dangerous. We know, Hermione said simply. We're coming anyway. That night, when the moon was highest, they slipped out of the castle. The sword was at Harry's side, humming with power. Ron carried his wand, ready for anything. Hermione had a bag full of supplies, rope, food, a first aid kit. Neville clutched his wand so tightly his knuckles were white. The forest loomed before them, dark and ancient and full of whispers. For a moment, Harry hesitated. Then he thought of the lady's eyes, of her warning, of the darkness waiting in the hollow. He stepped forward, into the trees. The forest closed around them like a living thing. The forest swallowed them whole. One moment they were standing at the edge, the castle lights warm at their backs. The next, the trees closed in, and the world became shadows and whispers and the crunch of dead leaves beneath their feet. Harry led the way, the sword held before him like a torch, its soft glow pushing back the darkness just enough to see the path ahead. Ron walked close behind him, his wand out, his eyes darting to every shadow. I don't like this, he muttered. I really don't like this. No one's asking you to like it, Hermione whispered back. She had her bag clutched to her chest, her face pale but determined. We're here because Harry needs us. That's what matters. Neville brought up the rear, jumping at every sound. A twig snapped somewhere to his left, and he let out a small squeak. Sorry. Just nerves. Harry paused, looking back at them. In the sword's glow, their faces were young and scared and utterly brave. You can still go back. I won't think less of you. Ron snorted. And miss the chance to see you fight some ancient dark magic. Not a chance, mate. Ron's right, Hermione added. We're in this together. Whatever happens. Neville nodded, his jaw set in a way that reminded Harry of McGonagall. I'm staying. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Not from the sword this time, but from them. His friends. His first real friends. Okay, he said quietly. Then let's go. They walked deeper into the forest. The trees grew older, their trunks thicker, their branches twisting together overhead until no moonlight could penetrate. The only light came from the sword, and it pulsed steadily, as if marking their progress. The whispers grew louder. At first, Harry thought it was the wind. But the air was still, heavy, pressing against them like a physical weight. The whispers came from everywhere and nowhere, voices without speakers, words without meaning. They brushed against Harry's mind like cobwebs, and he shook his head violently to clear it. Can you hear that? Ron whispered. Yes, Hermione breathed. But I can't understand it. It's old, Harry said. Older than the castle. Older than the founders. He gripped the sword tighter, and its light flared, pushing the whispers back. The lady said this place was ancient. The voices are probably echoes of everyone who's ever walked here. That's not creepy at all, Ron muttered. They walked for what felt like hours. The forest changed around them, the familiar oaks and beeches giving way to trees Harry didn't recognize, twisted, black-barked things with leaves that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The air grew colder, and their breath misted before their faces. Harry felt the sword tugging at him, pulling him forward. It knew where they needed to go. He followed its guidance without question, trusting it as he trusted his friends. Harry, Hermione said suddenly. Look. She pointed ahead. Through the trees, a light flickered. Not the warm glow of the sword, but something colder, a pale, greenish luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. The dark hollow, Harry breathed. They approached slowly, carefully, their footsteps silent on the moss-covered ground. The trees thinned as they drew closer, opening into a clearing that was almost perfectly circular. At its center, the ground dipped into a shallow depression, and from that depression, the green light emanated. But it wasn't just light. As they drew closer, Harry could see shapes moving within it, shadows that twisted and writhed, forms that were almost human but not quite. And at the center of it all, something darker than darkness, a void that absorbed even the green light. That's it, Harry whispered. That's what her pull left behind. The sword blazed in his hand, and for the first time, he felt fear from it. Not for itself, but for him. It didn't want him to go closer. But he had to. Wait here, he said to the others. If something happens to me, run. Don't look back. Like hell we will, Ron said. We're coming with you. Ron. No, Harry. We said we're in this together. We meant it. Harry looked at them, Ron, stubborn and loyal, Hermione, fierce and brilliant, Neville, trembling but standing firm, and knew there was no point arguing. They were coming, whether he wanted them to or not. Stay close to me, he said. And whatever happens, don't let go of each other. They stepped into the clearing. The moment Harry's foot touched the hollow, the world changed. The green light flared, blinding them all. The whispers became screams, voices rising in a cacophony of pain and rage and despair. The shadows in the light surged towards them, reaching with hands that were not hands, grasping with fingers that left trails of cold fire on their skin. Harry raised the sword, and its light exploded outward. The shadows screamed, a horrible, piercing sound that went right through his skull, and recoiled. For a moment, the way was clear, and Harry saw what lay at the center of the hollow. It was a stone. Just a stone, black and smooth, about the size of his fist. But the darkness that clung to it was so thick, so absolute, that looking at it made his eyes water. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the green light, as the shadows, as the whispers. It was the heart of everything wrong in this place. Purposed soul, Harry breathed. He left a piece of himself behind. Like a Horcrux, Hermione asked, her voice shaking. Worse, much worse. Harry took a step towards it, and the darkness surged again, pushing against the sword's light. He didn't just hide a piece of his soul. He hid his hatred, his fear, his desire for revenge, all the worst parts of himself, concentrated in one place, feeding on the forest's magic for 1,000 years. Then we destroy it, Ron said. Right, that's what we're here for. Harry nodded slowly. The sword can do it. I think. But it won't be easy. He looked at his friends. I need you to hold the darkness back. Just for a few moments. Can you do that? Hermione's face was pale, but she nodded. Ron gripped his wand so tightly it shook. Neville swallowed hard and raised his wand with trembling hands. We'll try, Hermione said. Harry stepped forward, and his friends formed a circle around him. They raised their wands, and though they were only first years, though they'd barely learned any real magic, they poured everything they had into holding back the shadows. Lumos. Hermione cried, and her wand blazed with light so bright it hurt to look at. Lumos. Ron echoed, his light weaker but still burning. Lumos. Neville's voice cracked, but his wand lit, small and flickering but there. The three beams merged, forming a barrier of light around Harry. The shadows shrieked and writhed, pressing against it, testing its strength. Hermione gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Ron's arm shook with the effort. Neville's light flickered dangerously. Hurry, Harry. Hermione gasped. Harry didn't need telling. He ran forward, the sword held high, and brought it down on the stone with all his strength. The impact sent shockwaves through the clearing. The green light exploded, the shadows screamed, and for one horrible moment, Harry thought he'd failed. The stone was still there, still pulsing, still dark. But then a crack appeared. Thin at first, barely visible. Then wider, spreading like webs across its surface. And from that crack, light began to emerge, not the sickly green of the hollow, but gold, warm and pure, the light of the sword itself. The stone shattered. The darkness didn't just disappear. It erupted, a tidal wave of shadow and hate that crashed against the barrier of light. Hermione screamed. Ron stumbled. Neville's light went out entirely, and he fell to his knees. But the sword blazed. Harry raised it high, and its light filled the hollow, pushed back the darkness, burned it away like mist before the sun. The shadows dissolved, the whispers fell silent, and the green light faded to nothing. And then it was over. Harry stood in the center of the hollow, breathing hard, the sword still blazing in his hand. Around him, his friends lay on the ground, Hermione curled in a ball, Ron sprawled on his back, Neville face down in the moss. For one horrible moment, Harry thought they were dead. Then Ron groaned. Did we win? Harry laughed. It came out half sob, half relief, but it was a laugh. We won. Hermione sat up slowly, her face streaked with tears. Is everyone okay? Neville. Neville stirred, pushing himself up on trembling arms. I'm here. I'm okay. I think. He looked at his wand, which had snapped in half during the fall. Oh no. My grand's going to kill me. Ron started laughing. Then Hermione joined in. Then Harry. They lay in the hollow, in the aftermath of battle, and laughed until tears streamed down their faces and their stomachs ached. When the laughter finally subsided, they lay in silence for a while, staring up at the sky. The moon had emerged from behind the clouds, and its light filtered through the trees, gentle and silver and ordinary. We did it, Hermione whispered. We actually did it. We did, Harry agreed. He looked at the sword, still warm in his hand, its light fading to its usual soft glow. Thank you. All of you. I couldn't have done it alone. Course you could have, Ron said. But it's more fun with us. Harry smiled. Yeah, it is. They made their way back through the forest, slower now, exhaustion weighing on every step. The trees seemed less threatening, the whispers gone, the shadows just shadows. The forest felt different, lighter, somehow, as if a weight had been lifted from it. The lady was waiting at the edge of the trees. She stood in a shaft of moonlight, no longer terrible, no longer threatening. She looked almost human, a tall woman with silver hair and eyes the color of amber. When she smiled, it was warm. You did it, she said softly. You freed my forest from 1,000 years of darkness. Harry nodded, too tired to speak. The piece of yourself that you hid, Merlin, it is still out there. But that is a quest for another day. She stepped closer, and for a moment, her hand rested on his head. Rest now, little one. You have earned it. She faded into the moonlight, and Harry blinked, unsure if she'd ever really been there. They stumbled back to the castle, climbed through a hidden passage the house elves had shown them, and collapsed into their beds just as dawn began to paint the sky. Harry clutched the sword to his chest and slept without dreams for the first time in weeks. The days that followed were strangely ordinary. Classes continued. Ron complained about homework. Hermione organized study groups. Neville got a new wand from McGonagall, who had been surprisingly understanding about the whole thing. And Harry sat among them, laughing at their jokes, helping with their studies, being just another first year. But things had changed. Harry could feel it in the sword, a new depth to its warmth, a new clarity to its guidance. Destroying Herpo's remnant had done something to him, unlocked something inside. Magic came easier now, even without the sword. He could light fires with a thought, move objects with a gesture. McGonagall watched him with a mixture of pride and concern. You're growing into your power faster than I anticipated, she said one day after a particularly impressive transfiguration. Be careful, Harry. Power unchecked can be dangerous. I know, he said. I'll be careful. But part of him wondered if careful was enough. The lady had said there was more, another piece of himself, hidden somewhere, waiting to be found. And the darkness she'd spoken of, the greater darkness that was coming, that hadn't been destroyed in the hollow. It had only been delayed. Christmas arrived, bringing snow and joy and the first real holiday Harry had ever experienced. Ron went home to his family, Hermione to her parents, Neville to his grandmother. Harry stayed at Hogwarts, and for the first time in his life, he wasn't alone for the holidays. The castle was beautiful in the snow. Harry walked through the grounds with the sword at his side, watching the flakes fall on the frozen lake, feeling the magic of the season seep into his bones. Dumbledore joined him sometimes, walking in companionable silence. McGonagall invited him to tea. Even Snape, when they passed in the corridors, merely glared instead of sneering. It was the best Christmas of his life. On New Year's Eve, Dumbledore found him in the astronomy tower, watching the stars. Another year ending, the headmaster said softly. And a new one beginning. Do you have any resolutions, Harry? Harry thought about it. I want to learn more. Get stronger. Be ready for whatever's coming. A worthy goal. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The piece of yourself that the lady mentioned, I've been doing some research. I believe I may know where to find it. Harry turned to him, his heart quickening. Where? Not where. When? Dumbledore's eyes were serious. Merlin didn't hide a piece of himself in space. He hid it in time. There is a room in this castle, Harry, that exists outside normal chronology. The Room of Requirement, students call it. But its true name is the Come and Go Room, and it can show you anything you need, if you know how to ask. A room that shows you things. A room that gives you what you need. And what you need, I suspect, is to meet the man you used to be. Dumbledore smiled gently. I cannot guarantee it will work. But I believe it's worth trying. Harry nodded slowly. When? Tonight, if you wish. The castle is quiet. The timing feels right. They descended from the tower together, walking through silent corridors until they reached a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor. Dumbledore stopped and gestured. Walk past this wall 3 times, concentrating on what you need. The room will appear. Harry looked at the wall, then at Dumbledore. What if it doesn't work? Then we try something else. But I have a feeling it will. Harry took a deep breath, gripped the sword tightly, and began to walk. He thought of Merlin as he walked. Of the man whose soul he carried, whose memories haunted his dreams, whose power flowed through his veins. He thought of the cave, the darkness, the 1,000-year imprisonment. He thought of the lady's words, a piece of yourself, hidden. He walked once, twice, 3 times, and the wall dissolved, not into mist, like Godric's chambers, but into a doorway, solid, wooden, old. A simple handle, worn smooth by countless hands. Harry reached out, turned it, and pushed the door open. The room beyond was vast and circular, its walls lined with books and artifacts and things Harry couldn't name. Candles floated in the air, casting warm light over everything. And at the center of the room, sitting in a simple wooden chair, was a man. He was tall and bearded, with eyes that held the weight of ages. He wore robes of deep purple, and a staff leaned against his chair. When he saw Harry, he smiled. I wondered when you'd come, Merlin said. I've been waiting a long time. Harry stood frozen in the doorway, the sword hanging limp at his side. The man before him was exactly as the visions had shown, tall, bearded, robed in deep purple, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. But seeing him in person, if this could be called person, was entirely different. Merlin smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise. Come in, child. Don't be afraid. I won't bite. Harry's feet carried him forward before his brain could catch up. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and suddenly he was standing in the middle of a room that existed outside time, facing the greatest wizard who had ever lived. Or rather, facing himself. You're wondering if I'm real, Merlin said, gesturing to a chair beside him. Or a portrait, or a ghost, or some trick of the light. He chuckled, a warm, rumbling sound. I'm none of those things. And all of them, perhaps. I'm a memory, Harry. A piece of myself I tucked away long ago, in case I ever needed to have this conversation. Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, solid, real. You planned this. 1,000 years ago, you planned for me to be here. I planned for the possibility. Merlin leaned forward, his eyes intense. When you've lived as long as I had, when you've seen as much as I saw, you learn that the future is not fixed. It's a river with 1,000 branches, and the smallest pebble can change its course. I couldn't know for certain that I would be imprisoned, or that I would be reborn, or that you would find your way here. But I could prepare. Prepare for what? For everything. Merlin sat back, his expression growing grave. You've already faced one of Herpo's remnants. The Dark Hollow. I felt it when you destroyed it, even here, even 1,000 years away, I felt it. He nodded slowly. You did well. Better than well. You did what I could not. Harry frowned. What do you mean? I knew about the remnant. I knew Herpo had left a piece of himself in that forest, feeding on its magic, growing stronger with each passing century. But I couldn't destroy it. By the time I understood what it was, I was already weakening, already feeling the darkness closing in. Merlin's voice held old pain. I had to choose, face the remnant or prepare for my imprisonment. I chose the latter. I chose you. Harry looked down at the sword. It pulsed warmly, as if acknowledging Merlin's words. I'm not you, Harry said quietly. I know everyone keeps saying I am, but I'm not. I'm Harry. I'm 5 years old. I like treacle tart and I'm scared of the dark and I don't know anything about magic or prophecies or dark lords. Merlin laughed again, but gently. No, you're not me. You're you. And that's exactly as it should be. He leaned forward, his eyes kind. I don't want you to become me, Harry. I want you to become yourself. The best version of yourself. The version that can face what's coming and win. What is coming? Everyone keeps talking about darkness and war and prophecies, but no one tells me anything specific. Because the specifics aren't fixed. They change with every choice, every action, every breath. Merlin paused. But I can tell you what I know. I can tell you about her Poe. Harry settled deeper into his chair, the sword across his lap. Godric mentioned him. Said he was Salazar's greatest student and his greatest mistake. Yes, Salazar saw himself in her Poe, the ambition, the hunger for knowledge, the willingness to push boundaries. He didn't see the darkness underneath until it was too late. Merlin's expression darkened. Her Poe was the first to create a Horcrux. The first to breed a basilisk. The first to discover that murder could fuel immortality. He didn't invent dark magic, but he perfected it. Systematized it. Taught it to others. And he's still alive. No one knows. He found ways to extend his life, to cheat death. But even immortality has limits. He may be gone. He may be waiting. Merlin met Harry's eyes. What matters is his legacy. The remnants he left behind. The followers who carry on his work. The darkness he spread across the world like poison. The remnant in the forest was one of those. Yes, and there are others. I don't know how many, or where they're hidden. But they exist, and they're growing stronger, and they're all connected to you. Harry's blood ran cold. Connected to me how? Because you carry my soul. And my soul carries the echo of every battle I fought, every enemy I made, every darkness I confronted. Her Poe's remnants don't just sense you, they hunger for you. You are the unfinished business of a 1,000-year war. The sword blazed in Harry's hands, and for a moment, he felt it, the hunger Merlin spoke of. A pull from somewhere far away, something ancient and patient and absolutely terrible. What do I do? He whispered. You live, you grow, you learn, you surround yourself with people who love you. Merlin smiled. You already have the sword, which is more than I ever had at your age. And you have friends, real friends, who would follow you into a dark forest without hesitation. That's worth more than all the power in the world. Harry thought of Ron, Hermione, Neville. Their faces in the hollow, terrified but determined. Their light holding back the darkness while he struck the blow. They almost died, he said. But they didn't. And they won't, if you're careful. If you trust them. If you let them help you carry the weight. Merlin stood, and Harry realized with a start that the room was fading, the candles dimming, the walls becoming transparent. I can't stay much longer. This memory was only meant to last a little while. Wait, I have more questions. I know. And you'll find the answers, in time. Merlin knelt before him, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. Listen to me, Harry. This is important. There's another piece of me hidden in this castle. Not a memory like this, something more. A part of my power, locked away where only my true heir can find it. The sword will guide you when you're ready. But you're not ready yet. You need to grow, need to learn, need to become strong enough to carry what's waiting. When will I be ready? When the time is right, you'll know. Merlin smiled, and there were tears in his ancient eyes. I'm proud of you, Harry. Prouder than I can say. You've already done more than I ever could have hoped. Now go. Live, love, laugh. Be a child for as long as you can. The darkness will wait, it has no choice. He reached out, and for just a moment, his hand rested on Harry's head. It felt like coming home. Then the room dissolved, and Harry was standing in a blank corridor, the sword warm in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He didn't remember walking back to Gryffindor Tower. He didn't remember giving the password to the fat lady or climbing the stairs to his dormitory. But suddenly he was in his bed, the sword against his side, staring at the canopy and trying to process everything Merlin had told him. Another piece of himself, hidden in the castle, a part of Merlin's power, waiting to be claimed. And her Poe's remnants, scattered across the world, all of them hungry for him. He was 5 years old. The weight of it pressed down on him, heavier than any darkness, colder than any prison. He curled into a ball, the sword clutched to his chest, and for the first time since leaving the Dursleys, Harry Potter cried. Not the silent tears of the cupboard, but real sobs, deep and wrenching, that shook his entire body. He cried for the childhood he'd never had. For the weight he'd never asked to carry. For the friends who might die because of him. For Merlin, trapped in darkness for 1,000 years, waiting for a moment he would never see. He cried until he had nothing left, and then he slept. The days that followed were strange. Harry moved through them in a daze, going to classes, eating meals, laughing at Ron's jokes, but part of him was elsewhere, processing, planning, waiting. His friends noticed, of course. Ron kept asking if he was okay. Hermione kept watching him with worried eyes. Neville kept hovering, ready to help however he could. Harry didn't know how to tell them about Merlin. About the piece of power waiting somewhere in the castle. About the remnants that hungered for him. So he said nothing, and they respected his silence, and the weight grew a little heavier each day. January turned to February. The snow melted, revealing the first hints of spring. Harry turned 6, a small celebration in the common room, cake from the house elves, presents from his friends. Ron gave him a Chudley Cannons poster. Hermione gave him a book on magical theory. Neville gave him a plant that sang when you watered it. It was the best birthday he'd ever had. And still, the weight remained. One night, unable to sleep, Harry wandered the castle. The sword guided him, as it always did, through corridors and past portraits, upstairs and down passages, until he found himself before a door he'd never seen before. It was plain oak, unremarkable in every way. But the sword pulsed with urgency, and Harry knew, this was it. The place where Merlin's power waited. He reached for the handle, then stopped. Merlin had said he wasn't ready. Had said he needed to grow, to learn, to become strong enough. If he opened this door now, would he be betraying that trust? Would he be rushing towards something he couldn't handle? The sword pulsed again, but this time it felt different. Not urgent, but patient. Waiting. Harry took his hand from the handle. Not yet, he whispered. I'm not ready yet. The door seemed to acknowledge his words. It didn't vanish, didn't change, but something about it shifted, a sense of acceptance, of understanding. It would wait. They would both wait. Harry turned and walked away. Spring arrived in a burst of color and warmth. The castle grounds bloomed with flowers Harry couldn't name, and the lake sparkled in the sunlight. Students spent more time outside, playing games, studying on the grass, simply enjoying the freedom after months indoors. Harry joined them often, sitting with Ron and Hermione by the lake, watching the giant squid wave its tentacles in the distance. They talked about everything and nothing: Quidditch, homework, the twins' latest prank, Neville's improving spellwork. Ordinary things. Normal things. And for those moments, Harry almost forgot the wait. Almost. On the last day of term, Dumbledore called him to the office. I wanted to speak with you before you left for the summer, the headmaster said, offering Harry a chair and a lemon drop. About where you'll be staying. Harry's heart sank. He'd known this conversation was coming, had dreaded it for months. The Dursleys. That is the traditional arrangement, yes. But given the circumstances. Dumbledore paused. I've been in contact with your aunt and uncle. They are reluctant to have you return. The events of last summer have left them deeply unsettled. Harry didn't know what to feel. Relief. Fear. So I don't have to go back. That depends. There are other options. The Weasleys have offered to host you, Mrs. Weasley was most insistent. And there are other magical families who would be honored to have you. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. But there is also the matter of blood protection. Your aunt's home offers a measure of safety that nowhere else can provide. As long as you can call it home, the dark magic that killed your parents cannot touch you. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard, the chores, the constant reminders that he was unwanted. He thought about Ron's family, warm and chaotic and full of love. He thought about the sword, and the weight, and the darkness waiting. What do you think I should do? He asked. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I think, he said finally, that safety is meaningless without happiness. The blood protection may keep you alive, but it cannot make you live. And you, Harry Potter, deserve to live. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. So I can go to the Weasleys. If that is what you want. I will, of course, ensure the proper protections are in place. You will not be unprotected simply because you are not with your aunt. Harry nodded slowly. I want to go to the Weasleys. I want to know what it's like to have a real family. Dumbledore smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. Then that is what shall happen. I'll make the arrangements. The last week of term passed in a blur of exams and goodbyes. Harry sat his tests with the sword hidden under his robes, answering questions about magical theory and practical applications. He did well, not as well as Hermione, who seemed to get everything right, but better than Ron, who spent most of his time staring at the ceiling and muttering. And then it was over. The train waited at Hogsmeade Station, its scarlet engine gleaming in the summer sun. Harry stood on the platform with Ron and Hermione, surrounded by students and trunks and the general chaos of departure. I can't believe we have to wait 2 months to see each other again, Hermione said, her eyes suspiciously bright. 2 months isn't that long, Ron said, though his voice was thick. And Harry's coming to stay, remember. You can visit. I will. Every week, if my parents let me. They hugged, all three of them, a tangle of arms and awkwardness, and then climbed onto the train. Harry found a compartment with Ron, and they watched the castle disappear around the bend, its towers and turrets fading into the distance. I'm going to miss this place, Harry said quietly. Me too, Ron agreed. But we'll be back, and in the meantime, you get to meet Mum. She's been mental ever since she heard you were coming. Baking enough food to feed an army. Harry smiled. I can't wait. The train rattled on, carrying them towards London, towards summer, towards whatever the future held. Harry sat with his friends, the sword warm against his side, and for the first time in months, the weight felt just a little bit lighter. He was going home. Not to a cupboard, not to a prison, but to a home. With people who wanted him. It was the best feeling in the world. The burrow was everything the Dursleys' house was not. It leaned at odd angles, defying the laws of physics. A garden overrun with gnomes and overgrown plants surrounded it. Chickens scratched in the yard, and a rusty old boot hung from a tree for reasons no one could explain. And inside was chaos and warmth and the smell of cooking and the sound of laughter. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a hug the moment he walked through the door. Oh, you poor dear. So thin. Don't they feed you at that school? Never mind, I'll soon sort you out. Ron, take his trunk upstairs. Fred, George, stop tormenting your father. Arthur, put that muggle thing down and say hello. Mr. Weasley emerged from a shed covered in what looked like battery acid, his eyes bright with excitement. Harry, so good to meet you at last. Tell me, how do muggle aeroplanes stay up? I've been trying to figure it out for years. Arthur, let the boy breathe. Harry was swept along in the tide of Weasley life, given a room sharing with Ron, which was the best thing ever, fed approximately 17 meals in the first day, and introduced to the fine art of denaming the garden. It was exhausting and overwhelming and absolutely wonderful. That night, lying in a bed that was not his own, surrounded by the sounds of a house full of people, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. He felt safe. Not the cautious safety of the castle, with its wards and protections. Not the desperate safety of the cupboard, hiding from Vernon's fists. But real safety. The safety of being wanted, of belonging, of being exactly where he was supposed to be. The sword pulsed warmly against his side, and Harry smiled in the darkness. Thank you, Merlin, he whispered. Thank you for giving me this. Somewhere, in a room that existed outside time, a memory smiled and faded into nothing. The summer stretched before him, full of promise and magic and the simple joy of being a child. And for now, for this moment, that was enough. Summer at the Burrow was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The days blurred together in a haze of warmth and laughter and the constant, comforting presence of the Weasley family. He woke each morning to the smell of breakfast cooking and the sound of Mrs. Weasley's voice calling everyone to the table. He spent his days exploring the countryside with Ron, playing Quidditch in the paddock with the twins, and helping Mr. Weasley in his shed full of muggle contraptions. At night, he lay in bed with the sword pressed against his side and listened to the sounds of a house that was truly alive, creaking floors, distant conversations, the occasional bang from Fred and George's room as one of their experiments went slightly wrong. It was everything he'd never known he wanted. You're doing it again, Ron said one afternoon, flopping onto the grass beside Harry. They were lying in the orchard, watching the clouds drift by. That thing where you go all quiet and stare at nothing. Harry blinked, pulled from his thoughts. Sorry. Just thinking. About what? About this. Harry gestured vaguely at everything, the orchard, the house, the blue sky above. About how different it is from where I used to live. Ron was quiet for a moment. The Dursleys, you mean? Harry nodded. He'd told Ron some of it, not everything, but enough. The cupboard, the chores, the constant fear. Ron had listened with growing horror, and when Harry finished, he'd simply said, well, you're here now. And you're never going back. The certainty in his voice had meant more than any words of sympathy. My mum wants to have a talk with you, by the way, Ron added. About your birthday. Harry frowned. My birthday's not for another month. I know. But mum likes to plan ahead. She's already got the cake figured out. 2 layers, she said. With your name in green icing. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. A birthday party. With cake. For him. I've never had a birthday party, he admitted quietly. Ron sat up, staring at him. Never. At the Dursleys, my birthday was just another day. Sometimes worse, because Aunt Petunia would get annoyed that she had to pretend I existed. Ron's expression shifted through several emotions: shock, anger, and finally, fierce determination. Well, this year you're having the best birthday party ever. I'll make sure of it. Fred and George can help with the decorations. They're rubbish at some things. But they know how to make a party brilliant. Harry laughed. I don't need anything fancy. Too bad. You're getting fancy. Ron grinned. Mum's already planning to invite Hermione. And Neville, if his gran lets him. And probably half the village, knowing her. The thought of so many people celebrating his birthday was overwhelming. But in the best possible way. That evening, Mrs. Weasley cornered him in the kitchen. She was stirring something in a large pot, her wand moving in complicated patterns, but her eyes were on Harry. Ron tells me you've never had a proper birthday celebration, she said, her voice soft. Is that true? Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Oh, you poor dear. She set down her wand and pulled him into a hug. It was warm and soft and smelled like flour and cinnamon. Well, we'll soon fix that. Molly Weasley does not do things by halves. You'll have a birthday to remember, I promise. Harry hugged her back, feeling the tears prick his eyes. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. None of that Mrs. Weasley business. Call me Molly. She released him, wiping her eyes with her apron. Now, off you go. Dinner's in an hour, and I need to concentrate or this stew will curdle. Harry fled to the orchard, where he sat under his favorite tree and let the tears fall. They were happy tears, he realized. The first happy tears of his life. The sword pulsed warmly against his side, and he smiled. The days continued their lazy rhythm. Harry wrote letters to Hermione, who was at her parents' house in London, and wrote back with alarming frequency. He received a rather soggy letter from Neville, who had accidentally dropped it in his garden pond while showing his grandmother. He helped Mr. Weasley fix a radio that had been cursed by a passing wizard and now played only polka music at triple speed. And at night, he dreamed. Not the dark dreams of before, but something else. He walked through corridors he didn't recognize, past doors that opened onto impossible spaces, towards a light that grew brighter with each step. And always, at the edge of his awareness, he felt the pull of something waiting. Something that was part of him. The piece of Merlin's power, hidden in the castle. It called to him in dreams, not with words but with feeling. A warmth, a welcome, a promise. When you're ready, it seemed to say. When you're ready, I'll be here. Harry woke from these dreams with the sword warm in his hand and a strange sense of peace in his heart. He wasn't ready yet, but he would be. In time. July arrived with a heatwave that left everyone lethargic and irritable. The twins' experiments kept fizzling out halfway through. Ron spent most of his time lying in the shade, complaining. Even Ginny, who usually had endless energy, took to reading in the corner of the garden, her book propped open against a tree. Harry didn't mind the heat. After the cold of the cupboard, after years of being told he didn't deserve warmth, he welcomed it. He sat in the sun and let it bake into his skin, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he was thawing. On the 10th of July, everything changed. It started with a letter. An owl Harry didn't recognize dropped it on the breakfast table, its feathers ruffled, its expression harried. Mrs. Weasley opened it while serving eggs, and her face went pale. Arthur, she said quietly. We need to talk. Mr. Weasley looked up from his newspaper. What is it, Molly? She handed him the letter. He read it, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern to something darker. What's wrong? Ron asked, his fork halfway to his mouth. Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley exchanged a look. Then Mr. Weasley folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Nothing for you to worry about, he said, but his voice was too bright, too false. Finish your breakfast. Harry watched them leave the kitchen, their heads bent together, their voices too low to hear. The sword pulsed against his side, and he felt a chill that had nothing to do with the heat. Something was wrong. He found out what that evening. The family was gathered in the living room, the fire lit despite the warmth outside. Mr. Weasley stood before them, his expression grave. Behind him, Mrs. Weasley wrung her apron in her hands. I have some news, Mr. Weasley began. News that affects us all, but especially you, Harry. Harry's heart clenched. What is it? There have been developments at the Ministry. Mr. Weasley paused, choosing his words carefully. The Dark Lord's followers have been active. More active than we realized. They've been searching for something. Something connected to the prophecy that led to your parents' deaths. Harry's hand found the sword's hilt. What are they searching for? A location. A place where something was hidden, long ago. Something that belonged to the Dark Lord's most trusted servant. Mr. Weasley's eyes were troubled. We think they're getting close. The room was silent. Even the twins had stopped their usual fidgeting. Why does this affect Harry? Ron demanded. He's just a kid. Because the place they're searching for, Mr. Weasley said slowly, is connected to Hogwarts. And to you, Harry. The thing they're looking for, it's tied to the same magic that protects you. The same magic that brought you to the castle. Harry's blood ran cold. Herpo, he whispered. Everyone stared at him. Herpo the Foul, Harry repeated. He was Salazar Slytherin's student. He created dark magic. He left pieces of himself all over the world. One of them was in the Forbidden Forest. I destroyed it with Ron and Hermione and Neville. Mrs. Weasley's hand flew to her mouth. You what? It's okay, Harry said quickly. We're fine. The Lady of the Forest helped. But if the Death Eaters are looking for another remnant. They are, Mr. Weasley confirmed. And if they find it before you do, if they claim it for the Dark Lord. He trailed off, letting the implication hang. Harry stood. The sword was in his hand, though he didn't remember drawing it. Its light filled the room, warm and fierce. Where is it? We don't know exactly. But we have leads. Mr. Weasley looked at him with something like awe. Harry, you're 6 years old. You shouldn't have to carry this. I know. Harry's voice was steady. But I do. And I'd rather carry it with me than let them use it against everyone I love. Mrs. Weasley burst into tears. Mr. Weasley put an arm around her. The twins stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Ginny's eyes were wide. Ron stood and moved to Harry's side. Then we find it first, Ron said simply. Together. Harry looked at his friend, his first real friend, and felt the weight lift just a fraction. Together, he agreed. The next few days were a blur of activity. Mr. Weasley spent hours at the Ministry, gathering information. Mrs. Weasley cooked enormous meals that no one ate. The twins stopped their pranks and helped however they could. Even Percy, usually buried in his books, offered to research ancient texts. Harry trained with the sword every day, pushing himself harder than ever before. McGonagall had taught him some basic forms, but now he went beyond them, moving through sequences that felt instinctively right, as if his body remembered what his mind did not. The sword responded eagerly, its light growing brighter, its warmth more intense. It knew what was coming. It was preparing. On the 17th of July, Mr. Weasley came home with news. It's in Scotland, he said, collapsing into a chair. Near the coast. An old ruin that dates back to Merlin's time. The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring it for centuries, but they never found anything significant. Now we know why. The magic hiding it was too strong for normal detection. Harry leaned forward. Can we get there? Getting there is easy. Getting in. Mr. Weasley shook his head. The wards are ancient and powerful. They'll only open for someone with Merlin's blood. Or his soul. Everyone looked at Harry. I can do it, he said quietly. The sword will help. When do we leave? Ron asked. You don't, Mrs. Weasley said firmly. You're staying here where it's safe. Mum. No, Ron. This is too dangerous. Harry has to go, I understand that. But you're not trained. You're not prepared. I won't lose you to this. Ron's face reddened. Harry's my friend. I'm not letting him go alone. He won't be alone. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. He stood there, calm and imposing, his blue eyes twinkling. I'll be accompanying him, and I believe Professor McGonagall will wish to join us as well. Mrs. Weasley stared at him. Albus, I understand your concern, Molly. Truly I do. But Harry needs people he trusts by his side. And Ron has already proven his courage and loyalty. Dumbledore smiled gently. I will bring them back safely. You have my word. Mrs. Weasley wavered. Then, With a sigh, she nodded. Fine, but if anything happens to them. I know. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I know. They left at dawn. The portkey was an old boot, which Harry found deeply undignified, but it whisked them across the country in a whirl of color and nausea. They landed on a rocky coast, the sea crashing against cliffs below, the wind whipping their hair across their faces. In the distance, half hidden by mist, stood the ruin. It had once been a tower, perhaps, or a small fortress. Now it was just stones, piled haphazardly, worn by centuries of wind and rain. But as they approached, Harry felt the magic. It hummed in the air, old and deep and powerful. The wards are still active, Dumbledore observed. Remarkable. After all this time, Harry stepped forward, the sword in his hand. As he approached the ruin, the stones began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, until they pulsed with golden light. A doorway appeared where none had been before. Harry didn't hesitate. He walked through, and his friends followed. Inside, the ruin was not a ruin at all. It was a chamber, perfectly preserved, its walls covered in carvings that told a story. Harry recognized some of the figures: Merlin, Salazar, Godric, Rowena, Helga. And others he didn't, figures from an age before Hogwarts, when magic was wild and dangerous and free. At the center of the chamber, on a stone pedestal, lay a crystal. It was clear as water, but within it, something moved. Light, golden and warm, swirling like living flame. And as Harry approached, the crystal sang. Not a sound, exactly. A feeling, a recognition, a welcome. This is it, Harry breathed. This is what Merlin left. He reached out, and the moment his fingers touched the crystal, the world dissolved. He stood in a field of golden wheat, under a sky of impossible blue. Before him, a man waited, Merlin, but younger than the memory in the castle. This Merlin was in his prime, strong and vibrant, his eyes bright with the joy of living. Hello, Harry, he said. I wondered when you'd find this. What is this place? A piece of me. The best piece, I hope. Merlin smiled. My power, yes. But also my hope. My love for this world. My belief that it could be better. He stepped closer. I couldn't take this into the darkness with me. So I left it here, waiting for the day when you, would need it most. Harry looked at the crystal in his hands. It pulsed with warmth, with life, with everything. Merlin had been. I don't know if I'm ready, he admitted. No one is ever ready for greatness. They simply rise to meet it when it comes. Merlin's image began to fade. Take my power, Harry. Use it well. And remember, you are not me. You are yourself. That is your greatest strength. He vanished, and the field dissolved, and Harry was back in the chamber, the crystal in his hands, his friends staring at him with wonder. What happened? Ron asked. You were glowing. Like, really glowing. Harry looked at the crystal. It had dimmed, its light now soft and steady. But he could feel it inside him now, a warmth that had nothing to do with the sword. A power that was his, finally his. I'm ready, he said quietly. For whatever comes next. They emerged from the ruin into the grey Scottish morning. The mist had cleared, and the sea sparkled below them. Harry held the crystal close, feeling its power mingle with the sword's, feeling more complete than he ever had. Dumbledore watched him with knowing eyes. You've taken a great step today, Harry. But the road ahead is still long. I know. Harry looked at his friends, Ron, grinning despite everything, Hermione, already asking questions, Dumbledore, calm and steady, McGonagall, proud and fierce. But I don't have to walk it alone. They took the portkey back to the burrow, where Mrs. Weasley was waiting with a feast and tears and more hugs than Harry could count. The twins demanded to know everything. Ginny stared at him with new eyes. Mr. Weasley clapped him on the shoulder and told him he'd done well. And that night, lying in bed with the sword on one side and the crystal on the other, Harry allowed himself to feel something he'd never allowed before. Hope. Real, solid, unshakable hope. The darkness was coming. He knew that now. But he also knew that he would face it with friends at his side, with power in his hands, with love in his heart. And that, he realized, was enough. The crystal pulsed softly, and Harry smiled. Outside, in the darkness beyond the burrow's protections, yellow eyes watched and waited. But for the first time, they held not just patience, but hope as well. The boy was ready. The time was coming, and the lady of the forest smiled. The crystal changed everything. Harry felt it the moment he woke the next morning, A warmth that had nothing to do with the summer sun, a presence in his mind that was both foreign and intimately familiar. Merlin's power. Not all of it, he knew. Just a piece. But even that piece was more magic than most witches and wizards accumulated in a lifetime. He sat up slowly, the sword and crystal both warm against his skin. The room was quiet, Ron still snoring in the next bed, early morning light filtering through the curtains. For a long moment, Harry simply breathed, feeling the new power settle into his bones. It was like learning to see in color after a lifetime of black and white. He could feel the magic of the burrow around him, the protective wards Mr. Weasley had layered over the property, the subtle charms Mrs. Weasley used in her cooking, the faint traces of the twins' experiments lingering in the air. He could feel the life in the garden outside, the sleepy consciousness of the gnomes, the ancient awareness of the apple trees. He could feel Ron's magic, dormant but strong, waiting to bloom. And he could feel something else. Something dark, pressing at the edges of the wards. Watching. Waiting. The Death Eaters hadn't given up. They were just biding their time. Harry slipped out of bed, moving silently to the window. The garden lay peaceful below, dew glistening on the grass, chickens beginning to stir in their coop. Nothing moved. Nothing threatened. But Harry knew with absolute certainty that beyond the burrow's protections, eyes were watching. He needed to tell Dumbledore. Breakfast was chaos, as always. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, kippers, and a mountain of fresh fruit. The twins were arguing about something that had exploded in their room. Ginny was reading the newspaper upside down. Mr. Weasley was explaining the principles of electricity to a bewildered Ron. Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. He kept reaching out with his new senses, testing their limits. He could feel the magic of everyone at the table: Mrs. Weasley's warm, maternal glow, the twins' crackling, mischievous energy, Ginny's bright, fierce spark. He could feel Hermione's approach before the owl arrived with her letter, could feel Neville's anxiety from miles away. It was overwhelming. Exhilarating. Terrifying. After breakfast, he found Dumbledore in the garden, apparently examining the gnomes but actually waiting for Harry. "You feel it," Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Harry sat on the bench beside him. "Everything. Everyone. It's like I can't turn it off. You will learn to control it. In time." Dumbledore's eyes were kind. "The power Merlin left you is vast, but it is also patient. It will not overwhelm you unless you let it." Harry nodded, but he wasn't sure he believed it. "There's something else. Something watching the burrow. I can feel it." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "The Death Eaters have been circling for days. They know you're here. They know what you found in Scotland." He paused. "They also know they cannot breach the wards. Not yet. But they are waiting for an opportunity. For a mistake. What do? We do what we have always done. We prepare. We train. We grow stronger." Dumbledore smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "And we do not let fear dictate our actions." Harry looked at the garden, at the peaceful morning, at the invisible walls that held back the darkness. "How long do we have?" "I don't know. Weeks, perhaps. Months. A year, if we're lucky." Dumbledore stood. "But we will not rely on luck. We will rely on each other. And on you, Harry. On the power you now carry." Harry felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. Power. Responsibility. The hope of everyone who loved him. He thought of the crystal, warm against his chest. He thought of the sword, steady at his side. He thought of Ron, still inside, probably stealing bacon from the kitchen. "I won't let you down," he said quietly. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you won't." The training began that afternoon. Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived together, their expressions serious. They led Harry to a clearing in the orchard, well away from the house, and spent the next 4 hours pushing him harder than he'd ever been pushed. Again, McGonagall said, for the dozenth time, "The shield must be seamless. One gap, and a killing curse gets through." Harry raised the sword, and the shield sprang up around him, a dome of golden light, shimmering and beautiful. He held it for a count of 10, then 20, then 30. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His arms shook. "Good," Dumbledore said. "Now hold it while I attack." What followed was the most terrifying experience of Harry's life. Dumbledore's magic was immense, controlled, precise. He sent spells at the shield, not to break it, but to test it. to find its weaknesses. Each impact sent shockwaves through Harry's body, rattling his teeth, jarring his bones. But the shield held. When it was over, Harry collapsed to the grass, gasping. McGonagall handed him water. Dumbledore smiled. You did well. Better than I expected. He sat beside Harry, his expression thoughtful. The power you carry is responding to you. Learning from you. In time, it will become as natural as breathing. Harry drank deeply, letting the water cool his parched throat. How long until I'm ready? Really ready? That depends on what you're preparing for. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. If you're preparing to face Death Eaters, you may already be ready. If you're preparing to face the Dark Lord himself. He trailed off. I'm preparing to face whatever comes. Then you will need more than power. You will need wisdom, patience, the ability to know when to fight and when to wait. Dumbledore stood, offering Harry a hand. Those things cannot be taught. They must be lived. Harry took the hand and let himself be pulled up. His legs were shaky, his arms aching, but he felt stronger than he had in days. Tomorrow, McGonagall said briskly. Same time, we'll work on offensive magic. Harry groaned, but he was smiling. The days fell into a rhythm. Mornings with the Weasleys, afternoons training with Dumbledore and McGonagall, evenings in the warm chaos of the burrow. Ron joined the training sometimes, his own magic growing stronger under the professor's guidance. Hermione visited when she could, devouring books on defensive magic and firing questions at anyone who would answer. The crystal's power settled into Harry like a second skin. He learned to control the constant awareness, to dim it when he needed peace, to sharpen it when he needed to sense threats. The sword responded to his new power eagerly, its light brightening, its warmth deepening. On the last day of July, Harry turned 7. The party was everything Mrs. Weasley had promised and more. The garden was draped in colorful banners. An enormous cake sat on the picnic table, Harry's name picked out in green icing. Presents piled up beside it, books from Hermione, a new wand holster from Ron, a collection of plants from Neville that sang different songs depending on how you watered them. Harry stood in the middle of it all, surrounded by people who loved him, and felt tears prick his eyes. Happy birthday, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling him into a hug. 7 years old. Can you believe it? He couldn't. 7 years old, and this was the first real birthday party he'd ever had. The first time he'd felt truly wanted. Ron appeared at his elbow, shoving a plate of cake into his hands. Eat up, mate. There's loads more where that came from. Harry ate, and laughed, and played games with the twins, and let himself be happy. But even in the midst of celebration, he didn't forget. He could feel them out there, the watchers at the edge of the wards. Patient. Waiting. They wouldn't forget either. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Harry sat in the garden with the sword across his lap and the crystal warm against his chest. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and eternal. Somewhere out there, Merlin had once looked at the same sky and wondered about his own future. What would you do? Harry whispered. If you were me. The sword pulsed warmly. The crystal hummed, and in his mind, a voice that might have been his own or Merlin's or something in between whispered back. You are me. And you are more. Trust yourself. Harry smiled. I'll try. He sat there until the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, and then he went inside to face another day. August brought more training, more growth, more awareness. Harry's power expanded daily, filling him until he felt he might burst. Dumbledore watched with satisfaction. McGonagall watched with concern. You're growing too fast, she said one afternoon, after a particularly intense session. The power is exceeding your body's capacity to contain it. Harry knew she was right. He could feel it, the magic pressing against his skin, wanting out, wanting to be used. It was like an itch he couldn't scratch, a hunger he couldn't feed. What do I do? You learn to release it safely. In controlled bursts. McGonagall's expression was troubled. And you accept that some of it will have to wait. Your body will grow into the power, but it takes time. Time we may not have. Harry looked at his hands. They were the hands of a 7-year-old boy, small and still soft with childhood. But the power within them could level buildings. I'll manage, he said. I have too. The letter came on the 20th of August. It was from Hogwarts, but not the usual supply list. This one was addressed to Harry in Dumbledore's distinctive script, and it arrived by Phoenix rather than Owl. Fawkes landed on the breakfast table, scattering toast, and presented the letter with a graceful bow. Harry opened it with trembling fingers. Dear Harry, I must speak with you urgently. Come to my office this evening. The password is, Merlin's courage. Fawkes will bring you. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked up. Everyone was staring at him. What is it? Ron asked. I don't know. Harry folded the letter carefully. But I have to go. Fawkes trilled softly and extended a claw. Harry took hold, and the world dissolved into fire and song. They landed in Dumbledore's office, which was dark except for a single candle on the desk. The portraits were awake, watching with solemn eyes. Fawkes settled on his perch and began to preen. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his face lined with exhaustion. Thank you for coming, Harry. Please, sit. Harry sat. The sword was at his side, the crystal warm against his chest. He could feel the tension in the room, the weight of whatever Dumbledore was about to say. The Death Eaters have found another remnant, Dumbledore said quietly. Not her pose this time. Something older. Something darker. Harry's blood ran cold. Where? In the castle. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. Hogwarts itself. There is a chamber, hidden since the Founders' time, that contains a piece of magic so dark, so dangerous, that even Salazar Slytherin feared it. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry breathed. No. Something older. Deeper. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. The Founders built Hogwarts on a site of ancient power. Before the castle existed, there was a forest, and before the forest, there was a circle of standing stones where the Old Ones worked their magic. That circle is still there, Harry. Beneath the castle, and in its center lies something that should never have been disturbed. Harry waited, his heart pounding. A piece of her pose master, Dumbledore said. The dark wizard who taught him everything he knew. A being so terrible that even the Founders dared not speak his name. He is gone now, truly gone, we believe, but he left a fragment of himself behind. A seed of darkness, waiting to be watered with blood and sacrifice. The Death Eaters want it. They want to use it to resurrect their master. To give Voldemort a power he has never possessed. Dumbledore turned to face Harry. If they succeed, the darkness we face will be beyond anything this world has seen. Beyond anything Merlin faced. Harry stood. The sword blazed in his hand, responding to his fear, his anger, his determination. Then we stop them. We will try. Dumbledore's voice was soft. But Harry, this is not a battle you can fight alone. This is not a remnant you can destroy with courage and friendship, though both will be needed. This is something that will require sacrifice. Perhaps the ultimate sacrifice. Harry thought of Ron, Hermione, Neville, the Weasleys, everyone he loved. I understand, he said quietly. When do we leave? Dumbledore smiled, and there were tears in his ancient eyes. Tomorrow. At dawn. We will gather everyone we can trust and go into the depths of Hogwarts to face whatever lies beneath. Harry nodded. I'll be ready. He returned to the burrow on Fawkes's back, the night wind cold against his face. Below him, the lights of the house glowed warm and welcoming. Inside, his friends were sleeping peacefully, unaware of what was coming. He landed softly in the garden and stood for a long moment, looking at the stars. Somewhere out there, Merlin was watching. Guiding. Hoping. I won't let you down, Harry whispered. I won't let any of you down. He went inside, climbed the stairs to his room, and lay down with the sword and the crystal close against his heart. Sleep came slowly, and with it, dreams. He stood in a vast chamber, carved from living rock, its walls covered in symbols that burned with dark fire. At its center, a stone altar rose from the floor, and on that altar lay something that made his soul recoil. A heart, still beating, still alive, made of shadow and flame and the purest evil Harry had ever sensed. Behind him, a voice spoke. You see it now, the heart of the darkness. Harry turned. The Lady of the Forest stood there, her yellow eyes sad. I see it, he whispered. What is it? A piece of the first dark wizard. The one who taught her Poe. The one who taught Salazar, though Salazar never knew it. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the beating heart. It has waited here for thousands of years, feeding on the magic of the circle, growing stronger with each passing century. How do we destroy it? I don't know. Her voice was heavy with ancient sorrow. In all my years, I have never found a way. The old ones who created it are gone, their knowledge lost. All I know is that it must be destroyed, or the darkness it represents will consume everything. Harry looked at the heart. It pulsed with malevolent life, and he felt its hunger reaching for him, wanting him, needing him. I'll find a way, he said. I have too. The dream dissolved, and he woke to dawn light and the sound of Ron snoring. He lay still for a moment, gathering himself. Then he rose, dressed, and went to face whatever awaited. The burrow was quiet when he came downstairs. Too quiet. The kitchen was empty, the fire cold, the table bare. Harry's hand went to the sword. Then Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway, her face pale. Harry. Thank goodness. They're here. Who? The Death Eaters. They've breached the outer wards. She gripped his shoulders, her eyes fierce. You need to go. Now. Arthur is holding them off, but he can't do it for long. Harry shook his head. I'm not running. You're 7 years old. I'm Merlin Reborn. I carry the Sword of Gryffindor and a piece of the greatest wizard who ever lived. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not running. Mrs. Weasley stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Then we fight together. They emerged into the garden to find chaos. Figures in black robes swarmed the property, their wands flashing. Mr. Weasley stood at the edge of the wards, his own wand raised, deflecting curses with desperate skill. The twins were on the roof, firing spells from above. Ron was in the orchard, shield raised, protecting Ginny and Hermione. Harry didn't think. He acted. The sword blazed in his hand, and he ran towards the nearest Death Eater. The man saw him coming and laughed, a cold, cruel sound, and raised his wand to cast. He never got the chance. Harry's power erupted. It wasn't a spell, wasn't anything taught. It was pure magic, raw and uncontrolled, pouring through the sword and into the world. The Death Eater flew backwards, slamming into a tree and collapsing in a heap. Another turned, saw, and fired a killing curse. Harry's shield snapped up instinctively, deflecting the green light into the sky. He pushed forward, the sword singing in his hand, and the Death Eater fell. More came. Harry fought them all. He moved through the garden like a force of nature, the sort of blur of gold light, his shield impenetrable. He felt the crystal's power surging through him, limitless and fierce. He felt Merlin's presence at his back, guiding his hand, strengthening his arm. One by one, the Death Eaters fell. And then it was over. Harry stood in the ruined garden, breathing hard, the sword dripping golden light onto the scorched grass. Around him, his friends and family stared in wonder. The Death Eaters lay unconscious or worse, their attack broken. Mrs. Weasley was the first to move. She crossed to Harry and pulled him into a hug, tears streaming down her face. You did it, she whispered. You saved us. Harry leaned into her warmth, feeling the power slowly recede, feeling himself become just a boy again. We saved us, he corrected quietly. Together. She hugged him tighter, and Harry let himself be held. In the orchard, Ron caught his eye and grinned. Hermione was already taking notes on the fallen Death Eaters. The twins were high-fiving on the roof. Mr. Weasley was inspecting the wards, muttering about repairs. And Harry stood in the middle of it all, sword in hand, crystal warm against his chest, and knew that whatever came next, he would face it. Because he wasn't alone. He never would be again. The aftermath of the battle was chaos. Ministry officials swarmed the burrow within hours, their robes pressed and their expressions grave. They questioned everyone, took statements, examined the fallen Death Eaters with clinical detachment. Harry sat through it all in a daze, the sword still warm at his side, the crystal's power humming softly in his chest. He had killed men today. The thought wouldn't leave him. He'd thrown them aside, smashed them into trees, watched them crumple and fall. Some of them hadn't moved again. He didn't know if they were dead. He didn't want to know. Ron found him in the orchard as dusk fell, sitting under the apple tree with his knees drawn up and his head bowed. He didn't say anything, just sat beside him and waited. I killed them, Harry whispered. Maybe. I don't know. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then, they were going to kill us. You, Mum, everyone. They didn't come to talk. I know. It doesn't make it easier, does it? Harry looked at his friend. Ron's face was pale, his eyes shadowed, but his voice was steady. He understood. He didn't have the words to make it better, but he understood. No, Harry said. It doesn't. They sat together as the stars came out, two 7-year-old boys who had seen too much, done too much, carried too much. The weight of it pressed down on them, heavy and cold. But they weren't alone. That made all the difference. Dumbledore arrived after dark, sweeping into the kitchen where the Weasleys had gathered. His eyes found Harry immediately, and something in his expression softened. "You did well today," he said quietly. "More than well. You saved lives." Harry shook his head. "I hurt people. Maybe killed them. And if you hadn't, they would have hurt your family." "Killed them." Dumbledore sat beside him, his presence calm and steady. "I am not going to tell you that taking a life is easy, or right, or something to be celebrated. It is none of those things. But sometimes it is necessary. Sometimes it is the only way to protect those we love." Harry thought about that. About the Death Eaters' faces as they fell. About the curses they'd been casting. About Mrs. Weasley's fierce hug afterward, and Ron's steady presence beside him. "I don't want to do it again," he said. "I hope you won't have to. But I fear you will." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "The darkness is gathering, Harry. Today was proof of that. They came for you, and they will come again. The only question is whether we will be ready." Harry looked at the sword. It pulsed softly, warm and reassuring. "I'll be ready. I know you will." Dumbledore stood. "But you won't be alone. Remember that." He left, and Harry sat for a long time in the quiet kitchen, the sword across his lap, the crystal warm against his chest. Slowly, piece by piece, the weight began to lift. The next few weeks were a blur of activity. The Burrows wards were strengthened, reinforced with magic so old and complex that even Dumbledore spent days on them. Aurors patrolled the property day and night. The Weasleys moved through their daily routines with a new wariness, a new awareness of the danger that lurked beyond their boundaries. Harry trained harder than ever. Dumbledore and McGonagall pushed him relentlessly, testing his limits, expanding them, testing again. He learned to control the crystal's power, to shape it into shields and weapons and tools. He learned to fight with the sword in ways that felt ancient and instinctive, as if his body remembered what his mind did not. Ron trained beside him, his own magic growing stronger with each session. He had a gift for defensive magic, his shield solid and dependable, his reflexes quick. Hermione joined when she could, her spells precise and perfectly executed. Even Neville came once, his grandmother escorting him personally, and managed to hold a shield for nearly a minute before collapsing. They were children. All of them. Children preparing for war. The 1st of September arrived with gray skies and a cold wind that whispered of autumn. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 with Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys, watching the scarlet steam engine billow clouds into the air. "I can't believe summer's over," Hermione said, her voice wistful. "It feels like it just began." "A lot's happened," Ron agreed. He glanced at Harry. "Too much, maybe." Harry nodded. The summer had changed everything. He was not the same boy who had arrived at the Burrow in June. He was older, harder, more aware of the darkness that lurked at the edges of the world. But he was also more loved. More connected. More certain of who he was and what he had to do. They boarded the train and found an empty compartment. Ron immediately produced a pack of exploding snap cards. Hermione pulled out a book. Harry sat by the window, watching the platform slide away, watching the familiar countryside blur past. The sword was hidden in his trunk, but he could feel it still, warm and present. The crystal was tucked beneath his shirt, a constant heartbeat against his skin. He was ready. Whatever came, he was ready. Hogwarts rose from the mist as it always did, grand and ancient and full of secrets. Harry felt its magic wash over him as they approached, felt the castle's awareness brush against his own. It knew him now. It had always known him. The Sorting Hat sang a different song this year. Its verses spoke of unity, of standing together against the darkness, of the strength that came from friendship and loyalty. Harry watched the first years file past, their faces young and scared and hopeful, and felt a pang of something that might have been nostalgia. He had been that young once. It felt like a lifetime ago. The feast was magnificent, as always. Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere, his senses reaching out, testing, probing. He could feel the other students' magic now, 1,000 different flames burning in the Great Hall. He could feel the teacher's power, brighter and stronger. And beneath it all, deep beneath the castle, he could feel something else. The heart. The darkness. Waiting. After the feast, Gryffindor Tower welcomed them with its usual warmth. Harry sat by the fire with Ron and Hermione, watching. The flames dance, feeling the sword's steady pulse against his leg. Do you feel it? He asked quietly. Beneath the castle, Ron frowned. Feel what? Something dark, old. Harry shivered. The heart Dumbledore told us about. It's still there, waiting. Hermione's face paled. You can sense it. Sense the crystal. Sense the power. Harry looked at his hands. I can feel everything now. The castle, the forest, the creatures in the lake. And beneath it all, that darkness. It's like a wound that won't heal. Ron reached over and gripped his shoulder. We'll deal with it, together, like we always do. Harry nodded, but the weight didn't lift. The darkness was there, constant and patient, waiting for its moment. They had to act before that moment came. The days settled into a rhythm. Classes, homework, meals, sleep. Harry attended his lessons, did his assignments, laughed at Ron's jokes and Hermione's lectures. On the surface, he was just another second-year student. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. Professor Flitwick noticed it first. During a charms lesson, Harry performed a banishing charm so powerful that the cushion he was targeting shot across the room and embedded itself in the stone wall. Flitwick stared at the smoking cushion, then at Harry, then back at the cushion. Extraordinary, he breathed. Mr. Potter, that was extraordinary. Harry mumbled an apology and tried to shrink into his seat. But word spread. Teachers watched him differently now. Students whispered. Even Snape, during potions, seemed more wary than hostile. The power was impossible to hide completely. McGonagall took him aside after Transfiguration one day. You're glowing, she said bluntly. Literally. There's a faint golden light around you constantly now. The other students are starting to notice. Harry looked at his hands. She was right. A soft luminescence clung to his skin, barely visible in daylight but unmistakable in shadow. What do I do? We work on control, on suppressing it when you don't need it. McGonagall's expression was troubled. But I'm not sure how long you'll be able to hide it, Harry. The power is growing faster than your ability to contain it. Harry thought of the crystal, warm against his chest. It pulsed gently, as if in acknowledgement. Then we work harder, he said. They did. Every night, after his friends were asleep, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower and met McGonagall in an empty classroom. She taught him to dim the glow, to pull the power back, to make himself appear ordinary. It was exhausting. It was necessary. October arrived, bringing with it the first hints of autumn. The leaves turned gold and red, the air grew crisp, and the castle settled into its annual rhythm. Harry moved through it all in a state of heightened awareness, feeling everything, sensing everything, waiting. The dream came on the night of the full moon. He stood in the chamber beneath the castle, the ancient circle of stones rising around him. The heart pulsed on its altar, dark and terrible, its rhythm matching his own heartbeat. Shadows writhed at the edges of his vision, reaching for him, wanting him. And in the center of the circle, a figure stood. It was a man, tall and robed in black, his face hidden in shadow. But his eyes burned with red fire, and when he spoke, his voice was the whisper of 1,000 dying things. Merlin, he breathed. At last. Harry's hand went to his sword, but it wasn't there. He was alone, defenseless, facing a darkness older than anything he'd ever known. You know me, the figure said. You remember. In the deep places of your soul, you remember. Harry shook his head. I don't know you. You know my work. Herpo was my student, long ago. Salazar learned from my writings, though he never knew their source. The figure stepped closer, and the shadows writhed around him. I am the first, Merlin. The first dark wizard. The one who taught the others. And I have waited, oh, how I have waited, for you to return. Why? Because you destroyed me. In the end, after all my centuries of power, you found a way. You bound me, trapped me, scattered my essence across the world. The red eyes burned brighter. But you could not destroy me entirely. A piece remained. This piece, in this place, waiting for the day when your heir would come. Harry's blood ran cold. You want me to free you. I want you to join me. The figure spread his arms, and the shadows surged. Think of it, Merlin. You and I, together. The power we could wield. The world we could shape. We could be gods. No. The word came out before Harry could think. It was pure instinct, pure rejection. The figure's eyes narrowed. No, I'm not Merlin. Not really. I'm Harry. And Harry doesn't make deals with darkness. He straightened, though fear clawed at his heart. I'll destroy you. Like I destroyed her Poe's remnant. Like I'll destroy anyone who threatens the people I love. The figure laughed, a cold, terrible sound that echoed through the chamber. Brave words from a child. But bravery alone will not save you. The heart beats, Harry. It grows stronger with each passing day. Soon, it will be strong enough to call me back. And when I return, I will show you what true darkness looks like. He raised a hand, and the shadows rushed forward. Harry woke screaming. The sword was in his hand, blazing with light. Ron was beside him, shaking him, calling his name. The other boys were awake, staring with wide eyes. In the corner, Neville whimpered. Harry, Harry, it's okay. You're safe. Harry gasped, the dream still clinging to him like cobwebs. The heart, the figure, the promise of darkness. It's coming, he whispered. He's coming. Ron's face paled. Who? The first dark wizard. The one who taught her Poe. He's trapped beneath the castle, and he's waking up. The room was silent. Then Fred's voice came from across the dormitory. Bloody hell. Dumbledore listened to Harry's account with a grave expression. The office was dark except for the fire, and Fawkes sang softly from his perch, a sad, melodic tune that seemed to echo Harry's fear. The first dark wizard, Dumbledore repeated slowly. We have no records of such a being. No legends, no myths. If he existed, his name has been lost to time. He exists. I saw him. Harry shivered, though the fire was warm. He said I destroyed him. Merlin destroyed him. But a piece remained, the heart in the chamber. It's calling him back. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. If what you say is true, then we face a threat greater than any we have known. Greater than Grindelwald. Greater than Voldemort. I know. Harry looked at the sword. It pulsed with steady light, ready and waiting. What do? We prepare. We gather allies. We learn everything we can about this ancient darkness. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. And we trust that when the time comes, you will be ready to face him. Harry wanted to argue, to say he wasn't ready, would never be ready. But he looked at the sword, felt the crystal warm against his chest, remembered the faces of his friends, his family, everyone he loved. I'll try, he said. That's all I can do. It's all any of us can do. Dumbledore smiled gently. Now go. Rest. Tomorrow, we begin the real work. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron was waiting up for him. They sat by the fire in silence for a long time, watching the flames dance, drawing comfort from each other's presence. We're with you, you know, Ron said finally. Whatever comes. Hermione and Neville and me. The twins. My family. We're all with you. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. And we're going to win. Ron's voice was fierce. Because we're together, and that darkness, whatever it is, it's alone. It's always been alone. That's its weakness. Harry thought about that. About the figure in his dream, surrounded by shadows but utterly isolated. About the heart, beating in its ancient chamber, waiting for a master who might never return. You're right, he said quietly. We're not alone. That's everything. Ron grinned. Course I'm right. I'm brilliant. Harry laughed, and for a moment, the weight lifted. The days that followed were filled with research. Hermione practically lived in the library, pulling ancient texts from shelves that hadn't been touched in centuries. Ron helped where he could, though his reading skills were less advanced. Neville contributed books from his grandmother's collection, old and valuable and filled with warnings. They found fragments, pieces of a larger story that had been deliberately erased. References to a wizard so terrible that even the darkest lords refused to speak his name. Hints of a battle that had reshaped the landscape, a victory won at tremendous cost. And at the center of it all, Merlin. They wiped him from history, Hermione said one evening, spreading parchments across a table in the library. The first dark wizard, I mean. Every mention of him was destroyed, every record burned. The only reason we're finding anything is because the texts are so old that the people who hid them forgot they existed. Harry studied the fragments. A name caught his eye, Merlin. Not Merlin, but close. The old form, perhaps. The original. Merlin, he murmured. That's what they called him. The first dark wizard. Hermione leaned over his shoulder. Where does it say that? Here. Harry pointed to a faded passage. And Merlin rose in his wrath, and the mountains trembled, and the seas fled before him. Quote, Merlin is Merlin, Ron said slowly. Isn't it? Like, the old version of the name. Harry nodded. I think so. I think the first dark wizard took Merlin's name. Or Merlin took his. I don't know which came first. Does it matter? Maybe not. But it means they're connected. Merlin and this darkness. Connected in ways we don't understand. Hermione was already reaching for another book. Then we need to understand. We need to know everything. They worked late into the night, until Madame Pants chased them out with threats and a feather duster. But as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in days. Hope. They were making progress. Finding answers. Getting closer to understanding what they faced. It wasn't much, but it was something. November brought cold winds and the first hint of snow. Harry turned 8 without fanfare, a small celebration with his friends, a cake from the house elves, a new book from Hermione. He was getting older, growing into his power, becoming the person he needed to be. But the dreams continued. Every full moon, he stood in the chamber beneath the castle, facing the figure in the shadows. Every full moon, the darkness whispered to him, offered him power, promised him glory. Every full moon, he refused. And every full moon, the heart beat stronger. It's growing, he told Dumbledore after the November full moon. I can feel it. The power in that chamber is increasing. Dumbledore's face was grave. Then we may have less time than I thought. What do? We go down there. Not to fight, not yet. But to see, to understand. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. Will you come with me? Harry didn't hesitate. Yes. They went on a night with no moon, when the darkness was deepest. Dumbledore led Harry through passages he'd never seen, down staircases that spiraled into the earth, past doors that opened onto absolute blackness. The sword lit their way, its golden glow pushing back the shadows. The chamber was exactly as Harry had dreamed it. The circle of standing stones rose around them, ancient and weathered, carved with symbols that seemed to ride in the sword's light. At the center, on an altar of black stone, the heart pulsed. It was worse than Harry had imagined. The heart was massive, the size of a man's torso, and it beat with a rhythm that matched his own. Shadows clung to it, writhed around it, reached for the edges of the circle. The air was thick with dark magic, so dense it was hard to breathe. Mercy, Dumbledore breathed. I had no idea. Harry stepped forward, the sword raised. The heart pulsed faster, as if sensing his presence. The shadows surged, pressing against the edge of the circle, held back by something Harry couldn't see. It knows me, he whispered. It's been waiting for me. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was tight. And it will continue to wait. We cannot destroy it tonight. The magic protecting it is too strong. Harry wanted to argue, to raise the sword and strike, to end this now. But he knew Dumbledore was right. The power in this place was immense. To attack without preparation would be suicide. We'll come back, he said quietly. When we're ready. The heart pulsed once, twice, a rhythm that felt like laughter. They left the chamber and climbed back towards the surface, the weight of what they'd seen pressing down on them. Harry didn't speak. He couldn't. The image of that beating heart was burned into his mind, a darkness that would haunt him forever. But as they emerged into the castle's warm corridors, as the sword's light softened and the crystal's warmth spread through his chest, Harry made a promise. He would destroy that heart. He would free the world from that ancient darkness. He would protect everyone he loved. Whatever it took. The Christmas holidays arrived, and Harry returned to the burrow. Ron came with him, and Hermione visited often, and for a few precious weeks, they were just children again. They played in the snow, helped Mrs. Weasley with the baking, laughed at the twins' pranks. But beneath the laughter, the weight remained. On Christmas Eve, Harry sat in the garden, looking at the stars. The sword was at his side, the crystal warm against his chest. Somewhere beneath a distant castle, a heart was beating, waiting for its moment. You're thinking too hard. Ron appeared beside him, bundled in a coat, a plate of mince pies in his hand. He sat in the snow and offered one to Harry. Thanks. Harry took a pie, though he wasn't hungry. I was just thinking. About the heart. About everything. Harry looked at his friend. About what happens when we finally face it. About who might not come back. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, we'll all come back. Because we're together, and that darkness, it's nothing compared to that. Harry wanted to believe him. He really did. But as the stars wheeled overhead, as the snow fell gently around them, as the warmth of the burrow glowed behind them, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that not everyone would survive what was coming. He only hoped that when the time came, he would be strong enough to protect them. The sword pulsed softly, a promise and a warning. Outside the wards, beyond the warmth and light, yellow eyes watched and waited. The Lady of the Forest had seen what lay beneath the castle. She had felt the heart's growing power. And she knew, with an ancient certainty, that the time was approaching when the boy would have to face it. She only hoped he would be ready. In the chamber beneath Hogwarts, the heart beat on. Waiting. The train rattled north through the snowy countryside, carrying Harry and his friends back to Hogwarts. The Christmas holidays were over, and with them, the brief respite from the weight that pressed constantly on Harry's shoulders. He sat by the window, watching the white fields blur past, the sword hidden in his trunk, the crystal warm against his chest. Ron was dozing across from him, his head against the window, soft snores escaping his lips. Hermione was reading, as always, a thick volume on ancient defensive magic that she'd borrowed from the restricted section. The compartment was warm, quiet, peaceful. Harry couldn't relax. The heart was calling to him. He felt it constantly now, a pull, a whisper at the edge of his awareness, a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. It wanted him, needed him, and every day, it grew stronger. He hadn't told anyone how bad it had become. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Dumbledore. The dreams were worse now, not just the full moon, but every night. The chamber, the heart, the figure in the shadows. Always the same offer. Always the same refusal. But each time, it was harder to say no. The train slowed as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Harry shook Ron awake, gathered his things, and followed the crowd onto the platform. The cold air hit him like a wall, sharp and clean, carrying the familiar scent of the castle. He breathed deeply, letting it fill him, letting it push back the darkness for just a moment. Thestrals pulled the carriages up to the castle. Harry could see them clearly now, skeletal, winged creatures with eyes that held the wisdom of death. He'd seen death now. He could see them. The castle rose before them, grand and ancient, its windows glowing with warm light. But beneath that warmth, deep beneath the stones, the heart beat on. Harry felt it pulse as he crossed the threshold. Welcome home, it seemed to say. I've been waiting. He ignored it. The days settled back into routine. Classes, homework, meals, sleep. Harry threw himself into his studies with a ferocity that surprised even Hermione. He needed to learn, to grow, to prepare. The heart wasn't waiting. Neither could he. Professor Flitwick noticed the change first. Mr. Potter, your charm work is exceptional. Truly exceptional. But you're pushing yourself too hard. Take a breath. Relax. Harry tried. He really did. But relaxation felt like weakness, like giving the darkness an opening. McGonagall noticed too. She kept him after Transfiguration one day, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. You're burning yourself out, Harry. I can see it. The power is there, but you're using it like a hammer when you need a scalpel. I have to be ready, Harry said. The heart will wait. It has no choice. McGonagall's voice softened. You're 8 years old. You have time. Use it wisely. Harry nodded, but he didn't believe her. The heart wasn't waiting. It was growing. He could feel it. February arrived, bringing with it a cold so bitter that the lake froze solid and the grounds were blanketed in snow. Students huddled indoors, clustering around fires in their common rooms. Harry barely noticed the cold. The warmth of the crystal kept him comfortable, insulated him from the world. But the warmth came with a price. The more he used the crystal's power, the louder the heart became. It sang to him in his sleep, whispered to him during classes, called to him constantly. Come to me. Join me. We could be magnificent together. Harry refused. Every time, he refused. But it was getting harder. Ron noticed. Of course he did. They'd been friends too long for Harry to hide anything. You're different, Ron said one night, as they sat by the fire in the common room. Distant. Like you're here but not here. Harry stared into the flames. The heart. It's getting louder. Harder to ignore. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, what does it want? Me. It wants me to come to it. To join it. Harry shivered, though the fire was warm. It says we could be magnificent together. And what do you say? I say no. Every time. Harry looked at his friend. But it's getting harder, Ron. It shows me things. Things I want. A world without the Dursleys. A world where my parents are alive. A world where I'm not carrying this weight alone. Ron's face was pale, but his voice was steady. That's not real. That's the darkness lying to you. I know. But knowing doesn't make it easier to resist. They sat in silence for a long time, watching the flames. Then Ron did something unexpected. He reached over and gripped Harry's shoulder. You're not alone, mate. Remember that. The darkness can show you whatever it wants, but it can't give you this. He gestured at the common room, at the sleeping castle, at everything they'd built together. It can't give you friends who die for you. It can't give you a family. That's real. That's yours. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. He blinked them back quickly, but Ron saw. Of course he saw. Thanks, Harry whispered. I needed that. Anytime. Ron grinned, the tension breaking. Now, you want to lose spectacularly at chess. I'm in the mood for a victory. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in weeks. You're on. They played chess until midnight, and for those few hours, the heart's whispers faded to nothing. The first trial came without warning. It was a Tuesday, gray and cold, the sort of day that made everyone want to stay in bed. Harry was walking to Charms with Ron when the corridor in front of them dissolved. One moment it was there, solid stone, flickering torches, moving portraits. The next, it was gone, replaced by a darkness so complete that Harry couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Ron's voice came from beside him, tight with fear. Harry, what's happening? I don't know. Harry's hand went to the sword, but it wasn't there. He'd left it in his dormitory, hidden under his bed. Stupid. So stupid. The crystal warmed against his chest, and light bloomed from it, golden, warm, pushing back the darkness. They were standing in a corridor, but not the Hogwarts corridor. This one was ancient, built of stone blocks so large that they seemed impossible. Torches burned with green flame along the walls. Where are we? Ron whispered. I don't know. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart pounded. But I don't think we're in the castle anymore. They walked forward, because there was nowhere else to go. The corridor stretched ahead of them, endless and silent. No portraits lined these walls. No doors broke their surface. Just stone and green fire and the echo of their footsteps. How did this happen? Ron asked. 1 minute we were at Hogwarts, and the next. The heart. Harry's voice was grim. It's finally made its move. They walked for what felt like hours. The corridor never changed, never ended. Harry tried to use the crystal to find a way out, but its power seemed muted here, dampened by something in the ancient stone. Ron stumbled, and Harry caught him. You okay? Fine. Just tired. Ron's face was pale, his eyes shadowed. How much longer do you think we've been walking? I don't know. Time feels wrong here. It did. Harry couldn't tell if they'd been walking for minutes or days. The green flames flickered endlessly, casting dancing shadows that seemed to mock them. Then the corridor ended. They stood at the edge of a vast chamber, circular and dark, its walls covered in carvings that writhed in the torchlight. At its center, on a raised dais, stood a figure. It was the figure from Harry's dreams, tall, robed in black, his face hidden in shadow. But his eyes burned with red fire, and when he spoke, his voice was the whisper of 1,000 dying things. Welcome, Merlin. I've been waiting. Ron's hand found Harry's arm. Is that the first dark wizard? Harry's voice was steady, though fear clawed at his heart. The one who taught her Poe. The one who's been calling to me. The figure laughed. Calling to you? No, child. I've been calling to myself. To the piece of me that lives in your soul. He stepped forward, and the shadows writhed around him. You carry my essence, Merlin. You always have. That's why you could never destroy me completely. A part of me was always inside you. Harry shook his head. That's not true. I'm Merlin reborn, not. You are both. The figure's voice was gentle now, almost kind. Merlin was my greatest student, once. Before he turned against me. Before he bound me in this place. But even in betrayal, he carried a piece of me. And when he was reborn, that piece came with him. He spread his arms. You are me, Harry. As much as you are Merlin. The darkness is in your blood. Harry felt the words strike home, felt something shift inside him. The crystal blazed against his chest, and the sword, though it wasn't there, seemed to call to him from across the impossible distance. No. Ron's voice cut through the darkness. That's a lie. Harry's not you. He's nothing like you. The figure's eyes turned to Ron, and the shadows surged. Little boy. So brave. So foolish. He raised a hand, and darkness rushed towards Ron. Harry moved without thinking. He threw himself between Ron and the darkness, the crystal blazing with golden light. The shadows hit him like a physical force, cold and hungry, and for a moment, he thought he would be consumed. But the light held, the crystal held, and the darkness recoiled. The figure hissed, "You would protect him, even knowing what you are." "I know what I am." Harry's voice was steady, though his whole body shook. "I'm Harry. I'm Merlin. I'm the boy who lived, the wizard who carries the Sword of Gryffindor, the friend of everyone in this room." He straightened, meeting those red eyes without flinching. "And I'm not you. I'll never be you." For a long moment, the figure stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Good," he said. "Very good. You've passed the first trial." Harry blinked. "What?" "The test. To see if you were worthy of the power that waits for you." The figure's form began to fade, the shadows dissolving, the chamber growing lighter. "I am not your enemy, Harry. I am a memory. A guardian, left here long ago to test Merlin's heir." His eyes, no longer red but gold, held Harry's gaze. "You have proven yourself. You have rejected the darkness, chosen love over power, friendship over solitude. You are worthy." The chamber dissolved. The corridor dissolved. And Harry found himself standing in the Hogwarts corridor, Ron beside him, exactly where they'd been before. Students milled past them, oblivious. The torches burned with normal flame. Everything was exactly as it had been. Ron stared at him, wide-eyed. Did that really happen? Harry looked at the crystal, still warm against his chest. He looked at his hands, still shaking from the encounter. He looked at his friend, pale but alive. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I think it did." They went to Charm's class. They took notes, performed spells, laughed at Ron's mistakes. On the surface, everything was normal. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. That night, Harry went to Dumbledore's office and told him everything. The corridor, the figure, the test. The words about carrying darkness in his soul. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, he was silent for a long moment. "A guardian," he said finally. "Not an enemy. A test of worthiness." He shook his head slowly. "The old magic is more complex than I ever imagined." "What does it mean?" Harry asked. "About me carrying darkness. About being part of that thing. It means what you already know." Dumbledore's eyes were kind. "We all carry darkness, Harry. Every one of us. The question is what we do with it. Whether we let it consume us, or whether we rise above it." He smiled gently. "You chose to rise. That is what matters." Harry thought about that. About the figure's words, about the darkness he'd felt reaching for him, about the choice he'd made. "I'm not him," he said quietly. "I'm not that darkness." "No, you're not." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "You are Harry Potter. You are brave and loyal and good. And you have friends who love you, a family who cherishes you, a future that is yours to shape." He leaned forward. "Never forget that." Harry nodded slowly. "I won't." He left the office feeling lighter than he had in weeks. The heart still beat beneath the castle, still called to him, still waited. But it didn't feel as overwhelming now. As inevitable. He had passed the first trial. He had proven himself worthy. Whatever came next, he would face it. The days passed. Winter slowly gave way to spring, the snow melting, the first green shoots appearing on the grounds. Harry trained harder than ever, but now with a new purpose. He wasn't just preparing for battle. He was preparing to become who he was meant to be. The sword responded eagerly, its light growing brighter with each session. The crystal pulsed with steady warmth, no longer a burden but a companion. And the heart still called, but its voice was fainter now, less compelling. Harry had passed its test. It would wait. On the last day of term, Dumbledore called him to the office once more. "I have news," the headmaster said. "News that may affect your summer plans." Harry's heart sank. "The Dursleys?" "No. Something else." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "The Death Eaters have been active. More active than we realized. They've been searching for something, not the heart, but something else. Something connected to the prophecy that led to your parents' deaths." Harry waited, his hand on the sword. "We believe they've found it. Or are close to finding it." Dumbledore met his eyes. "You may need to return to Privet Drive this summer. Not to stay, but to retrieve something. Something your parents left for you." "My parents?" Harry's voice cracked. "They left something for me. A letter. And an object. Hidden in the house where you grew up, protected by magic so strong that only you can retrieve it. Dumbledore paused. It's dangerous, Harry. The Death Eaters know about it. They'll be watching. Harry didn't hesitate. I'll go. Harry. They left it for me. My parents. His voice was fierce. I have to get it. Whatever it takes. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then we'll go together. At the end of July. And we'll bring whatever your parents left for you back where it belongs. Harry left the office with his heart pounding. A letter from his parents. Something they'd left for him, hidden in the house of people who had never wanted him. He thought about his mother's voice, which he couldn't remember. His father's laugh, which he'd never heard. The life they might have had together, if darkness hadn't taken them. For the first time in years, Harry Potter allowed himself to hope. The train carried them south through the English countryside, towards London, towards summer, towards whatever waited. Ron sat across from him, Hermione beside him, their presence a comfort and a strength. You okay? Ron asked quietly. Harry nodded. I'm going to meet my parents. In a way. He looked at his friends. They left me something. A letter. I'm going to read it this summer. Ron's face broke into a grin. That's brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Hermione squeezed his hand. We're so happy for you, Harry. Harry smiled. A real smile, warm and genuine. Thanks. I couldn't do this without you. Either of you. Course you could, Ron said. But it's more fun with us. They laughed, and for a moment, the weight lifted completely. The train carried them on, towards summer, towards family, towards whatever the future held. And in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, the heart beat on. Waiting. Number 4, Privet Drive, looked exactly as Harry remembered it. The pristine lawn, the gleaming windows, the carefully manicured flower beds, all of it screamed normalcy, respectability, the desperate attempt to appear perfect. But Harry saw beneath the surface now. He felt the weight of the magic that clung to this place, the blood protection that had kept him safe for so many years. And he felt something else. Something dark, lurking at the edges of the ward's boundaries. Death Eaters were watching, waiting. Dumbledore stood beside him, calm and steady, his presence a shield against the cold. Ron and Hermione were at the burrow, waiting for news, their faces anxious as Harry had left. He wished they could be here, but Dumbledore had been firm. This was something Harry had to do alone. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry nodded. The sword was hidden beneath his cloak, the crystal warm against his chest. He could feel its power humming, ready to respond if needed. Together, they walked up the path and knocked on the door. Petunia Dursley opened it. Her face, when she saw Harry, went through a series of rapid transformations: shock, fear, anger, and finally, a grudging resignation that spoke of long hours of argument with her husband. You, she said flatly. I should have known. Good afternoon, Petunia. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. We won't be staying long. We only need to retrieve something that belongs to Harry. Petunia's eyes narrowed. What something? A letter. And an object. Left here by Lily and James Potter, hidden in this house before they died. The color drained from Petunia's face. For a moment, she looked almost human, almost vulnerable. Then the mask slammed back into place. I don't know what you're talking about. Petunia. Dumbledore's voice was soft but firm. Your sister loved you. Despite everything, she loved you. And she left something here, in the only place she knew would be safe. Please, let us find it. For a long moment, Petunia stood frozen. Then, slowly, she stepped aside. 5 minutes, she said. And you're never coming back. They stepped inside. The house smelled the same, polish and air freshener and the faint hint of Vernon's pipe. Harry felt the walls pressing in on him, the memories of 1,000 small cruelties. But he pushed them aside. He wasn't that boy anymore. He would never be that boy again. Dumbledore moved through the house, his wand tracing patterns in the air. The magic is old, he murmured. Subtle. Lily's work, I think. She always had a gift for concealment. Harry followed, feeling for the crystal's guidance. It pulsed warmly, pulling him towards the living room. Towards the cupboard under the stairs. His breath caught. There. The cupboard door was closed, as it always had been. But now, Harry could see the magic woven into its surface, faint golden threads that shimmered in his enhanced vision. Protection. Secrecy. Love. He reached for the handle, and the magic responded. The door swung open, revealing not the cramped space of his childhood, but something else entirely. It was larger inside than it should have been, a small room lined with shelves. And on those shelves, carefully preserved, were things Harry had never seen. A photograph of his parents, laughing, their arms around each other. A small stuffed dragon, worn with age. A stack of letters tied with ribbon. And at the center, on a small table, a single envelope addressed in elegant handwriting. For Harry. To be opened when he is ready. Harry's hands trembled as he picked it up. The paper was warm, as if it had been waiting for his touch. He could feel his mother's magic in it, a gentle presence that wrapped around him like a hug. Open it, Dumbledore said softly. She meant for you to read this. Harry broke the seal. My dearest Harry. If you're reading this, then you've found the hiding place. I knew you would. You were always so clever, even as a baby. Your father used to say you had my brains and his charm. I think he was right, though I'd never admit it to his face. Tears blurred Harry's vision. He blinked them back, reading on. There's so much I want to tell you. So much I want you to know. But most of all, I want you to know that you were wanted. You were loved. From the moment I knew you were coming, you were the center of our world. Your father talked to you every night, did you know that? He'd press his face to my belly and tell you about all the things you'd do together. Flying lessons, Quidditch matches, late-night trips to the kitchen for stolen snacks. He had it all planned out. And I planned too. I planned to teach you about magic, about the world, about everything I knew. I planned to watch you grow, to see who you'd become, to be there for every triumph and every heartbreak. But plans don't always work out. Harry stopped, needing to breathe. The letter shook in his hands, but he forced himself to continue. There's a reason we hid this, Harry. A reason we couldn't leave it with you directly. The magic that protects this place is old and powerful, but it's also specific. You had to come here willingly. You had to be ready to receive what we left. And you had to be old enough to understand. There are people who want to hurt you. You probably know that by now. They want to use you, control you, destroy you. They're afraid of what you might become. But we're not afraid. We know what you'll become. We've seen it, in dreams and visions and the quiet moments before sleep. You'll be extraordinary, Harry. Not because of the power you carry, but because of who you are. Because of your heart, your father's courage, my stubbornness. The best of both of us, wrapped up in one remarkable person. A tear splashed onto the page. Harry wiped it away carefully, not wanting to smudge the ink. There's something else we left for you. Something important. It's hidden in a place you'll recognize, when you're ready to find it. Your father called it our secret spot. I called it home. The object is a key. Not to a door, but to a truth. A truth about your heritage, about the magic that flows through your veins, about the destiny that awaits you. Use it wisely. And Harry, don't be afraid to love. Don't be afraid to trust. Your father and I found each other against all odds, and it was the best thing that ever happened to us. Find your people. Hold them close. Let them hold you. We'll be watching, always. Every time you see a shooting star, every time you feel a warm breeze on a cold day, every time something inexplicable goes right, that's us. Letting you know we're here. We love you, Harry. More than words can say. More than magic can express. More than death itself can diminish. All our love, always. Mum and Dad. Harry lowered the letter. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling, a broken, beautiful smile that held years of pain and hope and longing. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. She loved you very much. I know. Harry whispered. I can feel it. In the letter. In the magic. She's still here, somehow. Love leaves echoes. Traces that never fade. Dumbledore's eyes were bright. You carry her with you, Harry. Always. Harry nodded, tucking the letter carefully into his robes, close to his heart. Then he looked at the other things on the shelves, the photograph, the stuffed dragon, the letters. He gathered them all, wrapping them carefully, knowing they were pieces of a life he'd never had but could now carry with him. As he turned to leave, something caught his eye. A small box, hidden behind the others, plain and unremarkable. But the crystal pulsed against his chest, urgent and insistent. He opened it. Inside lay a key, old, iron, rusted with age. But as Harry touched it, the rust flaked away, revealing gleaming metal beneath. And on its surface, faint but unmistakable, was a symbol. A circle. A line. A triangle. The Deathly Hallows. Harry's breath caught. He'd read about them, in Hermione's books. The three objects that together made one Master of Death. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. What is it? Dumbledore asked, moving closer. Harry held up the key. It's the Hallows. My parents left me the key to the Hallows. Dumbledore's face went pale. Mercy. They left number 4 without looking back. Petunia watched from the window, her face unreadable, as they walked down the path and disappeared into the evening air. Harry didn't know if he'd ever see her again. He didn't care. The key burned in his pocket, warm and insistent. The Hallows. The most powerful objects in the wizarding world. And his parents had left him the key to finding them. Why? He asked Dumbledore that question as they apparated back to the burrow, landing softly in the garden. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. But I suspect it has something to do with the darkness you're destined to face. The Hallows are powerful, Harry. Dangerous. They've been sought for centuries by those who would use them for ill. And my parents wanted me to have them. Or wanted you to have the choice. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. The key doesn't force you to seek the Hallows. It simply gives you the option. What you do with it is up to you. Harry looked at the key, now cool in his palm. The symbol of the Hallows seemed to pulse with its own light, ancient and mysterious. I don't know if I'm ready for this, he admitted. No one ever is. Dumbledore smiled gently. But you have time. The Hallows have waited centuries. They can wait a little longer. They entered the burrow to find Mrs. Weasley in a state of near collapse with worry. She swept Harry into a hug so tight he couldn't breathe, then held him at arm's length, examining him for injuries. You're safe. Thank goodness. When Albus said you were going back to that place, she shook her head. Never mind. You're here now. Sit down. Eat something. You're too thin. Harry let himself be led to the table, let himself be fed, let himself be loved. The letter was safe against his heart. The key was safe in his pocket. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he had a connection to the parents he'd never known. That night, lying in Ron's room with the sword beside him and the crystal worm on his chest, Harry read the letter again. And again. And again. Each time, his mother's voice grew clearer. Each time, his father's presence grew stronger. They weren't just words on a page. They were pieces of them, left behind, waiting for him to find. Find your people. Hold them close. Let them hold you. He looked across at Ron, snoring softly in the next bed. He thought of Hermione, asleep in the girls' room down the hall. He thought of the Weasleys, warm and chaotic and loving. He had found his people. He was holding them close. And he was learning, slowly, to let them hold him. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The next morning, Harry showed Ron and Hermione the letter. They read it in silence, their faces shifting through a range of emotions. When Hermione finished, she was crying. When Ron finished, he pulled Harry into a hug so fierce it hurt. Your mum sounds amazing, Ron said roughly. Just like you. Harry laughed, though his eyes were wet. Thanks. And the Hallows, Hermione breathed. Harry, do you realize what this means? The Deathly Hallows are real. They actually exist. Apparently. Harry pulled out the key, letting them examine it. The question is, do I try to find them? You have to, Ron said immediately. They're the most powerful objects in the world. With them, you could. Could what? Defeat Voldemort. Bring back my parents. Harry shook his head. The Hallows aren't toys. They're dangerous. Dumbledore said so. He also said the choice is yours. Hermione's voice was soft. What do you want to do? Harry thought about it. About the power the Hallows could give him. About the darkness gathering beneath Hogwarts. About the heart that beat and waited. I want to be ready, he said finally. For whatever comes. If the Hallows can help with that, then maybe I should find them. But not yet. Not until I understand more. Ron nodded. Makes sense. Hermione smiled. We'll help you. Research, planning, whatever you need. Harry looked at his friends, his partners, his family, and felt the weight lift just a fraction. Together, he said. Together, they echoed. The summer passed in a blur of research and training. Hermione devoured every book on the Hallows she could find, compiling notes, cross-referencing sources, building a picture of the three objects and their history. Ron worked on his defensive magic, growing stronger with each session. Harry trained with the sword and the crystal, pushing his limits, expanding his power. And at night, he dreamed. Not of the heart this time, but of other things. A cloak that made its wearer invisible. A stone that could call the dead. A wand so powerful it could never be defeated. They danced through his sleep, tantalizing and elusive, promising everything and nothing. The key remained cool in his pocket, waiting. On the last day of August, Dumbledore visited the burrow. He found Harry in the orchard, sitting under the apple tree, the sword across his lap. "You've been thinking about the Hallows," Dumbledore said, settling beside him. Harry nodded. "Every day. Every night. I can't stop. That's their power. The allure of mastery over death." Dumbledore's eyes were distant. "I know it well. I sought them once, long ago. Nearly destroyed myself in the process." Harry looked at him with new eyes. I was younger then. Ambitious. Foolish." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "I learned that the Hallows are not a path to power, but a test. They reveal who you truly are. And sometimes, what they reveal is not what you hoped." Harry thought about that. About the darkness in his soul, the piece of the first dark wizard that lived in him. What would the Hallows reveal about that? "I'm scared," he admitted quietly. "Of what I might become." "You should be. Fear is not weakness, Harry. It's awareness. It's the knowledge that you have something to lose." Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "Use that fear. Let it guide you, not control you. And remember, you are not alone." Harry looked at the sword. It pulsed warmly, a reminder of everything he'd already overcome. "I'll try," he said. "That's all any of us can do." The train carried them back to Hogwarts through golden September fields. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside blur past, feeling the key's weight in his pocket. He hadn't decided what to do about the Hallows yet. But he knew one thing for certain. Whatever he decided, he wouldn't face it alone. The castle rose before them, grand and ancient, its towers catching the afternoon light. Harry felt its magic wash over him as they approached, felt the wards recognize him, welcome him. Beneath it all, deep beneath the stones, the heart beat on. But its rhythm was different now. Slower, quieter. As if it, too, was waiting to see what Harry would become. He stepped through the gates and into his second year at Hogwarts, carrying the weight of his parents' love, the power of Merlin's legacy, and the key to the greatest mystery in wizarding history. Whatever came next, he was ready. The castle embraced Harry like an old friend. As he walked through the great oak doors, the magic of Hogwarts washed over him, warm, welcoming, familiar. The portraits nodded as he passed, their painted eyes holding a new respect. The suits of armor saluted. Even the ghosts drifted closer, their translucent faces curious. Word had spread. The boy who carried Gryffindor's sword. The heir of Merlin. The one who had faced the first dark wizard's trial and passed. Harry tried to ignore the attention. He walked with Ron and Hermione through the crowded entrance hall, keeping his head down, his hand on the sword's hilt beneath his cloak. The crystal hummed softly against his chest, a constant reminder of the power he carried. "Everyone's staring," Ron muttered. "It's creepy." "You'd stare too if you'd heard the rumors," Hermione whispered back. "Half the school thinks Harry fought a dragon over the summer." "I wish." Harry smiled faintly. A dragon would be easier than what actually happened. They reached the great hall just as the sorting was beginning. Harry slid onto the bench at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione on either side, and watched the first years file past. They looked so young, so innocent, so unaware of the darkness that lurked beneath their feet. The Sorting Hat sang a different song this year. Its verses spoke of unity, of standing together against the coming storm, of the strength found in friendship and loyalty. Harry listened with half an ear, his mind elsewhere. The key burned in his pocket. He'd felt it all day, growing warmer as they approached the castle. Now, as the sorting continued, it pulsed with an urgency he couldn't ignore. Something was happening, something connected to the Hallows. He leaned towards Hermione. "The key. It's reacting to something." Her eyes widened. "What?" "I don't know. But I need to find out." Ron overheard. "Now. During the feast. After. When everyone's asleep." Harry looked at his friends. "Will you come with me?" They nodded without hesitation. The feast was interminable. Harry ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, his attention fixed on the key's growing warmth. It was like a second heartbeat against his thigh, urgent and insistent. He felt the crystal respond in kind, their energies intertwining, pointing towards something beneath the castle. Not the heart. Something else. Something older. When the last pudding had been consumed and the students dismissed to their common rooms, Harry waited. He sat by the fire in Gryffindor Tower, pretending to read, until the last stragglers had gone to bed. Then he rose, nodding to Ron and Hermione, and slipped through the portrait hole. The castle at night was a different place. Shadows moved where there should be none. Whispers echoed from empty corridors. The magic hummed with a deeper resonance, ancient and watchful. Harry led the way, the key now blazing with golden light. It pulled him downwards, through passages he'd never seen. Past doors that opened onto darkness. Ron and Hermione followed close behind, their wands lit, their faces pale. "Where are we going?" Hermione whispered. "I don't know. The key is guiding me." They descended for what felt like hours. The castle changed around them, the familiar stone giving way to something older, rough-hewn rock, natural formations, the bones of the earth itself. They were below the dungeons now. Below the chamber where the heart beat. Deeper still. The key pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and went dark. Harry stopped. They stood in a natural cavern, its walls glittering with crystals that caught their wandlight and threw it back in 1,000 colors. At the center of the cavern, a pool of water stretched, black and still, reflecting nothing. "What is this place?" Ron breathed. "I don't know." Harry stepped forward, the sword in his hand now, its light joining the crystals, glow. "But the key brought us here for a reason." The pool rippled. Not from wind, there was no wind this far underground. Not from movement, they stood frozen, watching. The water rippled from within, as if something was rising. Harry raised the sword. A figure emerged from the pool. It was a woman, tall and beautiful, her skin the color of moonlight, her hair flowing like water around her. Her eyes were deep and ancient, holding secrets older than Hogwarts. "Merlin," she breathed. At last. Harry's grip tightened on the sword. "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of the pool. The keeper of the key's secret." She glided towards them, leaving no footprints on the stone. "I have waited a long time for you to find your way here." "The key," Harry said. "It brought us. Because you were ready. Because the time has come." The woman, the spirit, for that was clearly what she was, gestured towards the pool. "Beneath these waters lies what you seek. The first of the Hallows. The cloak of invisibility." Harry's heart stopped. The cloak. Here. Where else would it be? "Your father hid it, long ago, knowing that one day you would need it." The spirit smiled. "He was a brave man, your father. Reckless, perhaps, but brave. He trusted this place with his greatest secret." Harry stared at the pool. Somewhere beneath that black water lay his father's cloak. The cloak that had been passed down through generations of potters. The cloak that was one of the 3 deathly hallows. "How do I get it?" "You dive." The spirit's eyes were serious. "But be warned, the pool tests those who enter. It shows you what you fear most. It forces you to face your deepest darkness. Many have tried. Few have succeeded." Harry didn't hesitate. He handed the sword to Ron. "Hold this, Harry. I have too. The cloak is down there. My father left it for me." Ron took the sword, his face pale. "What if you don't come back?" "I'll come back." Harry looked at his friends. "I always come back." He turned to the pool, took a deep breath, and jumped. The water was cold, colder than anything he'd ever felt. It closed over his head, and suddenly he was falling, sinking, descending into darkness so complete that he couldn't see his own hands. The crystal blazed against his chest, its light pushing back the black, but only just. Then the visions came. He saw the Dursleys, their faces twisted with hate, locking him in the cupboard. He saw Vernon's fist descending, felt the impact, heard Dudley's laughter. He saw himself alone, always alone, unwanted and unloved. The scene shifted. He saw Ron, dead, his eyes open and empty. Hermione, pale and still, her wand snapped beside her. The Weasleys, all of them, lying in the ruins of the burrow. Everyone he loved, destroyed because of him. The scene shifted again. He stood before the heart, its pulsing rhythm matching his own. The first dark wizard stood. Beside him, his hand on Harry's shoulder, his voice a whisper of temptation. "Join me. Together we can rule. Together we can bring them all back. Everyone you've lost. Everyone you love. Just say yes." Harry felt the darkness reaching for him, felt its cold fingers brush against his soul. The crystal blazed, fighting it back, but the darkness was strong. so strong. And then he heard another voice. Harry. His mother's voice. Soft, warm, loving. Harry, remember who you are. The darkness faltered. You are my son. You are James's son. You are brave and good and loved. Don't let the darkness take that from you. Harry opened his eyes. He was still sinking, still surrounded by black water, but now he could see a light below him. Golden and warm, like the crystal's glow. Like his mother's love. He swam towards it. The light grew brighter as he approached, until it was all he could see. And in its center, floating gently, was a cloak. Silver, shimmering, impossibly fine. The cloak of invisibility. Harry reached out and touched it. The world exploded into light. He was standing in a meadow, green and golden under a summer sun. And before him, smiling, were two people he'd only ever seen in photographs. His mother. His father. Harry. Lily's voice broke on his name. Oh, Harry. James was crying, tears streaming down his face. Look at you. Just look at you. Harry couldn't move, couldn't speak. He stood frozen, staring at the parents he'd never known, feeling a love so vast it threatened to overwhelm him. We don't have long, Lily said, stepping forward. The magic of the pool is powerful, but it can only hold us for a moment. She reached out, and her hand cupped his cheek, solid, warm, real. We're so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud. You've been so brave, James added, his voice thick. Braver than we ever were. Carrying this weight alone. I'm not alone, Harry managed. I have friends. Family. We know. Lily smiled. We've been watching. We've seen everything. She pulled him into a hug, and Harry felt his mother's arms around him for the first time in his life. It was everything he'd ever dreamed. James wrapped his arms around them both, and for one perfect moment, they were a family. Then the light began to fade. We have to go, Lily whispered. But remember, Harry, we're always with you. In your heart, in your courage, in your love. I love you, Harry said, the words tumbling out. I love you both. We love you too, James said. Forever. They vanished, and Harry was alone in the pool, the cloak in his hands, tears streaming down his face. He swam for the surface. Ron pulled him from the water, wrapping him in a blanket, checking him for injuries. Hermione hovered nearby, her face anxious. The spirit watched from the edge of the pool, her expression unreadable. I saw them, Harry whispered. My parents. They were there. Ron's eyes widened. They were. The pool showed them. Gave me a moment with them. Harry clutched the cloak to his chest. It was real. I know it was real. The pool shows many things, the spirit said softly. But love is the truest magic of all. What you experienced was real, Harry. As real as anything in this world. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They made their way back through the passages, up the endless stairs, towards the castle above. The cloak was folded carefully in Harry's arms, its magic humming against his skin. He could feel its power, vast and ancient, waiting to be used. When they finally emerged into the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, dawn was breaking. Pink and gold light streamed through the windows, painting the stone in warm colors. Harry stopped at a window, looking out at the grounds. I have the cloak, he said quietly. One of the Hallows. It's real. And you have the key, Hermione added. Which means you can find the others. Harry nodded slowly. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. He looked at his friends. Together, they make you Master of Death. Ron shivered. That's a lot of power. I know. Harry turned from the window. But I'm not going to use them to master death. I'm going to use them to protect the people I love. That's what my parents would have wanted. They walked in silence to Gryffindor Tower, too tired to speak. The fat lady raised her eyebrows at their appearance but let them in without comment. They climbed to their dormitories and collapsed into bed, exhausted. Harry lay awake for a long time, the cloak beside him, the sword warm at his side, the crystal pulsing gently against his chest. He thought about his parents, their faces, their voices, their love. He thought about the darkness beneath the castle, waiting. He thought about the other Hallows, waiting to be found. But most of all, he thought about the moment in the pool. The moment when he'd been held by his mother and father, surrounded by love so pure it had driven back the darkness. That moment would sustain him. Whatever came next, he would carry it with him. He slept, and for the first time in weeks, he didn't dream. The days that followed were strange. Harry wore the cloak sometimes, exploring the castle unseen, learning its secrets. He discovered passages he'd never known, rooms that existed outside normal space, creatures that lurked in the shadows. The cloak made him invisible to everything, students, teachers, even the portraits seemed not to notice him when he wore it. But he didn't use it to hide from his friends. Ron and Hermione knew about it, of course. They helped him test its limits, its capabilities. They learned that it could shield more than just its wearer. If Harry held someone close, the cloak covered them too. They learned that it was impervious to most spells, that detection charms slid off it like water. It was the most powerful object Harry had ever held. And it was his. The key remained warm in his pocket, waiting for the next step. Harry could feel it pulling him towards something, somewhere, but the time wasn't right. Not yet. October arrived, bringing with it a cold wind and the first hints of autumn. Harry turned 9, a small celebration with his friends, a cake from the house elves, a new book from Hermione. He was getting older, growing into his power, becoming who he was meant to be. But the dreams had started again. Not the heart this time. Something else. He walked through a forest of twisted trees, their branches reaching for him like grasping hands. In the distance, a light flickered, green and cold, the color of the killing curse. And a voice called to him, familiar and terrible. Harry, come to me. I have what you seek. He woke from these dreams with the sword in his hand and the cloak wrapped around him, shivering despite the warmth of his bed. Something was coming. Something dark. He told Dumbledore about the dreams during their next meeting. The headmaster listened in silence, his face grave. The second Hallow, Dumbledore said finally. The resurrection stone. I believe it's calling to you. Harry's blood ran cold. The stone. Where is it? I don't know. But I have theories. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window. The stone was lost centuries ago, hidden by those who feared its power. But legends say it found its way into the possession of a dark family. A family with connections to Hogwarts. Which family? Dumbledore turned, his eyes bright. The Gounts. Descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. And if the stone is still in their possession, it lies in the place they called home. A shack in Little Hangleton, surrounded by darkness and death. Harry thought of the dreams, the twisted forest, the green light, the calling voice. I have to go there. Not alone. I won't be alone. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I'll take Ron and Hermione. And the cloak. And the sword. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. But I will come with you. And we will be prepared for whatever we find. They left on the last day of October, the anniversary of his parents' death. Harry felt the weight of the date as they disapparated from Hogsmeade, landing in a cold, windswept field. In the distance, a crumbling shack leaned against the hillside, its windows dark, its roof half collapsed. The gaunt shack. Harry led the way, the sword in his hand, the cloak around his shoulders. Ron and Hermione followed close behind, their wands lit. Dumbledore brought up the rear, his presence a comfort and a shield. The shack was worse inside than out. Rotting floorboards, shattered furniture, the smell of decay. But beneath it all, Harry felt something else. Magic. Dark, ancient, waiting. The key in his pocket blazed. This way, he whispered, following its pull. Through a broken door, down a flight of stairs, into a cellar that smelled of earth and bones. At the center of the cellar, on a pedestal of black stone, lay a ring. It was gold, old, tarnished with age. But the stone set in its center, black, with a symbol carved into its surface, glowed with inner light. The resurrection stone. Harry reached for it. Harry, wait, Hermione started. But his fingers had already touched the stone. The world dissolved. He stood in a misty place, gray and formless, neither here nor there. And before him, figures were taking shape. His mother. His father. And behind them, others he didn't recognize, ancient faces, wise eyes, the weight of centuries. You found us, Lily said, smiling. We knew you would. The stone, Harry breathed. It's real. As real as you need it to be. James stepped forward. But Harry, be careful. The stone can only show you those who have passed. It cannot bring them back. It cannot change what happened. I know. Harry looked at his parents, drinking in the sight of them. I just wanted to see you again. To tell you. We know. Lily's voice was soft. We've always known. The mist began to thicken, the figures fading. Harry felt a pull, a tug back towards the world. Wait. We'll be here, James said. Whenever you need us. But not too often, Harry. You have to live. You have to love. You have to be the person we always knew you could be. They vanished, and Harry was back in the cellar, the ring in his hand, tears on his face. Ron caught him as he swayed. You okay, mate? Harry nodded, clutching the ring. I saw them. My parents. They're okay. Hermione hugged him fiercely. Of course they are. They're with you always. Dumbledore studied the ring with troubled eyes. The stone is powerful, Harry. Dangerous. It can trap you in the past if you let it. I know. Harry tucked the ring into his pocket, beside the key. But I won't let it. I have too much to do in the present. They left the shack and returned to Hogwarts, 2 Hallows now in Harry's possession. The cloak, the stone, only the wand remained. But as they walked through the castle's familiar corridors, Harry felt a shift. The heart beneath the castle pulsed stronger, faster. It knew what he was doing. It knew he was gathering power. The final confrontation was drawing closer. That night, Harry sat by the fire in Gryffindor Tower, the cloak around his shoulders, the ring on his finger, the sword at his side. The crystal pulsed gently against his chest. He felt complete in a way he never had before. You're thinking about the wand, Ron said, settling into the chair beside him. Harry nodded. It's the last one, the most powerful, and I have no idea where to find it. The key will guide you. It always does. But what if I'm not ready? What if I find the wand and it destroys me? Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, you're the bravest person I know, Harry. You've faced darkness that would break anyone else. You've lost people, hurt people, carried weight that would crush a grown wizard. And you're still here, still fighting, still loving. He met Harry's eyes. You're ready. You've always been ready. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. Thanks, Ron. Anytime, mate. They sat in silence, watching the fire, drawing strength from each other's presence. Outside, in the darkness beyond the castle walls, the Lady of the Forest watched and waited. She had seen Harry claim 2 Hallows. She had felt the heart's growing agitation. And she knew, with an ancient certainty, that the final confrontation was approaching. The boy was gathering power. The darkness was gathering in response. Soon, very soon, the balance would tip. In the chamber beneath Hogwarts, the heart beat faster. 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 Waiting for its moment. Waiting for its master. Waiting for Harry. The resurrection stone changed everything. Harry wore it constantly now, a weight on his finger that was both comfort and burden. He could feel the presences it connected him to, his parents, always near, always watching. Sometimes, in quiet moments, he caught glimpses of them at the edge of his vision. A flash of red hair. A glimpse of a smiling face. They were there, waiting for when he needed them. But the stone had a cost. Every use drained him, left him tired and hollow. The dead could only visit the living for so long before the living began to wish they could stay. Ron noticed first, because Ron always noticed. You're not sleeping, he said one night in the common room. Your eyes are shadowed. You jump at sounds. What's wrong? Harry hesitated. Then he pulled off the ring and held it out. It's the stone. I keep wanting to use it. To see them. To talk to them. He looked at the ring, its black stone glinting in the firelight. It's like a hunger. The more I use it, the more I want to use it. Ron's face went pale. That sounds like the Horcruxes. The way they affect people. I know. Harry slipped the ring back on. But I can't stop. They're my parents, Ron. They're right there. How can I not? Because you have to live. Ron's voice was firm. Your parents wouldn't want you trapped in the past. They'd want you here, in the present, with us. Harry knew he was right. But knowing didn't make it easier. The dreams continued, but they'd changed. Now he walked through corridors of mist, the figures of the dead all around him. His parents, grandparents he'd never known, wizards and witches from centuries past. They reached for him, called to him, begged him to stay. And at the center of it all, the heart beat on. Come to me, it whispered. Join us. Be with them forever. Harry woke from these dreams gasping, the sword in his hand, the cloak wrapped around him. He was fighting, but the darkness was patient. It could wait. December arrived, bringing snow and ice and the promise of Christmas. Harry turned 10, a quiet birthday, marked by gifts from his friends and a letter from Mrs. Weasley that made him cry. He was getting older. The power within him was growing. And still, the wand eluded him. The key in his pocket remained cold. Whatever the third Hallow was, wherever it was hidden, the key wouldn't reveal it. Not yet. Dumbledore had theories. The Elder Wand has a history of violence, he explained during one of their meetings. It's been claimed and lost more times than any other Hallow. Its allegiance shifts to whoever defeats its previous master. That makes it unpredictable. Dangerous. How do I find it? I don't know that you find it. I think it finds you. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. The wand chooses its master, Harry. It always has. And if you're meant to wield it, it will come to you when the time is right. Harry wasn't sure he believed that. But he had no choice but to wait. The days passed. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself to master the cloak and the stone, to understand their limits and capabilities. The cloak could hide him from anything. He'd tested it against Dumbledore's most powerful detection spells and remained invisible. The stone could summon the dead, but each summoning left him weaker, more connected to the world beyond. He learned to use them sparingly. Ron and Hermione trained beside him, their own powers growing. Ron's defensive magic was now among the best in their year. Hermione's knowledge of theory and history was unparalleled. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with. But it wasn't enough. Harry could feel it. The heart beneath the castle was growing stronger, its rhythm faster, more insistent. The first Dark Wizard's remnant was awakening, and when it fully woke, nothing would stop it. Except him. The dreams became visions. One night, Harry stood in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, the heart pulsing before him. But this time, he wasn't alone. A figure stood beside him, tall, robed in white, his face kind and familiar. Merlin. You're close, Merlin said. Closer than you know. To what? To the wand. To the final confrontation. To everything you've been preparing for. Merlin turned to face him, and his eyes were sad. I'm sorry, Harry. I wish I could give you more time. But the heart is awakening faster than I anticipated. You have months, perhaps. Not years. Harry's blood ran cold. Months. The first Dark Wizard's power is immense. When he fully returns, he will sweep across the world like a plague. Only you can stop him. Merlin placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. But you're not ready. Not yet. You need the wand. Where is it? I don't know. But I know who does. Merlin's image began to fade. Find the guardian of the forest. She has waited longer than anyone. She knows the wand's secret. Wait. But Merlin was gone, and Harry was alone with the heart. He woke with the sword in his hand and the lady's name on his lips. The forbidden forest had never felt more forbidding. Harry stood at its edge, the cloak around his shoulders, the stone on his finger, the sword in his hand. Ron and Hermione were behind him, their faces pale but determined. They'd insisted on coming. Harry hadn't argued. Are you sure about this? Hermione whispered. The forest is dangerous. The lady is dangerous. But she's also our only hope. Harry stepped forward, into the trees. The forest closed around them like a living thing. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wider than houses, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sky. Shadows moved where there should be none. Whispers echoed from the darkness. Harry led the way, the sword's light pushing back the gloom. He could feel the lady's presence, old and vast, watching from somewhere ahead. They walked for what felt like hours. The forest changed around them, the familiar oaks giving way to trees Harry didn't recognize, silver bark, golden leaves, roots that moved beneath their feet. The air grew thick with magic, so dense it was hard to breathe. Then they reached the clearing. The lady waited at its center, more beautiful and terrible than Harry remembered. Her hair flowed like moonlight, her eyes burned like amber, and her presence filled the clearing with power. Merlin, she said softly. You've come. I need your help. Harry stepped forward, the sword lowered in respect. The wand. I need to find it. The lady studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a sad, ancient smile that held the weight of centuries. I knew you would ask eventually. I've been waiting. She gestured, and the ground before her opened, revealing a staircase carved into the living rock. The wand is hidden below, in a place even I cannot enter. The cave of the first wizard, where he forged his power and where your predecessor defeated him. Harry stared at the staircase. Darkness poured from it, thick and cold. The wand is in there. A piece of it. The allegiance, the loyalty, the connection, those must be earned. The wand itself is elsewhere, waiting for its true master. The lady's eyes met his. But what lies below will test you as nothing has before. It will show you your deepest fears, your darkest desires, your greatest weaknesses. And it will judge you. Harry didn't hesitate. I'll go. Harry, Ron started. I have to. The wand is the only way to stop the heart. He turned to his friends. Wait here. If I'm not back in, we're coming with you. Ron's voice was steel. This is my fight. It's ours too. Hermione stepped forward. We're in this together, remember? From the beginning. That's never going to change. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, his heart, and felt tears prick his eyes. Together, he whispered. They descended into darkness. The staircase wound downwards, spiraling into the earth. The walls were carved with images, battles, sacrifices, moments of terrible power. Harry recognized some of them. The first dark wizard, raising armies of shadows. Merlin, standing against him, light blazing from his hands. The moment of defeat, when the darkness was bound and broken. And at the bottom, a door. It was made of bones. Human bones, arranged in patterns that hurt to look at. They glowed with faint green light, and as Harry approached, they began to move, shifting, rearranging, forming words. Who seeks the wand? Harry stepped forward. I do. Harry Potter. Merlin Reborn. Why? To stop the darkness. To protect the people I love. To fulfill the destiny I was born for. The bones shifted again, forming new words. Enter and be judged. The door swung open. The chamber beyond was vast, circular, its walls covered in mirrors. Hundreds of them, thousands, reflecting Harry from every angle. He saw himself as a child, as a man, as an old wizard fading into legend. He saw himself victorious, defeated, loved, alone. And in the center of the room, on a pedestal of crystal, lay a wand. It was beautiful, long, pale, carved with symbols that glowed with inner light. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the most powerful wand in existence. Harry reached for it. The mirrors shattered. He stood in a wasteland, gray and dead, under a sky the color of blood. Before him, the first dark wizard waited, his red eyes burning with triumph. You came, he breathed. I knew you would. The wand is mine. Always has been. Always will be. The wizard laughed, a cold, terrible sound. Did you think you could claim it? Did you think you were worthy? You, who carry my essence in your soul. You, who are more like me than you'll ever admit. Harry's hand went to the sword. It blazed with light. I'm nothing like you. No. Then why do you crave power? Why do you seek the hallows? Why do you want to master death itself? The wizard stepped closer. Because you're afraid, Harry. Afraid of losing the people you love. Afraid of being alone. Afraid of the darkness inside you. The words struck home. Harry felt them echo in his chest, felt the truth they carried. I am afraid, he admitted. But that doesn't make me like you. I'm afraid because I love. Because I have something to lose. You're afraid of nothing. Because you feel nothing. The wizard's eyes flickered. You're alone, Harry continued. Always have been. You surrounded yourself with followers, with power, with darkness, but you never had what I have. Friendship, love, family. He raised the sword. That's why I'll win. Not because I'm stronger. Because I'm not alone. The wizard screamed, a sound of pure rage, and lunged. Harry met him with the sword. They fought through the wasteland, light against dark, hope against despair. The wizard was powerful, ancient, terrible, but Harry was not alone. Behind him, he felt Ron's presence, steady and strong. Hermione's mind, sharp and quick. His parents' love, warm and eternal. And Merlin's power, flowing through him like a river. The sword blazed brighter than the sun. The wizard fell. The wasteland dissolved. The mirrors reformed. And Harry stood in the chamber, the Elder Wand in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He had done it. He had claimed the wand. Ron and Hermione burst through the door, their wands raised, their faces terrified. They stopped when they saw him, standing in the center of the room, the wand held before him. Harry. Ron's voice was shaking. Are you? I'm okay. Harry turned to them, smiling through his tears. I'm more than okay. I have it. The wand. Hermione rushed forward, hugging him fiercely. Ron joined them, wrapping his arms around both. You did it, Ron breathed. You actually did it. We did it, Harry corrected. Together. They climbed back through the staircase, emerged into the clearing, and found the lady waiting. She smiled when she saw the wand. You have passed the test, she said. You are worthy. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt right, natural, like it had always belonged to him. Now what? He asked. Now you prepare. The heart is awakening. The first dark wizard will soon return. The lady's eyes were grave. But you have the Hallows. You have your friends. You have the power of Merlin and the love of everyone who knows you. She stepped forward, placing a hand on his head. You are ready, Harry. Believe that. They left the forest and returned to the castle, 3 Hallows now in Harry's possession. The cloak, the stone, the wand. He was master of death. But death was not the enemy. The enemy was darkness, ancient and patient, waiting beneath their feet. And the time to face it was coming. That night, Harry sat by the fire in Gryffindor Tower, the Hallows spread before him. The cloak shimmered with silver light. The stone glowed with inner fire. The wand hummed with power. Ron and Hermione sat beside him, silent, waiting. I can feel it, Harry said quietly. The heart. It's beating faster. It knows I have the Hallows. It's getting ready. How long do we have? Hermione asked. Weeks. Maybe less. Harry looked at his friends. When it wakes, I have to go down there. Alone. Like hell you will, Ron said. Ron. No, Harry. We've been with you from the start. We're not stopping now. Ron's voice was fierce. Whatever's down there, we face it together. That's how it's always been. Hermione nodded. Together. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, his heart, and felt the weight lift just a fraction. Together, he agreed. They sat in silence, watching the fire, drawing strength from each other's presence. Outside, the wind howled. The castle settled into its ancient sleep. And beneath them all, deep beneath the stones, the heart beat on. Waiting for its moment. Waiting for Harry. But Harry was ready now. He had the Hallows. He had his friends. He had the love of everyone who knew him. Whatever came, he would face it. And he would win. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.